Dude, it's gonna
fuck
be
it.
great.
We're gonna have some fun.
All right, technically we're live.
Nice.
All right,
Let's do this.
pull that up a little closer.
Yeah, you bet.
Yeah, try to keep it like, about a fistful,
Eat-
something like
eating
that.
eating the foam.
Yeah. I mean, about a fist.
Yeah.
I got the gain pretty high, so we should be fine. But
Perfect.
all right, so Zac Boyd,
Yes, sir.
dude, thank you. You're my first guest. You're my first official podcast guest.
Very nice.
How does it feel?
Honored.
Don't lie.
No, dude.
Don't
this
bullshit.
I'm
just fucking.
When we first walked in here, I told you, like, I've done podcasts before, and usually it's just a couple of microphones and a bunch of dudes drinking some beer, doing whatever we do. And this is the first time I've actually seen a setup where you've got multiple cameras, you've got your controller here. This is dope, dude. You got a nice setup.
I appreciate
love
it, man.
Yeah,
I really appreciate it, dude, because I'm not a perfectionist by any means. I think I told you that when we were texting and talking and shit, but like, I also know there's a billion people starting podcasts right now, so the smartest thing I can do is just at least not seem like, the analogy I've been using is like the shitty local band with solid state practice amps at their first show.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, just like acknowledge that there's a whole thing going on.
Have an
here.
actual setup.
Yeah,
Dude, you got it.
exactly.
It's dope down here. I like it. It's comfortable.
All right, so I have like 8 fans in the world,
Okay.
and they don't know who you are.
Oh, man.
So just real quickly, just kind of tell people who you are and like in what you do, and then I'll obviously, I got some questions for you, and we're gonna get into some stories, guys. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, you gave my name already. My name is Zac Boyd.
Is it ZAC or ZACK?
Just ZAC.
That's what I thought.
Well,
okay.
my folks used to fight over it. My dad spelled it with an H, and my dad spelled it without an H, and my mom spelled it with an H, and they would always fight over it. And then I think when I was in second grade, I spelled it 2 different ways, and my second grade teacher was like, "Pick one." And so I was, I'll just be lazy about it. I can leave a letter off. Fine, it's ZAC. Okay. So I stuck with ZAC. But
sick. That's what it says on your license.
Yeah, well, no, it says Zachary.
Okay.
But yeah.
With just a C.
Nope, it's got an H. But that's why I'm saying I went with the lazy route. But no, I'm a musician. I live here in Minneapolis. I was born in Kansas, raised in South Dakota, but I moved to Minneapolis in 2001. And I wish I could play the cool story of saying, yeah, I moved out here for the music scene, but the actuality is that was just kind of a secondary thing for me. I followed a girl out here.
Oh.
And yeah, I was dating a girl out of South Dakota, and she got accepted to the U of M, and I was like, well, fuck it. I hate being in South Dakota, because at that time, I was 18 years old, 19 years old, and I was kind of labeled in the music scene out in South Dakota because I was in a rapcore band, because at that time that was the cool thing to do, like
you said this was around 2000-ish.
2000-ish.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
yep.
I graduated in 99, and in 2000 it was kind of at that height of, Limp Bizkit was finally getting off the radar of just being, like $3 Bill, y'all was the shit. Yep. And then they started putting out just garbage.
I think Life is Peachy came out around that time.
Yeah, and then when I was in high school, that was the new metal was at the height. And so I was like, man, that's, this is easy. I can do this. Let's do this. So I quit that band.
They made it easy for us guitar players in that new metal genre,
yeah, right.
didn't
Just
they? Drop D,
one
fucking
finger.
Dumbed
Yeah,
down guitars.
But the problem was that once I started to get out of that mentality and I didn't want to be doing it anymore, I was labeled as the rapcore new metal kid. And that's what everybody thought that I wanted to do. And in Sioux Falls, the big thing was they had a crew. They called it the 605 crew. And all of them stopped doing...
That's the area code, right?
Yep, for all of South Dakota. I'm not even kidding.
Just Sioux Falls.
Yeah,
the
not
whole
just Sioux
thing's
Falls.
got one area
So
code.
if you drive through South Dakota, they don't even put their area code on it, because they're like, well, if you're that dumb that you don't know the area code.
Okay.
So it's just 605. So they called themselves a 605 crew. And they all started these hardcore metal bands and like post-hardcore bands, and that's when it started to take off. Well, nobody wanted anything to do with me because, well, he's just that rapcore kid.
Right.
Well, I wanted nothing to do with it anymore. I wanted to be in a hardcore band, and I wanted to do something.
Same thing happened to me, by the way.
Yeah, and so I was labeled, and I had to get the hell out of there. So I was like, well, this is a perfect opportunity. So I moved to Minneapolis in 2001. Got up here, started in a band that was kind of like a System of a Down esque new metal, ripoff, so to speak. But
did you start that band or you joined?
No, I actually I responded to an ad this was back in the day before any of the social media shit or anything. You had to go into like Guitar Center or your local music store, and people would actually post ads, and you would rip the little piece of paper
or
off.
City Pages was a big thing back in the day. You actually
or
had to call
musicscene.org. You remember that shit?
Yeah, the website. That was a local thing for people that don't know. That was a local website. It was like right as the internet not came out, but like, because we're talking 2000s era through, so I'd say 2000 to 2006 maybe tops. There was this specific website that anyone in the Midwest, really all the way down to Chicago, it was a website which still exists but is not the same thing. Don't waste your time going there. It was called musicscene.org, and it was this beautiful, like, how would you call it, like some weird combination between a forum and like ads and a place to promo, and it was all about everything regarding music.
I think that's the best way that you
we formed bands on there,
and
when bands were on there, we would go on there and post in the forum to promote our own shows.
It was music social media before social media existed. Every musician in the Minneapolis area was on this website,
and not just Minneapolis,
right? I
literally
mean, in the Midwest,
Milwaukee, Chicago, out to Nebraska. I think that's literally, if I remember right, and we'll talk about Dalton later, but I think that's how Dalton found out about the Minneapolis music scene.
It might have been, but people would go on there and they'd be like, "Hey, we are touring through your area. Are there any bands that can help us book a show?" And so that's where it was just this huge gaggle of networking. But I went into Guitar Center and I answered an ad that was looking for a vocalist. And they said that they wanted a hardcore vocalist, somebody that can scream and occasionally sing, but they wanted it predominantly screaming. Answered the ad, ended up getting on the ad, or getting in front of the band and doing a tryout for it. And to kind of streamline, I won't get into all of that history. We can get into that a little bit later if you'd like. But got into the band. They didn't mind my singing, but they liked another dude singing more than they liked mine. They said, "Hey, we love your screaming, but this other dude can sing." And subsequently, that other dude ended up becoming one of my absolute best friends. He was in my wedding. Him and I broke off from that band, started another band. And so to kind of answer the question, who I am, what I do.
You said your wedding. So yeah. Hold on. So are we staying with the timeline, or is this your like?
I kind of Quentin Tarantino'd it there.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because you said you followed a girl out here, and then all of a sudden we're talking.
No, that girl. So James and I were in that band, and then we broke off, and we started a band called Johnnyrook. I think that was probably about 2002 era-esque, and
that makes sense, because when I first saw your band, I'm gonna guess it was around 2004, 2005,
and that's when we were really just starting to
somewhere between 18 and 20. And at the tail end of my first band, 7 Months of Nothing, which was a horrible new metal band that I wrote all the music for the most part. I think we had 2 songs that the whole band wrote towards the end, and I saw you guys at the Urban Wildlife, which is a club that doesn't exist in downtown Minneapolis anymore, which might have been the best club that ever existed in Minneapolis.
I think you can talk to any musician from that era and mention Urban Wildlife, and you'll get the same reaction, which will be, dude,
where did that club go?
Oh, it's fucking fantastic.
So you guys in 2002-ish. So locally here, this is going to be great for the local musicians and local music fans from Minneapolis or Minnesota area. For the national listeners, which, believe it or not, I have, out of the 8 fans, I have like 4 of them.
I believe it.
4 of them are from out of state. One's from Japan, I believe. No, I'm just kidding.
Konnichiwa.
There was a very prolific music scene going on in Minneapolis at that time.
Right at that time, yeah.
So even though we're just post 9/11, we're still in a renaissance of the music scene in Minneapolis, because you had American Head Charge, who was signed and had just recorded with Rick Rubin. You had local bands like Ginger Jake, Black Flood Diesel, Stasia, Smilin' Liar. These were bands that were selling out several thousand people
Quest for Mayhem.
Yes.
You remember that?
I mean, we're talking like literally a couple thousand people as a local band would sell this venue out. And sometimes, if you were big enough, like American Head Charge, could sell out First Avenue multiple nights in a row.
Yep.
So we're talking about, I only stopped you to mention when this was, because this was like, man, if you were jumping into the music scene at this time, it was like a movie.
It was mind blowing,
dude, because we had
for
Area
local
52.
bands to be able to, yeah. Wow, that's a blast.
We'll get into
too.
Area 52 because that we could spend an entire podcast on this one thing, and I'm convinced I'm gonna fucking write a movie about Area 52 someday. It's gonna happen because it's too special of a place to not have a movie made about it.
Yep.
But the reason I'm mentioning this is because you're starting off, you're saying about 2002-ish, and you guys were coming out of this like this weird, obscure nu metal phase, which I was, and we were also watching the birth of hardcore.
Yeah.
But you didn't go that route with Johnnyrook. You guys went a completely contrarian direction. And I'm curious as a musician to think and ask other musicians how their thought process works. So I'm not going to divert this and talk about how I've done this, how I would answer this question with my current music, because I've got a million of these to do.
Yeah.
That story will get out there.
Eventually, yeah.
Right? I'm curious, why is it? So I'm going to guess. You started doing nu metal because it was popular. It was on the radio.
And it was my age era.
Yep.
Yep.
And everybody your age liked it.
Yep.
When our age group got a little bit older and we moved to hardcore, this is what my question is. Why did you decide to go completely against the grain and go towards something like Johnnyrook, which now we would call, I mean, fuck, I think your album was labeled emo, which I think is one of the most grossly inaccurate
genre
descriptions.
Let me stop you there, though, because I have this argument with...
You're not an emo band.
With younger friends, I have this argument all the time. And when people call bands like My Chemical Romance or Taking Back Sunday emo, I have to stop them in their track and call it bullshit. Because it's not what I grew up with as emo.
What do you call emo?
I call emo stuff like Billy Elliot or American Football or Sunny Day Real Estate, like those.
Taking Back Sunday
wasn't emo to me. That was a little bit more like I call that like kind of the more post pop.
Because Coheed still to this day gets labeled as emo.
And see, and I disagree with that because like emo to me was like I grew up when I was along with my nu metal phase. When I started getting out of that nu metal phase and started liking hardcore, it was bands like American Football, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with
I have no idea who that is.
American Football is a band out of the Chicago area, and just like and there's newer emo revival like
well, let me ask you this.
Into It
without naming bands.
Yeah.
Describe emo. What you think emo really is, because honestly, this is one of the stupidest fucking arguments. Genre placing of specifically rock and metal is one of the most obnoxiously disgusting arguments ever.
I agree.
Because somebody's like, I've made this argument that Metallica isn't even metal anymore. They're hard rock now.
I agree.
And they haven't been metal for years.
It's the same argument with country music these days. It's not country music, it's fucking pop music.
So you remember we were talking earlier about how I justifiably said and did a lot of fucked up shit 10 years ago and kind of ostracized myself from the scene. We were talking before the podcast started, you guys. I did, and I deserved it. I made that bed, and I've been laying in it for 10 years, and I've slowly been making that bed and making it better and making amends. But one of my best friends, and I think they're still pissed about this today, and one of the guys, actually two of the guys in this band are now in my project. We were playing a show one night, and they were like, well, you know, fucking, you know what it's like being in a metal band. And I was like, you guys aren't metal? And we played a show that night together. We're all fucking the closest of friends. It was a band called Wither the Tide, and I might be blurring it with their previous iteration called Buried by Hope.
Montoya is in
the
band?
Yeah, he's actually singing for my project right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll play a really bad demo later. But dude, it's a bad demo just because execution.
Okay.
But it's pretend we're all just jamming for the first time.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, he's a little pitchy. My guitars are a little sloppy, but dude, the song's fucking pretty dope. Bro.
All right.
It's pretty legit.
Cool.
So I'm like, you guys are fucking metal. And they're like, what the fuck do you mean? I was like, you guys are hard rock. And they're like, well, fuck you then. What's metal? And I was like, dude, here's what metal is. And I listed off these things. And they were like, so are you guys metal? That's what he said. Are you guys metal? And I was like, not really. And it, like, I thought when I answered that and said not really, that I would immediately take the heat off of me and no longer sound like I was attacking him or his band. That I'm applying this to us.
Myself. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Nope. 3 days later, I hear, dude, what the fuck happened with you and Rich the other night?
Oh, no.
And I'm like, what are you talking about? And Rich tells them the story, and apparently the whole band was super fucking like offended.
Oh no.
Because I'm telling them they're not metal. And they brought up, they're like, so is Metallica not metal? I was like, not anymore. And then I was like, even literally metal, first of all, metal became its own thing later. Metal, the name just metal evolves and changes over time. So right now, Lamb of God is the only metal band out there. Everyone else is a different version of metal.
Right.
Like still to this day, Killswitch Engage is fucking metalcore. They'll never stop being metalcore.
Thank you.
Metalcore, for people that don't know what we're talking about, is metal and hardcore. We were talking about hardcore earlier. We'll get back to it in a second. I just want to finish up this rant real quick. Like, it's stupid because people, including myself, are so fucking opinionated as to what genre of music you are. Like, and I'm just going to make up a scenario, but I've heard this example a million times, Zach.
Okay.
No, dude, they're not punk. They're post-hardcore, pre-emo, sub.
Right.
Fuck.
Right.
Eat your own ass at that point.
Right.
Fuck, dude.
Okay.
So where I'm asking this is, how do you define emo? Because we're getting back to like where I started my question was why you went contrarian with the Johnnyrook sound.
Yep.
But it's the reason I'm bringing this up and making this such a point is because still to this day, I would have a very difficult time as your A&R exec literally trying to categorize your band.
Well, and okay.
So you got labeled emo, but before we even get to that, I want to just, what do you call emo? Because my definition is super fucking simple. It's the joke. I'm so emo, my pizza cuts itself. Right? Like it's the whiny heartbreak. Like there's like it's a certain vocal register. It's a certain tone in that guy's voice.
Sure.
It's usually about teen angst.
Okay.
Not like metal was, where metal was about like being a pissed off kid.
Yep.
This is about teen angst, heartbreak, wanting to cut yourself, feeling not good enough because daddy didn't love you, or you're not fitting in at school. Like, I feel like I'm definitely mocking some of these guys, but at the same time, I don't even really understand what emo
I'll stop you there because
please do.
The new classification of emo. Okay, and I'm gonna date myself. Obviously, I talked about what year I moved here and how old I was when I graduated. I'm 39 years old right now. Okay, when the
40's the new 30.
Yeah, fuck y'all. When emo, the definition of emo for the music industry came around for me was when I was like 18 or 19 years old, and the definition of emo at that point, like what the newer generation of emo, what kids, I can say kids because I'm that old man that says get the fuck off my lawn, right?
I love saying that.
When the people that are 10 years younger than me that categorize Taking Back Sunday or My Chemical Romance or the Cutter music as being emo.
The Cutter music. That's exactly what I basically said.
Yeah. That. I understand it, and I don't disagree with it. If you want to classify that as emo, that's fine, and I don't get hung up on genre stereotypes and stuff like that. However, the emo that I knew when I was growing up, it actually made you feel something. And the guitar lines were soaring. There was atmospheric layers to it. There were things that were going on that it just kind of took you to a different place. That like. You didn't have to think about how miserable you were or how sad it made you or anything like that. You were just happy to be in the moment. And the guitars took you somewhere. And whether it made you sad or it made you go, this is just relaxing.
So for you, it's more about emotional guitars,
right? It's not
emotional music, because there was a lot of keyboards.
It was about the atmosphere of it, and like bands like Sunny Day Real Estate.
So there's definitely a lack of riffage.
Yes, but the guitar lines are like they could rival.
So Soaring stuck out to me though, because that makes sense. Because like, so one thing, guys, is like the listeners who aren't musicians, and another reason I'm asking you this is because one of the number one questions I always get as a musician from non-musicians is like, tell me, where does it come from? How do you write a song? Blah 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 blah. Okay, well, there's a million ways it starts, but one of the big things between musicians when we're writing music together, guys, is the communication. And so when you say a soaring guitar riff, I feel like I know exactly what you mean. What I hear when he says that is a lack of riffage. When I say riffage, what I mean is
it's playing Olympics on the guitar.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's a riff. Your fingers are fucking spiders.
Exactly, that's riffage, right?
Yep.
What he's talking about in my mind, I hear with
a lot of layers going on over the top.
Yeah, and maybe there's another guitar going, but it's a simple melody, and the whole thing literally makes it sound like it's being shot into the air and you're looking at sound across the sky.
It's funny that you say that, because the definition of
that's
emo,
what I hear when you say soaring.
Well, with the definition of emo, when I was in my early 20s, kind of morphed into what a lot of people nowadays would call stargazer type music.
Sure.
Okay, and so like that was my definition of emo when I was a kid. But to answer your question about like being heavy into hardcore music and loving that really heavy aspect of it, it's just never been the kind of guitarist that I've been. I don't write riffs. I don't write heavy, just chug, chug, chug. And I listen to it. I love it, but I've never. So one dude that changed my perspective completely, when he released it, he broke off from the band Further Seems Forever, and he started Dashboard Confessional. And when I heard that first record, his lyricism, his guitar riffs, it wasn't just your typical acoustic music. It was him playing something that had melody to it and had a lot of depth and heart. And it was like, it was on this verge of just falling off that, what I considered emo at the time, falling off that emo cliff and starting this whole new era, this whole new genre of music. And I just got so stuck on this Dashboard Confessional record. And James and I, the lead singer of Johnnyrook, when he and I were in this pseudo, I don't even know what you want to call it. We'll just call it this shit project. We lived together, and he would come down. I was living in the basement. He was living on the third floor, and he'd come down into the basement, and I'd just be playing acoustic guitar. And I'd just start jamming on something and be like, dude, that's great. And then he'd start singing over the top of it. And at the same time, I'm loving emo, hardcore.
So you did like emo, okay?
I did.
I'm only asking that again, not as a mocking thing.
Nope. I love that early emo. I love, and here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize about me. With like, you can judge a book by its covers with the tattoos and everything like that. I fucking love pop music.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say. Is like, you look like a tough dude.
I'm not, but thanks.
Especially right now. Like, maybe when I got my fucking camo hat on and I fucking got the beard, and maybe when I got my fucking shotgun, maybe then I look tough.
Right.
But I still have glasses, so it always negates the toughness. Like any fucking amount of glasses immediately negates at least 50% of your toughness.
Well,
period. But you do look tough, but I hear you and I feel you, what you're saying right now, because I've always identified that as well. Like, and the reason I'm interjecting with this right now is because I hated pop and I hated emo. Mm-hmm. And why? Because to me, it was pussy music.
And I
grew up as a fucking metal kid around bikers. And
you're supposed to hate it.
And you needed to be as mean and as angry and as manly as you could in order to get any fucking respect. Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, the people I grew up with only respected strength and aggression.
Yep.
Even if you weren't physically strong. But if you were mentally strong and you were willing to tell a man 200 pounds bigger than you that you will fuck him up, they were like, all right, this little dude's crazy. and you were in.
I like this guy.
Yeah, that was the group. So emo, pop music, fucking any of that shit. Dude, when I was a little kid, Paula Abdul. Oh my God, I love.
How could you not? Come on,
I loved Paula Abdul.
I had a crush on her, so I don't even care.
My mom met a dude. We moved to Colorado. We lived there for like 3 months or less. I was a little kid. We moved back. My mom had one tape, and going through the mountains, very little radio reception.
Yep.
So we listened to Madonna's. It was the one with it's like her second or third album. There's so many hits. There's like Papa Don't Preach. There's dude, and I made up my mind. There was a bunch of bangers.
Yeah.
So like pop music had seeped in. Like dude, my mom loved Bonnie Raitt, Fleetwood Mac, all this quote unquote pussy music, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for years, I secretly liked that music. I was never allowed to like that music.
But see, here's the thing. There's a reason you like that music.
Because it was fucking great music.
Because it's a fucking earworm, and that's the thing.
That's exactly.
And here,
an earworm, guys. An earworm is a very specific term used in the actual music industry, like the real music industry.
It digs in,
where it's
suck.
An earworm is a real insect, and then it's used as a metaphor for a song you can't get out of your head, like the ABCs, Baby Shark.
You did it.
Yeah, like these songs are so infectious that me just saying Baby Shark,
you're gonna sing it. A
bunch of you just went. Don't do
that. I just left my house and my girls were playing it on the piano, man.
These are earworms, guys. So these are what pop songs are built on. Are these like very infectious, believe it or not, simple, infectious melodies that sound complicated, but at the end of the day, they're just catchy.
There's a pattern.
The only point. They're
catchy. There is a pattern.
You can't get them out of your head.
And so one of my greatest influences and musically, and it's one of the artists that people could argue about for days, Kurt Cobain. And the reason that I love Kurt Cobain so much is, and that's cool. That's cool. I know so many people that do.
You know how many? Do you know how big of balls I had to have to just admit that on the internet?
You did it.
Can't stand it.
But that's okay. But the reason that I loved him so much was that he loved pop music and he loved punk and metal music, and he said, well, why can't we fucking do them both together?
That's exactly what he did,
and he did it. And
he wrote some of the he basically, here's how I describe Kurt Cobain. He wrote Beatles music.
Yeah,
he actually loved literally Beatles music. If you study music, and I know, from knowing Dalton, I know you hate this logic.
Beatles?
No.
Oh, okay.
I know you hate music theory because
I don't know it. I don't hate it. I just don't know it.
Well, according to Dalton, you hate it because you feel, and I agree with you actually, because I had this same conversation with Dalton, and I was like, Zach's not wrong, dude. Like, he may not be right, but he's not fucking wrong. Because when you're too theorized, when you're too music theory, it's programmed.
It takes the feeling away from it.
And it takes the soul and the creativity, and because you look at theory and you go, well, that note doesn't work, so I'm not going to play it. But if you play that note, you create a dissonant chord, and maybe that riff, that tone, that moment sounds a little more country. It gives a little more twang, a little bit more color.
I like music theory, but I like the adage better. If it sounds good, it's good.
So if you study that,
I haven't. I don't know. So I'm self-taught.
Well, I'm just saying, if you ever, anyone, like if you were to look into it, basically Kurt Cobain wrote the same songs that the Beatles did.
Yep.
They sound completely 100% different, but there's a core music theory essence between these really simple guitar riffs with simplified drums and really catchy vocals, and it
repeating,
like literally it goes back to an argument of the 3 and 4 chord rock progressions.
Yep.
Do you remember not $3 bill, $3 Love?
Oh,
dude, they were a local blues band.
Okay.
And they were one of the blues hard rock.
Okay.
And they were one of the best bands I've ever seen in my entire fucking life at any level.
Okay.
And they were called $3 Love. On the dude's fucking kick drum, he wrote 3 chord rock and roll. Like, there's an entire segment of musicians that believe that like a religion.
Yep.
When you're talking about Kurt Cobain, pop, hard rock, metal, punk, all that, and doing it all together, that's basically what they boil it down to. Yeah. In order to do anything that universal, you're going to basically boil yourself down to 3 chord rock or 4 chord rock. And I'm not going to get deep into theory for people that don't know what that means. If you don't know what 3-chord rock and roll means, look it up.
3 chords.
Everyone, some people don't even know what chords are, but
3 notes.
Basically the point is that it's simple. Like, it's not Metallica. It's not, fucking even Queen, right? Like, Michael Jackson didn't even make 3-chord music.
You don't have to do the Olympics for your song. You just 3 chords and repeat.
And that's what Kurt Cobain did. And that's why, as much as I don't like him and I can't stand him, I have to admit and I have to respect what he did, man, because a lot of people like him, and I even like some of his songs.
Well, and that's just the thing. I'm not a Beatles guy, but I can go, God damn it, I like some of the Beatles songs.
Well, and then you get into that old respect thing, like without the Beatles, we wouldn't have these
It's the
bands.
Zoolander thing where you go, I don't like them, but I can respect them for making the music.
Right.
So that's where the Johnnyrook stuff came from. Was that
this one mine?
Yeah, it's all you, bud. All right. So
dude, I'm super excited for these.
So with Johnnyrook, when James and I broke off from that kind of heavier project and doing what we were doing, Johnnyrook started off as the mentality of, like, since we loved pop music, like James loves the Counting Crows, him and I both have an avid love for Matchbox 20, the early stuff, and we just there's a certain aspect of that radio 90s music that was just like, there's a certain charm to it, and maybe it's just because we grew up with it. It was
a calculated decision not to be contrarian, but to do something you liked.
That's it. That was all it was.
And it's kind of almost like, because a lot of people give Johnny Cash the shit because they go, why do you have this special style, you play this like slow, like a freight train that won't speed up. And he's like, well, I'd play faster if I could.
Exactly.
A lot of people knew Johnny Cash and were like, dude, he can play way faster. Like, that shit is not a lack of ability.
That's just
You're saying it kind of was. You're saying I could never be a metal guitar player, so I never tried. So I wrote this music.
And even to this day. So that band started as an acoustic project, and we went acoustic for the longest of time. I even played an acoustic guitar through a 5150 and a 412 cabinet on stage.
Yeah, that's what I saw. So when I saw you,
yep,
it was hilarious. So let's I love this. So now this is the shit I want to break down, because this is one of the things I want to do on this podcast. This isn't a music podcast by any means, but I love having this interaction because I consider you a peer.
Yeah.
Now, you're more successful than I am technically in the music industry, but like,
debatable.
It's hard to call myself a peer with, say, James Hetfield, right?
Sure.
It's it is irrational.
Right? I understand that.
Maybe still technically true,
but
this is not a rational comparison.
Right.
And I'm not saying this to demean you by any means, but most of our relationships that we've built in this scene, not just you and I, but most people in the industry saw them perform before we met them.
Yep.
So my first time seeing you, you're playing an acoustic guitar. You've got, I thought it was a Marshall head.
I did. Jesus, good memory.
Through a 412 cab.
Yep, Marshall 412.
And Joe Spanbauer was getting so fucking irritated with you because you had one of those cheap pickups that you put in the hole of your guitar.
I didn't actually.
And
all
then you
I
had a
was
mass
the piezo. That's it. And
Dude,
I had a bunch of duct tape over the sound hole.
A mass amount of duct tape, like so much fucking duct tape. I was wondering why you were playing an acoustic at all.
Yep. Well,
like, because I remember thinking to myself, that amount of duct tape is literally preventing that wood top from vibrating. Ow. Like, he should just get a hollow top. Like,
God, dude.
Like a
you have
E335
or something. You have no idea
like
how
Gibson.
mad people got at me about that shit.
It sounded amazing, though. Like, once Joe got it dialed in, it was fucking breathtaking. And this is... So, my first seeing your band was actually at the Urban Wildlife, but it really doesn't matter where, because there was 3 distinct shows where you guys, I felt... And you know how no bands do this? No bands ever give their best show.
Yeah.
We all agree with this.
Yeah.
Any real musician will never tell you he played a perfect show. If a musician says I played a perfect show,
God damn, I had a great show.
Oh, fucking A game.
You're a fucking liar.
Well, and we lose respect for those guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
A game. Even if I thought it was your A game, if you walk off on stage and go A game and drop the mic, you're gonna fuck you.
Actually, I got a couple of points to talk to you about.
right.
Yeah.
Like, so fucking real quick, Amanda from Ginger Jake.
Yep.
Remember these incidents from 10 years ago where I deserved it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I almost got another one, but this one I got away with. Everyone is kissing Amanda's ass when she walks off on stage, right?
Yeah.
Always. For so many reasons. She's obviously beautiful. She's actually amazing at singing as well. So she's not just pretty. And she was just everything. She was perfect in every possible way, especially if she's the lead singer of your band.
Yep.
However, this night, she had drank a little bit too much. And she was a bit off key, she was a bit off time, and she was a bit sloppy, and it showed on stage.
Okay.
So when everyone walked off, or when she walked off, and everyone walked up to her to kiss her fucking ass, she knew me and respected me, and she goes, "Jared, how was it?" And I go, "You've had better nights."
Honesty.
I was like, "You've had better nights."
Yeah.
She fucking started, not immediately, she walked away. Started crying. I got confronted by like 13 grown-ass men and her.
Oh, no.
And I looked at, I had to look her dead in the face.
You're just being honest.
I had to look her dead in the face and I said, "Amanda, you already know you didn't have your best night.
Right.
Everyone around you right now is a yes man, and they are all telling you what you want to hear. I'm telling you as your peer and a fellow lead vocalist, this was not your best night.
You could have done better.
Call me tomorrow and I'll get into detail.
Right.
But I'm not going to fucking inflate your ego tonight. You know you didn't have a fucking good show tonight.
Right.
Compared to what you can do. You beat 99% of vocalists out there. You still had a better show tonight. But that wasn't your good show.
That's what that
was a shit show for you.
They call that local band syndrome. Is what that is.
Straight up, dude. Anyways, she hit me up literally the next day. And she was like, "Yeah, we had a video in the back of the room and thank you. You're the only person who was on it." Honestly, Amanda, if you remember this, I apologize if I'm calling you out right now. Please don't get mad at me. If you don't remember this, please don't get mad at me. I'm not calling you out right now.
It never happened.
It's just one of those things where, because she had one off night.
Yeah.
She killed it 100 out of 100 times, except this once.
Yeah.
And I was just the one guy who was like, "No, you didn't have a great show." Because
Right.
I know your version of a great show.
Right.
That was a great show if it was me. Because I'd be lucky to get that close to being on pitch every single note I sang. But for you, no. No, you're an A-level performer.
Tonight wasn't your night.
It's like actors. You're an A actor. I'm a B actor. You gave a B-level performance.
Look at us. We're on the same plane.
You shouldn't be at my level.
Right.
We're peers. We shouldn't be right now. You're
Right.
supposed to be. But no, so like where I was going with this is there's a lot of that going on in the scene where just people aren't honest with you.
Yeah.
And we're not honest with each other. And sometimes even like how we're creating our own music. So going back to like how you guys started your shit, get back to your thing, like you were creating you were creating this music intentionally and deliberately, but not out of spite.
No, it was never out of spite. The thing was that, well, I shouldn't say that. Not fully. The problem was that when you growing up in whatever genre you want to call it. If you want to call it hardcore, you want to call it post-hardcore, if you want to call it new metal, doesn't really matter. However, when you're on stage and the crowd is not having it, it's the hardest fucking thing in the world. Oh, come on, guys, get into it. You just want them to do something. You want them to move. And the hardest thing is, like, I like to call it it's the most judgmental, non-judgmental scene. Is the hardcore music, the metal scene,
the underground hardcore,
anything. When it comes to something heavy, it's the cool kids club, unfortunately. And so I was going through these. We're playing show after show after show, and you're doing everything you can to get the crowd involved in it. You're trying to work your ass off to get people interested, and it just was at the end of the night, you felt like you gave it your all. But there was something about the crowd you couldn't connect, and it sucked. It's tough being out of place. Like when because I did this when I was in a metal band, and we'd show up to a hardcore show, and like we were definitely better than these other bands, but we didn't sound right. Right.
Like we had pro gear, we were tight.
They didn't know who you were, so awesome. They would kind of be like, "Oh, well, let's talk to each other because I don't give a shit. Like I don't know these guys."
And they'd just be super fun. They'd just
pretentious.
And some of them would stand there with their arms like this, and it's because like we weren't hardcore enough. I remember one time we're playing the show, and oh fuck, I just completely lost my train of thought. We weren't hardcore enough. So like literally we're fucking playing this hardcore show and the crowd is going nuts, right? And our band was super hardcore, right?
Yep.
But what I didn't know is there's a subset of hardcore called straight edge at the time. So I literally show up on stage wearing a black hoodie that says "Will work for beer."
Whoops.
Dude, it didn't matter how fucking badass our band was. The politics were off.
Absolutely. So, and that was the hard part for me, was that I was just done with it, man. You know, like I left South Dakota for the exact reason that I needed to get away from these predetermined ideas of who I was as a musician. And then standing on stage and feeling like I had to do certain things or say certain things or be a certain person for that type of music, it just wasn't for me.
So for you, Johnnyrook was almost freeing.
Yeah, absolutely. And so when we started this, it was like I could fucking get away from all of that. And we started that as kind of a Matchbox 20 Counting Crows thing. And it kind of amalgamated into this weird thing. We played a show. Remember the Fire Lounge right off of Larpenteur? Anyway, there was a venue over St. Paul area. And we showed up, and we weren't supposed to headline this show. And then we got bumped into the headlining. It was some other band's CD release show. We got bumped to the headlining slot. Super frustrating. Everybody was pissed, and we just went, you know what? Fuck
was it too early for you, too? Like, honestly, in your career, like, were you ready to headline?
Absolutely, because
you weren't ready?
We were not ready to headline.
Okay, yeah.
And, you know, we didn't have a lot of... The people that came up for this band's CD release show all just fucking took off after they got done playing. And nobody knew who we were, and it was just a thing. And so we were like, you know what? Let's just have a little bit of fun, and let's treat this like we were a hardcore band. And we got on stage. We started throwing our guitars around like we were in a hardcore band. And
this is in Johnnyrook?
This is in Johnnyrook. And this is before we started moving around on stage like we do now. And we just started throwing our guitars around. I'm climbing into the rafters and hanging off of the rafters. And we got done with it thinking that we were just doing this as a joke. And we got done with it and we went, oh, that felt really good.
Dude, that's the version of Johnnyrook I fell in love with.
Well,
that's where I first saw you, was in that 2002 to 2004, 2006 range, where this band got up with these one acoustic guitar, an electric bass player, a normal bass player, if you will, a regular drummer. We call him an acoustic drummer, meaning he's playing like actual drums,
live drum kit,
not electric drums, not a percussion kit with bongos. We call it an acoustic drum set, and then James. And I remember, like, way later on, I'm Tarantinoing this timeline, but later on,
let's coin that, by the way.
Yeah, for real.
We're gonna Tarantino this.
Yeah. So later on, James had walked out to a packed crowd at Star Central. I think we opened for you on this show. You guys were headlining. Okay. I think we opened for you. One of my bands, I don't remember which one, because Johnnyrook was always booked with a very diverse lineup. That was kind of Joe's strategy. Joe's both of our old booking agent, Joe Spanbauer. Love that guy. Gave me my first shot in the industry. I owe him still to this day. Joe ever needs anything, we've all got Joe's back. Everyone has Joe's back because Joe was insanely generous. So he was smart. He booked like a metal band. He booked like sometimes like some sort of weird hip hop act, then like a normal rock band, and then Johnnyrook, which this whole conversation is really centering right now, at least around the struggle to define the sound of Johnnyrook, which that's where I'm really going with this. But sold out crowd. And when I say sold out crowd, this was Star Central. So max capacity, if I remember correct, at Star Central was 888 people per fire marshal's recommendation. Now, I think there was either an illegal overage or unspoken overage. But we literally packed 1,500 people into that venue regularly. That place, that was when live music still needed a place. And you headlined, and I remember the whole band walked out and fucking stage was black. And all of a sudden, James walks up. And I'm close enough to the stage because I always stood on the side by the sound. I always stand on stage. Dude, some people,
best place in the house.
Dude, some people are really annoyed still to this day because they think I'm trying to be seen, and I'm trying to explain to them, no, this is the best sound.
This is the best spot in the house.
This is the best sound.
Yeah,
this is the best sound because this is where the sound guy stands when he mixes.
Yeah, he needs to.
And I can see both the band and the crowd. Yep. And I can see the crowd react to the band, and I can see the band react to the crowd, and it's all within my frame of view.
Yep.
Right? So there's no turning my head. Like when you stand in the crowd, like in the pit, you're standing there watching the band, and if you really want it, like me as a musician, you're not just concentrated on the band. Like you want to take
everything.
So I have to turn around and look behind me and look at thousands of people and go, wow.
Yep.
Right? If I got access, which I usually do at almost all shows, including big shows, I usually know someone, not always, but usually. No, I stand by the side of the soundboard because it's the best. And dude, I'm telling you, man, I watched James walk out knowing what was already coming. Is that hardcore vibe where you're spinning your guitar, you're acting like it's a fucking brutal metal show.
Yep.
But you guys are doing this like beautiful, just gorgeous music. And James walks out. All of a sudden, Joe slow lights just him. And James grabs the mic and he goes, "You all look beautiful tonight." And the dude, you guys on a fucking dime, no click, no nothing, started that first song. And I think it's the dun dun, I'm born again.
Yeah.
Dun, dun. Dude. And Joe, the way Joe was when Joe knew your band, like, dude, his sound and his lights, because you would run both. I'm telling you, man, like that was the culmination for me. That was its peak. I'm sitting there like left to stage. So James is this way. You were here on this side of the stage. The bass player's way over there, and then the drummer, obviously. And I watched this whole fucking set, and I'm still Tarantuinoing this, by the way. I watched this whole fucking. James walks out and just says, "You all look beautiful tonight." And then dude, and then you guys hit in this song somewhere in your set, one of your songs, and it's on record. I just can never remember the name of the song. You're all singing, or he's singing, or whatever, and then all of a sudden you and that bass player do a harmonized scream. One of you goes high and one of you went low.
Yeah.
Man, I'm telling you, the first time I seen your band at the Urban Wildlife, see, now I'm going full Tarantino. I'm bringing it back.
Right back to the beginning.
The first time I seen you at Urban Wildlife, you did this. The other 3 shows I mentioned, I seen you do this. And then the culmination show that I'm talking about, you still did it. And here's the point. Between all of these shows were the same. And the only difference was that Star Central show where James came out and it was, "You all look beautiful tonight." He hit that. Dude, I am telling you, I've never seen a local band, let alone anyone else, or I should say that I've never seen any band, let alone a local band, have that consistent audacity to perform at that level that I wasn't in. So literally, like, one of my things of being in a band is like, I'm kind of like a positional coach in sports. Are you a big sports guy?
I wouldn't say big,
I'm obsessed with them.
I'll watch occasionally, but
the only reason I'm good at music is because I was good at sports and the drive and the discipline.
That's fair. I just don't have the attention span for it. That's my
fine.
problem.
I'm not criticizing, but I'm like a positional coach, right? So I try to push my band members to be a better versions of themselves. Mm-hmm. So just for a quick juxtaposition for Pat, right? Drummer Pat, you remember him, you played a show with him.
Yep.
Pat, for him, it was just like, dude, you're a drummer, you can't really do much. Make sure your face looks like you're having fun.
Yep.
Like whether you're pissed off and like you're angry and you're getting out that aggression, or you're smiling, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Just like all you have is this and maybe some arm movements, do some stick to it. One guitar player. I'm like, hey man, you need to act like you're 12 years old. I get it. There's 12 people in the audience. It's going to be a weird show.
Yeah.
Here's what you need to do. Because I know this human being. I'm not going to say his name. He'll know who I'm talking about. I used to be in a band with him. Played guitar.
We'll leave it at that.
His name rhymes with Dick. And I told him, I said, I know you're insecure. I understand you're nervous. There's not a lot of people out there. It's going to seem like a weird, awkward, boring show, and you're just going to want to stand there and make sure you don't fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
If you do that, that's the wrong move. That's the fail.
Yep.
Here's what you need to do. Close your eyes. Pretend you're 12 years old. You're in your bedroom. Mm-hmm. You're jumping on your couch.
Music movie.
Exactly. And pretend there's 10,000 people out there just like you did when you were 12.
Yeah.
Do that. And you win tonight.
It's a lead by example thing.
Now, another guy, Rain. Now, Rain, I will say your name outright. Rain, I told the exact opposite to. Because Rain wasn't a mover. Naturally. That's not him.
And there are musicians like that, yeah.
And some of our other band members would give him shit about that. You need to move around more. The rest of us are literally running across the stage like fucking, like Axl Rose.
Yeah.
Dude, it looks weird. Okay, I'm not going to say those guys are wrong, but as what I told Rain is, no. But as what you do need to do is command that 3-foot radius you stand in. So When you take a step forward, you don't just take a step forward. You fucking take a step forward. Like, you don't move. Fine. Kerry King didn't move a lot. But Kerry King's from Slayer. Kerry King owned that 3x3 radius sitting around him.
Absolutely.
You got to be who you are. You have to understand that what you're doing, regardless of whether you're playing in front of 12 people or 1,200 people or 12,000 people, somebody paid to be there that night. And it's a privilege for you to be on that stage. And you need to understand, guys like Don Big Darrell died on stage.
Yep.
Okay? Guys like fucking Chuck Berry died in plane crashes. Patsy Cline, plane crash. Prince, drug overdose. Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin. We can go across. Tupac, Biggie, shot dead. These people didn't think when they woke up that day that was going to be the last day they lived.
Right.
Why that's important? Because the last time they went on stage, they certainly didn't think this might be the last time I do this.
Right.
And you need to understand that. And you need, not you, Zach, but just you as a musician, the proverbial musician. If you're listening to this and you're a young kid or you're an older guy, 30, 40 years old, and you've been doing it for a long time and you're getting a little jaded and you don't really appreciate the privilege you've been granted, like, dude, fuck off. Like, dude, every time you hit that fucking snare drum, every single time you strum that guitar could be the last time.
Yeah.
Make sure it counts.
Yep.
And don't just make sure it sounds good. Make sure you enjoy it. Make sure people see that you enjoy it. And I'm only talking to the performing musicians out there. Like, this is the difference between being a professional and being an amateur, being a musician and being a rock star. Like, musicians and professionals understand everything we're doing is finite. We're like pro wrestlers. We're like NFL players.
Sure.
Touring is a brutal drain on your body, and at the end of the day, you simply cannot sustain this forever. Absolutely. So if you're going to do this at a high level, when I say high level, I mean like successfully and make money, then you need to take that shit seriously and appreciate the uniqueness of your situation, because I don't give a fuck if you're playing in front of 12 people and it's your third show, or you're headlining at Madison Square Garden. Most people don't even get to that point.
Well, there's only one way that you get to that point.
First of all, you got to obviously try and go for it. And
you got to start. If you're going to start here, and let me kind of exacerbate on what you're saying. Like, so I ended up playing with another local band here in town, and we played Rockfest in Cadott, Wisconsin.
Which band?
Cold Kingdom. And part of the deal for Cold Kingdom, this was one of the first few shows that I had with them.
Rockfest, just for the listeners that don't know, Rockfest is we have a local radio station here called 93X. It's owned by Disney. It's a huge station it's a massive radio station in the Midwest. Like, what is it, the third biggest radio market or some shit?
Yeah, it's
some crazy shit. Rockfest is this wild, it used to be called X Fest.
Yep.
And it's this wild music festival that happens on the border of Minnesota and Wisconsin, spans 3 days. And it's like literally Woodstock.
It's all national bands, and you just camp out in a field, and you come to music during the day.
And it used to happen every year.
Fucked up, yeah.
And it used to happen every year.
Night. And it's still happening.
Maybe not
minus
now,
the COVID obviously. But so one of the first shows that we had, they had signed a contract saying that they would play 6 different sets of 1 hour each, starting in the middle of the day and ending in the evening. And basically what happened is that we had to play a 1 hour set.
Maybe I shouldn't compare it to Woodstock. More like a Bonnaroo.
Yeah, I mean it's just a music festival.
But heavy.
Yeah, exactly. It's all active rock is basically what it comes down to. But we were contracted to play 1 hour set, and then the main stage would go on. And when the main stage was done and tearing down for the next band, we had to play an hour set, then the main stage. And I knew, I mean, you would think about it, 6 full sets, 1 hour. And I told myself, okay, well, maybe you should just tone it down a little bit because of the way that I am on stage. The second that note hits through me, it's just fucking go time. And it
ever happened to you when you're like sick at rehearsal? You're like, oh, guys, I got to take it easy tonight. And then the band starts playing and you just can't help it.
Yeah, you can't.
Dude, I used to do that shit on drums. So I play drums and guitar.
Okay.
Like, and I got a little space right here behind us.
Okay.
So next time you come over, next time we do this, we're going to do a little jamming. Not on the podcast, but like we'll do a little jamming beforehand. I think it's inevitable because I know so many musicians. I have it all right here.
It's just going to happen.
And it's like, dude. Like, if I had it all clean and I had that spot clean, this is going to be a little green room area so we can chill and there's like a TV there and shit.
Yep.
And then that's like the jam area and shit. And it's just going to be inevitable where people are going to be like, dude, why didn't we jam?
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, well, anyways, like.
But to your point, I started that first set and I told myself, like, just fucking, play it cool so that you can make it through all 6 sets.
It's not happening.
Because if you're
a real performer, that's not an option.
And it didn't. And by the end of the 6th set, I was throwing up from dehydration. And, like my muscles are cramped and I can't even fucking carry a piece of gear.
This is why I compare it to sports. Because comedians don't go through this. Actors don't go through this.
Yeah.
This is something that only musicians and athletes go through, where we put so much into it, we're literally vomiting. Our fucking muscles are cramping up. I played at Star Central, and it might have been the show I've been talking about all night.
Yeah.
You might have been the headliner for this show.
Might have been, yeah.
My band went on. Dude, we threw down so hard. This is how crazy it was. We didn't have any real fans. Maybe we drew 50 people. Right? And Joe always had us
have any real fans currently.
Joe had us fucking open every night because we were the only opening band that would act like we were the headlining band.
Yep.
And we would legitimately do our job, which is to warm up the fucking crowd.
Right.
Like, if you can get 50 people here early, cool. We need people in the building.
Yep.
That's your job as an opening band, number 1. Number 2 is to entertain the people who show up while you're there.
Yep.
Don't be an asshole band that's fucking boring to watch. So when people come walking through that door to see the 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or headlining band, they go, ugh, man, can't wait till Johnnyrook goes on. And then they go outside and smoke the whole time.
Right.
Like, no, get them in the building, keep them in the building, entertain them while they're here. Those are your 2 jobs.
Get them drinking.
Yep. So we do that. My fucking cramps. Like, dude, I was sick and I thought I was over it, which I was technically. However, because I was sick, leading up to this show, I was super dehydrated. So I literally start playing the show, and back then I jumped a lot. Like, jumped up in the air a lot. Almost like crisscross. Remember that? You remember that
Jump.
Dude, I jumped up in the air and both my calves cramped up so bad, I landed on my toes like a ballerina and fell.
Oof.
So I literally tried to stand up, finish my verse, and I did, and this is a metal band, so I'm like, whoa. And then I crawled to the side of the stage, and Johnny Ramirez, the drummer for A-Pod, grabs he's seen it all, oh no, first I threw up. First I walked to the side of the stage and I vomited because I was pushing myself so hard.
Yeah.
That's what I think gave me the final dehydration, because then later in the set, my fucking cramps in my calves happened, and I crawled to the side of the stage. Johnny grabbed my calves and started massaging my calves.
He knew exactly what was up.
Exactly what, dude, and he was on it. Like, there was no asking. He saw it and he grabbed me and fucking pulled my leg and started massaging each fucking calf muscle. and then I was like 3 more bars. And so I see him counting in his head. 1, and he's waiting. 2. All right, here's the 3rd bar. And then go. And I literally jumped up and ran back out and finished the fucking song, and we barely made it through that set. But that's why I say for me, it's like being a musician or being an athlete, because I don't think people understand how physically grueling being a performing musician is.
Yeah.
It looks like a party. It looks fun. But like, dude, even if you're just playing guitar and standing there, some of these guitars are 20 pounds. And all of that weight.
You point at that one. Those Les Pauls are fucking heavy.
That's a
they're
shitty
fucking,
Epiphone.
But they're
that's
fucking
why
heavy.
I pointed at that guitar because, dude, you play like a true Les Paul, man. These guys, night after night, especially if you're in a big band, you're playing 3-hour sets.
Right.
That's just hanging right here. All that weight is on one little muscle. Man, you'll wake up the next morning and you can't turn your head. How are you going to headbang? How are you going to act like you give a fuck? So let's bring it back home. Because we're talking about that first show where you guys went wilding out almost. Not to quote Nick Cannon, fuck that guy, he's a racist piece of shit. But for real though, like you guys almost did it as a joke and realized you had something because you went nuts in an empty room. And I'm willing to bet 100% you also got a massive reception, probably for the first time.
Well, not that show. However, after that show, and having that conversation about like, that really felt good. You know, like this is what I've been missing on stage, because the way that we perform from that point on has always been like, let's do this for us. And we're going to put on a show because the music, it's a pulse, and it pulses and it courses through your veins. And it's just like when I strum that first chord, and it just makes me want to go nuts. And I write music, like when I write a chorus, I want to write a chorus to where it's just like throwdown time. And this chorus just makes you want to do this. Everything else can be as fucked up as you want it to be, but this chorus just makes you go, yeah, this is the jam, you know?
Yep.
And so we started playing everything like that. And I kind of started writing a little bit more because I was trying to write a little bit more acoustic jams at that point. And you know, things weren't really like off the spectrum for time signatures and stuff like that. But then I started writing to be like, well, I want to get down with this. But at that point,
so were you trying to write a style?
I wasn't. At that point, I was not comfortable playing electric guitar.
So you weren't trying to create
something different.
Like you weren't in the headspace of like, I want to do something different.
No.
You weren't in the headspace of like, oh, I want to like express my own individuality as a musician.
And I wish there was
because I did go through that before I got to what you're doing.
And I wish there was that easy of an explanation of it, because you know, like to your point, the hard part is that when somebody says, what does your band sound like? I fucking hate that question. I think
that's where this whole thing's. If anybody thinks we're getting lost, we're not. We're beating around the bush for a reason.
I think every musician hates that because, well, most musicians, that just the hard part is that when somebody says, well, what do you sound like?
That's the worst question you could ever ask a musician.
Well, and especially like I'm not an egotistical person, and so when somebody asks me, well, what do you sound like? And I go, I don't know. I don't really know what to tell you. I can tell you what my influences are. I can tell you what every other band member in the band's influences are.
That's how you know you're in a good band, by the way.
Well, and
like,
that's how I
think. That's how I think you know that you're doing something special. Like straight up, like especially when you can ask that question to a listener and go, "Who do we sound like?" And they go, right. Well, you kind of sound like these guys, but you also kind of do this thing, and then maybe that means you're doing your own thing. And that's and
that to me is cool, and I like that. However, when your common listener asks you, "What do you sound like?" or "Who?" If I wanted to listen to your band, like these are the people that I'm into, do you think that you sound like that? And you go, "I can't. We don't sound like any of that. I don't really know what to tell you." I come across as an egotistical piece of shit. Because
some guys
most people want you to tell them, oh, well, we sound like this.
Were you able to do that in your earlier bands?
Yeah, I mean, like that band that James and I started in together was, you know, it was an easy System of a Down ripoff.
And that's what I'm getting at is like when you actually start doing something original, if it's truly original, which Johnnyrook 100% is, like it's very hard to say a band.
It's so tough, dude, and like so. When I had to put all of this stuff up online, right, I have to go through an online distributor and find a way to put it. They make you classify what your band is. You
know what I would have picked if I was your manager?
I'd love to hear it.
Rock.
So I agree. However, here's the thing. When it comes, we talked about the business aspect of being a musician and being in a band and stuff like that. A lot of the bands, so when we were playing shows and shit like that, the hardest part about, and this is why Joe did a lot of what he did because we worked together adamantly about what the bill was going to be, because I fucking hate going to a show.
I can't believe I ever got let on any of your bills and you don't remember it.
Dude, I told you I drink a lot.
I think we played 2 or 3 total shows together, and I think it was once for each band I was in before my rock band, The Tyrants.
Okay.
So I think it was once for 7 months, once for Solace, once for Dying Euphoria.
Well, dude, and at that point, we were, whatever show came around, we just accepted. So we played fucking shit tons of shows. Exactly. So, the thing was, like, it was hard to, we would play shows with metal bands. We would play shows with hardcore bands. We'd play shows with hip-hop bands because we just didn't know
who you were or where
we were.
That's the same problem Metallica had.
Everybody.
That's the same problem Metallica vocally had. Is they literally sat back in the middle of the 80s and they went, wait a minute, where the fuck do we fit? Like, we don't fit with Motley Crue. We don't fit with these bands. We don't fit with that band. And they realized they were on their own. They were doing their own thing.
Right.
That's when you know you're in a band you need to stay in.
Well, and that's actually a really funny thing, since I'm still playing in that band, whatever, off and on. But, it's so when I went to go do this shit online and put it on an online distributor, the thing is like, we talked about those genres and what we classify as emo. And there's a lot of what people talk about, the emo resurgence, and that's bands like...
Oh, so you picked it when you uploaded
I did.
It. You chose to be emo. Fuck. I literally said earlier, I was like, dude, your record guy picked it. He said you were...
I'm the record guy.
And you didn't even say anything.
I'm the record guy.
You set me up. Here we are 40 minutes later.
This is Tarantino. This is classic Tarantino. I fucking owned you. I owned you on this.
Oh my God, bro.
So here's the thing. But now you think about it. So there's bands that are in this, what are called the emo resurgence. Bands like, and I'll just drop names: Into It, Over It, Movements, Citizen. If you listen to any of those bands, those are the bands that, like, technically, when you listen to our shit and then you move on to these bands, it's just, it makes sense where these bands fit in together. If we were ever to do a tour with any of these bands, the music fits so well together. And so classification for them on all of these streaming websites is emo. So although I don't classify our band as emo, it just makes sense when somebody is looking for something in that category. When you look at these new bands, and I listen to these bands too, all of those bands I just drop the names of, I do listen to those bands. And so when I go, well, I want to be kind of where you guys are at, because I think that stylistically we all mesh up really well.
Interesting.
So from a business aspect, when somebody is going to go look into those bands and they're going to find those bands and they're going to go, well, what genre are you? And then they see that they're emo, it only makes sense because if I put rock or active rock, the last thing I want to be associated with is
active rock is like a thing?
Greta Van Fleet.
So active rock is a thing.
It's a thing.
It's a thing now. Okay. And I think I understand what active rock is. It's like upbeat. It's like loud. It's dynamic.
You would like it to be that, but active rock is bands like Shinedown.
Yeah.
Yep. Kind of that feel good, radio rock. I guess I would classify it as radio rock.
It's loud,
but by technicality, it's called active rock.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like again, like, this is so weird because we're inviting you guys into a world where everything is ever changing, everything is completely liquid, like, and nothing is set in stone. Meaning, he could have borderline religious beliefs about these genre definitions, and I could have the same level of passion, and we could completely disagree as to what these genres are.
Absolutely.
But a lot of being a musician, especially in collaboration, is just simply understanding what the other person means when they say, hey, try this. Like, write a riff that's more soaring. Like, no, I'm not feeling that idea. Exactly. Like, write something that's more soaring. If I know what Zac means when he says do something more soaring, it shortens the amount of time from 80 days to 8 seconds, possibly, to write the correct riff. To work. And sometimes we can do it on the spot.
Right.
And sometimes, like, when you develop the next level of chemistry, there is no communication. I already know where Zac wants to go with this because I know how he thinks. I know how he writes. And that's where you start finding people, you start finding people rather, that say, I'll never work with another musician, or I'll never work with another producer, or I'll never work with somebody else, because the level of ease.
It's a connection.
Yeah, and why that's important is because there's less work needed to achieve the goal.
Right.
It's really that simple.
And that ultimately, 40 minutes later to get to what we were talking about, that ultimately is the toughest thing about being in this band, is to try to find that spot where you can generalize. Because there's with the use of social media and the use of everybody's got an opinion and everybody's this fucking keyboard cowboy sitting behind a monitor going, well, this isn't Evo. I mean, I could bitch about it all day long, but the fact of the matter is for a musician, it's just fun. Like, we could just bitch about it all day long, but at the end of the day, cool, you don't like Kurt Cobain, but we can find a common respect and go, well, yeah, okay, I get why you like him. I just don't like him. And we go, all right, high five. We can walk away from it.
Yeah, and honestly, like that one specific weird example is I realized, not even knowing it, that I don't like heroin-inspired music. So I literally like list a bunch of songs, a bunch of artists, and I'm take them or leave them, right?
Yep.
And you sift them through, and most of the ones that I'm not a huge fan of, like they got a song or two where I'm like, that shit's dope, but I'm not really feeling it. The majority of this category, they were on heroin when they wrote that music.
Okay, that's what you mean. Okay, I get it.
Like heroin-inspired music. Like literally Kurt Cobain, Janis Joplin, a lot of Jimi Hendrix, Lane Staley, Alice in Chains is exactly one of the bands I was thinking of, even Ray Charles. Like, but there's like iterations of them where I did love it.
Yeah.
Right? So like songs, an album, whatever. And then like there's an entire like, oh my God, like if heroin music's library is this big, acid music is this big.
Right.
But it's the same thing. Like I still only like this much of it.
Right.
Because acid was so wildly inspiring to people. They did a bunch of weird shit. Like, dude, I'm sorry, man, that fucking Beach Boys album, the fucking, what was it called? Animals or whatever, or Animal Sounds or some shit like that. Like he literally had dogs barking in the background.
Right.
Dude, I listened to that album and I was like, this is the worst thing I've ever heard. And then someone's like, well, dude, he wrote it on acid. And I was like, all right, I'll take a bunch of acid and listen to it and see if I get, it was still the shittiest thing I've ever fucking heard. Like, and John Lennon referred to him as the greatest songwriter in the world.
Yeah, well,
get your fucking head wrapped around that one, dude.
I'll go into the open and say, yeah, that's coming from John Lennon. But so what do you do? What do you do when you're a band that we weren't trying to do something completely different? We just kind of stumbled into it.
Here's what I advise every young musician.
Well,
and granted,
we could talk the young musician.
I don't have a name, okay, but I have a lot of musicians that are younger than me that I mentor.
Okay,
and a lot of them include, actually, to be honest, like I mentor a bunch of our peers as well. Like there's a bunch of people in our industry, in our local scene, that I have given a lot of advice to, and they were like, dude, you were 100% correct. Fucking wow. Like, holy shit. Wow.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe you knew that. You're almost a fortune teller. Because, dude, it's a business, right? The business is predictable because the business is built on a model, right? Like,
right.
It's not fucking rocket
music theory.
And most of the advice I'm giving people is shit I was taught. It's not like I'm pretending to be this creative genius who understands and I have a higher IQ than everybody. I don't, dude.
Right. Sure.
Like, I have a higher IQ than most people, but that really doesn't mean shit because most people are fucking idiots. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
Being above average doesn't mean shit.
Right.
Like, it's not a qualification,
it's not
dude.
Doing you any good.
Right. But I learn and I listen. As much as I talk, I listen and I learn. And I understand these concepts and I see how these concepts transcend different scenarios.
Sure.
Whether it be the genre of music you're playing. So honestly, a lot of the lessons I teach to hip hop dudes are the same things I'm teaching to the rock dudes. The difference is the rock dudes trust me. The hip hop dudes don't know who I fucking am.
Right.
They're like, who's this fucking Jewish dude trying to fucking tell me what to do?
Tell us all about it, bud.
Yeah. And I'm like, dude, this is how the business works. Like, this is going to happen. This is going to happen. This is going to happen. Say no, no, no.
Yep.
Like, wait until X.
Yep.
I don't have enough I don't have enough rapport, and I don't have enough equity with the hip hop kids as I do some of these young rock musicians. But here's what I tell them. What do you do? You ask me, what do you do? Here's what I tell them. I go, all right, number one, create music that you want to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
That's number one.
That is number one. I agree with that 100%. I've said that too.
If you don't want to listen to it and you're making it because you think this is what other people want to listen to, you've already failed. Stop now.
Yep.
Quit. Like literally quit.
Yeah.
Hit the reset button.
Yep.
Number one, and the reason I say this is because George Lucas, Metallica, every prolific artist of any art. So again, this concept transcends genres. Genres doesn't just mean music genres. I'm talking artistic genres. Painter, a filmmaker, a fucking musician. Doesn't matter.
A writer, whatever you got. Yeah.
The most prolific people we've ever heard do anything in this entire society said, well, George Lucas, why'd you create Star Wars? Well, I wanted to create a movie that I wanted to watch. And nobody else had made the movie, so I said, fuck it, I'll make it.
Yep.
Metallica, multiple times on record. Well, we created music we wanted to listen to, and we got lucky enough that we found enough fans that also appreciated it as much as we did.
Yep.
If you do that first and foremost, you're at least on solid footing. You at least have a good foundation for your.
Yep.
Number two, don't give up. That's really, honestly, so number one, do what you want to do, what you want to listen to. And number two, don't give up.
Mm-hmm.
Because I swear to God, dude, the only thing separating the bands that are up here and making it versus the bands that didn't, somebody quit. Somebody important quit.
Well, and I think there's a big reason for that. Because, you know,
other than money? Because it's usually money.
Yeah, that is usually a big reason. However, Johnnyrook has called it quits a couple of different times, and I won't lie. You know, like, and the reason being,
I forbid you to ever do this again.
Well, I don't think it'll happen at this point because I think we're all finally at that point where it's like, fuck the industry, and let's just have a good time and let's write songs like you said we like, and let's put them out because we have a platform now that we didn't have. You're
talking about the internet.
Yeah, back in 2001, we had mp3.com.
We did have the internet, but it was not today's
not
internet.
Like this. Not like this.
Yeah,
we had fucking Napster and LimeWire, for Christ's sake.
Dude.
You know? So the thing about it,
my little brother is 19.
Yeah.
He'll have no fucking idea what we're talking about right now.
But that's a tough thing.
They don't understand. Like, dude, to go find music online, you had to steal it.
Well, that's just it. You're right. And so I've got 4 kids. Right?
There wasn't legal streaming.
Absolutely. I've got 4 kids, my oldest being 7 years old. And they have YouTube. Yeah. Grab one here in a sec. They have YouTube. And it fucking baffles. It blows my mind, dude. Because they watch these YouTube videos that are just like, it's the most mind-boggling shit because they talk about nothing. Or these people are getting famous off of just like, okay, well, play me some viral videos. Let me talk about it. Oh, damn, did you just see that? And that's what these fucking videos are. But they also listen to this music that they find on YouTube. And I go, I can't allow this. I love you guys, and I'm a musician. Let's talk about music. But with the platform that we have today, it's so much more difficult for people to break out and to do things. So we got to a point as a band with Johnnyrook that we were busting our ass. We're taking every fucking show opportunity that came around. We're playing shows. We're playing with national bands. We're doing everything that we think we're doing right. But we were just going nowhere. We were doing nothing. You know, we're going farther into debt. We're recording CDs and spending a shit ton of money on them, and then having a CD release show and doing something different to where we're offering them.
Back then, you guys, we didn't just get to put our shit online. Like right now, I could literally sitting here at this table. I have the equipment to my left, which you can't see on camera quite intentionally, but I have this shitty fucking guitar here. But it doesn't matter how shitty it is. It's a fucking, $350 Epiphone or some shit, or at least it was. Now it's probably $600 because that's like 10-year-old guitar.
Right.
Dude, the guitar costs have gone up astronomically. But point being is like, it's not an impressive guitar. Yes, I will tour with that guitar. I will play on stage with that guitar. But this isn't a fucking beautiful, oh my God, $2,000, $3,000, $5,000. No, none of that. Everything I have here is mediocre. Like none of it's subpar. None of like my interface here, my computer, none of this is amateur hour.
Right.
It's all pro gear.
Right.
But it's also completely mediocre. The point I'm trying to make with what Zach said is I could literally record an entire song right here, right now with Zach
and go
on this fucking podcast, and we could upload it to iTunes, and you guys could hear it within 15 minutes. What he's talking about, you guys, we were still coming up in the era where we had to literally find somebody who had a $10,000 fucking studio, and if you were lucky,
or more.
And if you were lucky, I say $10,000 because that was the number when I was a child. You're right. It was probably $100,000 by the time we were actually doing music. When I was a kid, it was called a $10,000 studio.
Fucking reel-to-reel and Tascam, fucking
man,
analog
like
tapes all over the place.
Fucking 30-foot ceilings with foam everywhere. Like you had to find these people, and if you were lucky, they liked your band, and they'd do it for $100 a song. Most of the time, it was $100 an hour.
An hour.
And it would take you a minimum of, 10 hours to record a song?
And well, let's think about that right now. So when we were recording shit back in 99, 2001, $100 an hour right now is a lot of fucking money.
But
imagine that back in 99 when you're a fucking 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid that just wants to get your shit recorded.
And you're making $8 to $10 an hour if
you're
best.
lucky. If you're lucky.
At best.
But now,
that's if you had a good job.
But now you get a fucking MacBook and Pro Tools, and you, like, for me, it's a whole different style of writing music because I can go into my studio in my basement and I can program drums. I was never able to do that. I needed the fucking band. Now I can go, here's a song.
Let's also talk about the timeline, bro.
Yeah.
So, okay, we got to find this studio.
Yep.
If we're lucky, we can get some sort of affordable cost. But let's just hypothetically stick with it's $100 an hour. On average, I think it took about 10 hours to record a 3-minute song.
Yeah.
So you record a 10-track album. Do the math with me, guys. $10,000.
Yeah.
You got a 10-track album. Then, once you've recorded that album, you need to find somebody, which you still technically need to do, but now we have the technology to do it ourselves. You should still never do it. Young musicians, never master your own mix and never mix your own recording.
Don't
fucking do it, okay? You need different ears, okay? Because you're too close to the music. So when you record your music, send it to somebody else to mix it. Don't let that guy master it. Send it to somebody else to master it. That still remains true. That's a religion.
And if that guy is professional and knows what he's doing with the mix, he will tell you the exact same thing.
Correct.
I am not going to master this. I've got a guy I send my shit to.
Correct. 100%. And anybody who disagrees with this, I'm not going to tell them they're an idiot. I'm not going to tell them they're an amateur.
Can I?
Yes.
You're an idiot and you're an amateur.
All right, there we go. There we go. But no, it's 100% true. Like you need a different set of ears on it because at the end of the day, you're too close to the music. The guy who mixed it is too close to the music. You need somebody else to do that. But where I'm going with this still is you still had to find these people. The internet wasn't really what it is today. So it wasn't just a hop, skip, and a jump. Oh, I can email this guy. Dude, it was so fucking difficult to find these guys. And then you'd have to figure out a way to send them your music. Usually, email couldn't handle it. So we had to print physical master CDs and mail them to somebody across the fucking country where they would. So we're talking about the timeline. So my point was, Zach and I could record a literal song tonight in the time it took for us to do this podcast, mix it, shittily master it, and put it on the internet for you guys to listen to. That process would have taken us 90 days.
Well, and on top of that, so we can do all
getting
of what you
CDs
just said.
Printed, getting them out there, then figuring out a way to get it to somebody who can hear it. You're at the earliest, at the fastest you can do it. 90
But here's the difference too with what you're saying is that we could do all of that. We could bounce all this shit down. We could put it online, right? But we also have the capability of going, well, let's just funnel a little bit of money into this and boost this now, and let's advertise.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about it that way.
Let's get crazy about this, and our song could be the biggest piece of shit ever. Somehow, some way, it goes viral, right? Some stupid thing. And all of a sudden, we're fucking monetizing it off of YouTube.
Yep.
It doesn't fucking matter what we did, how good it was. The day and age that we live in now, people don't care. Their attention spans are shit. But as long as it fucking passes by them like this, oh, well, Jesus, that's got 250,000 views.
Dude, you're so...
I must watch it.
You were so fucking right, dude. I literally know multiple people. I didn't even think about this as we were talking about this. I didn't even realize. But I know multiple bands that literally spent $20 and they did one of those they didn't even have their guitars plugged in.
Yep.
They just played their track and air guitared. Well, not air guitared, but they played real guitar, just not plugged in over it as a what do they call a playthrough, play along, whatever.
Yep.
It's like it's whatever. I think it's actually pretty cool because it shows you how to play the proper riff.
Yep.
But they spent $20 and they got like 24,000 views.
Right.
Here's where we're going with this, you guys. Do you have any fucking clue, anybody who's listening, how hard it would have been and how much money it would have cost us to get 24,000 people to hear our song once?
We would have been fucking shitting our pants back in the day. And now
it would have cost 20 grand.
24,000 views, that's all I got.
Well, dude, and honestly, here's where I'm thinking. If we would have got our song on the radio and 24,000 people heard it,
right,
and we could verify that, we'd go, holy shit,
we'd be
fucking
sitting in a different
stars.
spot right now.
We're
today.
Rock stars.
Yeah, absolutely.
But guess what? That would have cost you 20 grand.
Absolutely.
That ain't happening for 20 bucks.
And that could be a whole different fucking podcast because the music industry is a whole different bitch, man.
Yeah.
Like and I've kind of seen a little bit of the underbelly when it's come to the record labels and stuff like that. Worked with some record Atlantic personnel, some Interscope personnel and shit like that. And it's a whole fucking different world. It is as much bullshit as you have ever heard in your life. But nowadays it's just like you don't need any of that, but at the same time you want people that kind of listen to that same aspect in music to appreciate it, right? So when you put stuff up on like the distributor that I use online is DistroKid. So when you put shit up on there like that, like the hard part is like if I put rock on my and classify my band as rock, that's fine because I love rock music. However, now I'm all of a sudden lumped in with when Spotify wants to make a playlist and your band is under the genre of rock.
That's exactly why I would do it, though.
Exactly.
Like my mindset, the way I build my business is I go, no, we want to be as broad as possible. Because that's exactly, and I'm glad you said that, because earlier you said, like, I want to be affiliated with these guys and what they do.
Well, there's a reason.
My mindset is, no, you want to be involved with the widest consumer
and
mindset.
I agree, but here's what here's
that's why I would have called you rock music, because I would have found you, if I was just a random asshole Spotify listener, I'd have found you
yes and no. But here's the thing.
On rock, I would have never found you on emo.
And I'm gonna,
because I dislike the genre of emo on Spotify.
And that's okay. And this is where we will come into the disagreement on that. And here's what I'll say. It doesn't.
Well, hold on.
No. Hang on. Let me finish my. I want to finish my point before I get to that.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just simply saying, as a management perspective,
yep, from a business point,
how do you get as many listeners
Agreed.
as possible?
And this was the point that I was going to make on that. Though.
Okay.
I don't care how down to earth of a musician that you are. There is always going to be a facet of your ego. Right,
sure.
And it's always going to happen because, like, I've talked about this with other musician friends too. Like, I don't consider myself egotistical, and if you talk to me, we'll find a common point. It doesn't matter where it is. However, when I'm on stage, do I like it when people are looking at me? Do I like it when I get off stage and people are like, "You're fucking crazy. I loved your stage presence." And yeah, absolutely. I'm a fucking musician. There's a certain part of that. It doesn't matter how nice of a person you are, how down to earth you are.
Do you know what ego means? Because ego simply means sense of self.
Okay, but what I'm saying, like, when you look at the overall, what people define as egotistical.
Sure, yeah, okay.
Egotistical. Like, you're just you're a cocky son of a bitch. That's what most people classify as egotistical, right?
True.
Every musician is going to have a certain aspect of that. It doesn't matter. Like, I will be as down to earth and thank you repeatedly. But do I love that recognition? Absolutely. I'm human. That's human for you to love that praise and to love that. It's just natural.
It's kind of hard not to.
It's
a little intoxicating, dude.
It's a human thing, right? So the thing is, though, is that along with that ego, along with that, as a musician and as an artist, there's a certain, like, it's hard for me to get, do I want to make this a business and do I want this to streamline to as many people as I possibly can? Absolutely. I'm not an idiot and I'd love to make money doing this and make a living or just be financially stable off of what I'm doing, right?
That's what we're all really looking
Absolutely.
for, is we just want to feed our families.
However, there is always that fallback of feeling like you sold out a little bit. And
Sure.
that's where I kind of I'll tie that into what I'm talking about with as a musician. There comes to that part of the ego, and with me, I love a certain genre and a certain there's this bubble over the top of the music that I listen to. It's you can consider it underground. It's not really all of that. It's not a lot of people listen to it, and that's cool, and I love it for that very reason, because I connect to this better. Whereas, and I go, well, if I connect to this is what influences me. I want this to influence that same group of people, right? And I want that same group of people to look at what I'm doing and go, yeah, I get it. But if I put a tag on it of, well, I just want as many people to listen to this as possible,
you feel like you're selling out a little bit.
A little bit, because then, and I don't really, I don't want, this is going to sound really asinine and stupid, but it's hard for me to conceptualize that if I put the rock definition or the genre on my music, that the common active rock listener is going to understand it.
But you are making rock music.
Oh, absolutely. However, if you were to put my band up against a band like Shinedown, and not knocking Shinedown by any means.
No, right.
I'm actually really good friends with the dudes in Shinedown. I like those dudes a lot. I don't like their music. It's just it is.
You probably told them that,
and I have face to face. Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is that if you were to go, okay, listen to Shinedown, and that person was like, I love Shinedown, and then you went, listen to Johnnyrook, they'd probably go,
okay,
I love Shinedown.
Okay. Tarantino moment. This is why this is important. What we're both saying right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's bring it full fucking circle.
Yep.
Because here's the deal. Like, at the end of the day, what we're all trying to do is figure out how to find more music we like.
Yeah.
Right?
That's perfect. Perfect.
And that's why these subgenres exist.
Yep.
That's why when you're metalcore, you search for other metalcore bands, because you're into metalcore and you're like, I want to find more bands that sound like All That Remains or Killswitch Engage.
Yep.
Because I love this sound and I want to find more guys that sound like
that
this.
Are emulating it or doing something,
right,
or maybe a little bit different.
And the reason for that is because that band does not have enough content to satiate you.
Perfect.
That's exactly what it is.
Dude, so that's exactly it. All right. So these bands that I listen to that are in this specific bubble of genre, I want more of what I'm listening to.
Right.
And so if I'm that way and I'm listening to this, there's got to be other people that want more of this.
Exactly.
And I want to be affiliated with this. Do I want to be affiliated as just a musician? Yeah, absolutely. But it'll never happen, because we always have these fucking bubbles that you're going to be placed into. And the hard part with Johnnyrook and not knowing exactly where that band fits, I could have put fucking metal on there. Why? Because I listen to metal, but
sure,
that'll get me nowhere. A fucking metalhead is going to come to it, and when they're so focused on just metal, and then all of a sudden Johnnyrook pops up, they're like, what's this pussy shit?
That's why it was so interesting, because for me, that's exactly why I wanted to find your band. I didn't search for it.
Yeah.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Live. I think only because we were playing a show together. If I remember correctly, the only reason I saw your band in the first place is because we booked a show with you. I told my girlfriend, who was on the bill.
Yep.
And she goes, they're playing tomorrow night at the Urban Wildlife. We should go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And then I saw your fucking band, and it was cool until that one part that I'm talking about, where you and the bass player screamed as the singer sang the part. And I literally looked at my girlfriend and I went, what the fuck was that? And she was like, that's Johnnyrook. And I was like, when are they playing again? And she went, they're playing 2 weeks from now. I think it was St. Cloud.
Yep.
Obviously, I'm not going to fucking St. Cloud. It's a shithole town. Sorry, no offense. I'm not fucking Trump.
Nobody wants to go to St. Cloud.
But everyone knows fucking St. Cloud's a shithole.
It's a shithole. I'm sorry.
If you're offended, if you're fucking hold on. If you're fucking offended that I called St. Cloud a shithole, then you're a goddamn climate change denier. You think the world is fucking flat because you're in denial. Like, these are things that are reality. Fucking the world's round, the climate's changing, And St. Cloud's a fucking shithole. All right, we can move on with the podcast.
I'm gonna double up on that. I agree.
Dude, for real though, like I was like, I'm not gonna sing. But then we seen you again, like at the Rock or something, and then Star Central. And slowly, like, the fact that it wasn't metal became irrelevant to me.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And here again, let's Tarantino it and bring it back full circle, because when I looked at your band and I was like, okay, MySpace was kind of a thing now. Mm-hmm. Facebook was just becoming a thing, and we were all a part of that. And I was like, oh, these guys are emo. Okay, let me check out emo then. I hated it. And I was like, why do these guys call themselves emo?
I get that.
And I'm like, what the fuck? And then so again, I'm not criticizing emo. I'm not even criticizing you for labeling yourselves as emo. I'm just simply saying, like, if I were your business manager, the only reason I would have said rock music is because for me, if I would have just liked rock music on Spotify, there's a higher chance of probability you're going to come through my playlist.
Sure.
Like, for example, Gojira.
Yep.
I would have never found the band Gojira. Like, never once. Ever. However, there was some crazy satellite radio where I was at my girlfriend's house, not Amanda, it was a different girlfriend. And I'm sitting there and I'm listening to this metal music on this TV because I'm fucking bored at my girlfriend's house. And I just keep liking and disliking songs. And for the first time, a band I had never heard of pops up. And it's this band called Gojira.
Which they're fucking amazing.
And I'm like, dude, these guys are fucking rad.
Yeah.
But it was all because I was in this fucking algorithm. And that's what sucks, man, is like we created these genres so we could satiate our craving.
There is that.
For a type of content.
So,
and it's completely backfired on us because now we argue over what a genre is. We argue whether that band's dude, because Coheed and Cambria is still to this day labeled as emo. They're not emo at all. Not emo. I don't even understand. Okay, I'll tell you why they're labeled emo. It's literally the register of the singer's voice
and the record label that they were on. They were on Equal Vision Records, which
I didn't even know that.
That is so that happens when bands are on a certain record label.
Hands down.
Boom,
other than emo. Metallica, Coheed is hands down my favorite band. Outside of Metallica, they're number one because they inspired me to start the whole deal.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for James Hetfield. We wouldn't be having this podcast if it wasn't for James Hetfield.
Fair enough.
Coheed and Cambria is the best band in the world currently putting out regular, relevant music, in my opinion.
See, that's funny. I lost track after Good Apollo 4.
Oh, dude.
I just didn't care for anything after that.
Dude, the Black Rainbow, but when they hit that next album, The Afterman.
See, and I keep being told that from the bassist from Cold Kingdom. It was like, dude, keep listening. And I was like, I can't. I've lost track, man.
Dude, Afterman.
So let me ask you a question, though. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Because this kind of correlates with what we're talking about right now, I think. And if you're cool, after this part of the conversation, I might need to take a little potty break.
Cool. For sure.
So here's my question. We're talking about, you've seen Johnnyrook live. Okay?
Yes.
You've listened to the records. Vastly different.
In
my opinion.
To me, no.
Really? Okay, see, because
actually ask your question.
My biggest problem, well, no, that actually is part of the question, because my biggest issue is that we've never really fully found somebody that can take our live show and kind of make that into a record.
That's my third piece of advice, by the way, for young musicians.
Find a producer that understands.
Well, get your sound and then try to capture that on record.
And for us, it's always been difficult. For us, it's always been difficult because every producer wants to look at us, and especially during the time frame that we were playing acoustic guitar solely, they thought it was an acoustic band, but the way that we played live said otherwise. We were, we were just as punk rock as the next guy. We were playing with fucking metal bands and throwing down harder than metal bands on stage.
Dude, you guys would blow metal bands off the fucking stage.
But we'd love to do that because we'd show up, and there was one time that we played with a local band here in town, Reaping Osmodea.
Oh, very good friends of mine.
Yep.
Alex is literally one of my best friends. I actually asked him to be in my wedding party. He just couldn't get to Jamaica.
Well, Dan Copy, Alex, those dudes have always been really good friends of the Johnnyrook crew. and they've got it.
What's up with death metal musicians being like the nicest guys on the planet?
I think they're just more understanding and accepting.
They're so kind.
You know?
Like, dude, death
and
metal guys.
They love cats.
Dude, death metal guys are the nicest, politest,
absolutely
most gentle people.
But the weird thing is that like those kind of bands looked at Johnnyrook and they understood what we were doing.
Dude, we all have so much respect for your band.
Well, that's just so that to my point. So the bands that understood what were going on, we were kind of like the, how do you define it? We were kind of the musicians go to like Dredge. We could talk a band like Dredge.
Here's the
really
thing, though, dude.
Mainstream.
Okay, you're sort of like saying something and asking a question at the same time. So I'm jumping in on purpose here. Here's the thing. Okay. No, dude, that's wrong. Like, you guys wrote music that people liked and musicians respected. That's also the formula. So the third piece of advice was like, make your sound, do your thing, and then figure out a way to actually capture that sound on record instead of the other way around. These new kids are recording music and then they have no idea how to do that live.
They try to go, well, how do we reproduce that live?
Right. The next fourth piece of advice, and this is the least important, but there's a reason, save the best for last, right? Like, make sure that people can listen to it and musicians respect you for making that music. And Dalton and I, we came up with this like fun fake algorithm, which was like talent times album sales divided by mutual respect from peers equals overall talent, something like that. Right? Like we like figured out this ridiculous. So we put this algorithm up on the thing and we threw every musician we could think at it. So like Britney Spears, talent plus album sales, but doesn't have the mutual respect from fellow musicians.
Right.
See what I'm saying? Metallica, technical skill. That's what it was. Technical skill times album sales divided by mutual respect, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And it was like, okay, that's why Metallica's Metallica. That's why the Rolling Stone. And you could quickly, if you looked at this algorithm we wrote on the front of a press break, because we were working together at the time when he got out of the Navy. Yeah. You looked at that and you compared any band to that, and it made sense. Yep. And the variable was bands like yours and mine and some of our friends, like even Reaping. Yep. Like, it's the album sales. And it's not it's an incomplete equation at that point. Yep. Right? Because we're just
variable X at that point.
Right.
So the hard part for me was that I know what we were able to produce live. And don't get me wrong, I'm proud of all of the recordings that we've done. I love it. You know, currently the second guitarist of the band is our producer and our engineer.
Ian.
Ian Combs. And,
Ian's great. Ian's the shit.
The stuff that he produces, I love. But to this day, I've never really found a recording that I go, that's how we sound live. That's fucking punk rock. You know, like the closest thing, I don't know if you've heard the newest track, the Disneyland Pencil Erasers. That's about as close of a representation of Johnnyrook live as we've gotten on recording.
See, I feel like, because I only seen Dalton play with you once. Mm-hmm. It was at the Rock, and it was right after, he was his first show with you guys.
Okay.
After he joined the band. And it didn't, for the first time hearing an electric guitar player with your band, it didn't change the sound. It added, how I describe it is it added color.
I like that representation, yeah.
So when I actually have synesthesia, so when I hear music, I literally see colors.
Okay.
Quite literally.
Lucky.
Note for note, chord for chord, multiple notes on top of each other. I get a picture in my head. Like, that's why I feel I understand you when you say a soaring guitar riff.
Yep.
Because I always attribute sound with image. Yep. That's why I'm terrified to go blind or deaf.
Yeah.
Because to me, those two work 100% with each other.
Okay.
And so when I saw Dalton perform with you guys, all I saw were like an added layer of color. Some guys call it texture, spice. Yeah, little salsa, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter. It's all the same language. Again, going back to what we were talking about earlier, it's figuring out what the other guy means, right? Yep. So when I heard the Nameless Ghost recording, and I know you said earlier, like, widely, the band, that's their least favorite recording.
Yep.
Here's my point. I feel like that was Johnnyrook.
Really?
Like, I feel like that recording perfectly captured Johnnyrook live.
I think when the Johnnyrook guys listen to this or watch this podcast, I think they might die a little inside.
That's fine. I'll have them on one by one. I'll have them on one by one.
There you go.
I'll put them motherfuckers in their place. James, buddy, James. Oh wait, hold on, James. I'm talking to you, buddy. Come on,
for you.
I'll put you in place, buddy. Because guess what? That's one of your best records. No, and honestly, I've listened to a bunch of your stuff, and I like it all. But there's some, and who knows? It could be nostalgia,
sure,
right? It could be just like, oh well, fucking, I love "Kill 'Em All" from Metallica because it's the purity,
sure, whatever. Yeah.
I don't fucking know.
Right.
I just know that like that's a great album. It sounds great. It captured all of you in perfect. Just like, dude, I don't know, man. Like I felt like when I listened to that record, I was hearing you guys live. Like, I don't feel like I listened to an overproduced record. I don't feel like I listened to something that wasn't you.
God, that's really funny that you say that. We feel like it's the most overproduced record.
I also absolutely loved those songs.
Well, there's that too. You know, we always felt like that record was overproduced. And it's just what, you know, like,
I love that record.
And like you missed the point, but that's okay. That was my question.
You think it's overproduced? I get it.
And that's my question for you. But can we take a piss break and come back to it?
Yeah,
Is that cool?
Yeah, take a piss break.
Awesome.
I'm gonna keep going because I don't want to pause this for these guys. But
where do I go?
So you can either go all the way upstairs,
okay,
and then it's like right there.
Okay,
you really can't miss it.
Perfect.
Or if you're a fucking hillbilly like I am, you can piss in that basement sink.
God, I'm gonna do that
right over there.
Oh, I'm a South Dakota boy. I'm totally gonna do that.
Turn on the faucet, and then the beers are right there in that fridge.
You want one?
Yeah, grab us a few. I gotta piss too, so when you get back, I'm gonna piss. Oh, my forehead looks so big, dude. Oh my god, this is hilarious. No, go that way. Oh my god, it's so hilarious. I've never looked at myself on camera without my hat on. My forehead looks so huge. Oh my god. Oh, this is hilarious. You guys can kind of see the flaws in my setup now. The vulnerability. Look at that. You can see the white pillar. Oh, it looks so cute. You hear the dogs barking. Aw. This got so unprofessional so fast. I love it. No, at least you know it's like we're real. We're not in a real studio. We're in my house. I just really decked out a room. Dude, Jesus Christ, my forehead looks so big. I never realized my forehead was so large. Oh my God. Look at it. I'm sorry, you guys. I understand this is probably the least entertaining podcast you've ever listened to, but I'm looking at myself over here on camera, and I'm so ugly. I look like an alien from Star Trek, like an oversized head. If it was pointy enough at the top, I think I would look like a cone head straight out of Saturday Night Live. Jesus Christ. What a fucking shit show. Oh my God. I went and I fucking went out of my way to get this haircut today because I was like, oh, I have a podcast. I got to look at it. I think I'm going to wear a hat from now on. This is hilarious. I look so bad. Oh my God. It's embarrassing. What is going on with my fucking head? Oh my God. Shit. So, when he gets back, we're going to talk about these coasters. So, when COVID hit and all our bands got shut down, Zach started making some fucking woodworking shit. And he did these light boxes. And I couldn't afford the light boxes. But he started doing these little fucking posters. Let me see if I can do this. See if we can get this up. So I got him to make me these custom coasters. And he's actually starting. There we go. Okay. So he's starting a business plan or a company on the side where he's making custom or template based shit. Oh, thanks, bud.
Yes.
Oh, you're good. I'm going to just show these off real quick. So I had him make me up a bunch of these. Because if you're from Minnesota, we're obsessed with pretending we're super proud about being from Minnesota. So I had him make me an I Love Northeast one. MPLSTP, which is Minneapolis, St. Paul. Know Me, which is the hood where I live now. And I'm very proud to be living here. A lot of people would be like, "Oh man, that sucks. You got to get out of the neighborhood soon." I'm like, "Fuck you guys. I feel more safe in the hood than I do in fucking suburbs now."
Yeah,
for real, dude. After the riots, like we really fucking rallied together, man. I don't know who they is, but I'm telling you right now, they were trying to start a fucking race war, dude. Like during the riots, there was so much racial rhetoric going on.
Oh yeah,
This shit got wild, dude. And the whole neighborhood, we banded together and we were out patrolling our own neighborhood, fully armed, every night, making sure we didn't have any fucking white supremacists or fucking Antifa people or any fucking rogue Black Lives Matter trying to burn shit down too, blaming it on white people, like all of it. And we quickly realized in our own community, straight out of the gate, somebody's trying to start a race war, and we're not falling for it. And the rest of the country seems to have fallen for it. But in Minneapolis, like, dude, race relations have gotten dramatically better in the last 2 months. Like, you'll see a black dude walk down the street now, instead of him giving you a dirty look as a random white boy in my neighborhood, he'll be like, "What's up, bro?" See, that wouldn't have happened 3 months ago.
Here's what I'll say about it, because
part of it is, yes, that you're visiting me, but
it's so tough, man, because it's, this whole topic can be so polarizing, and I understand it.
Keep talking. Yeah, I can still hear you, but I gotta also go to the bathroom.
Yep, you do your thing, and here's what I'll say to everybody that's listening. And I was given the best piece of advice that I've ever gotten, and it was actually from my wife's uncle. And growing up in small town South Dakota, it was real easy to, I hate to say it, but a lot of people in South Dakota, they're not necessarily cultured. And don't get me wrong, you have your people that understand and they're cool with different cultures. They're cool with different races. But it just, you don't stumble upon it a lot. And when I first moved to Minneapolis, it was a culture shock for me because I was around a lot of people that didn't look like me or didn't, follow the same religious practices that my family did, and it was different. But the best piece of advice, I got married 11 years ago, and my wife's uncle, he owns a vintage music shop down in South Minneapolis. It's actually called Vintage Music Company. But people have asked him, like, well, how do you like being in this neighborhood? Like, aren't you ever afraid of getting broken into? And he looked at me and he said, and the answer that I've got to that is there's absolutely no reason to be afraid of your own people. And I think that's so telling in, whether it's social media or any of the polarizing pieces of information that we get on a daily basis in our cultural society, and how, whether hard-leaning left or hard-leaning right, or whether you're a libertarian and you're just right down the middle of everything. I think the best piece of advice is the fact of there is absolutely no reason to be afraid of your own people. And, North Minneapolis, for those of you that don't know, North Minneapolis gets a really bad rap. I mean, it's just the way that it is. It gets a bad rap because demographically, it's been one of those neighborhoods that it just politically has been forgotten about.
Yeah, and we were a victim of white flight in the 70s.
That's what I'm saying. And politically, it's been forgotten about.
Yeah.
But I've never come down to North Minneapolis. Actually, it's funny. You don't know this, but I used to live right off of Dowling and
we
Aldrich.
Talked about that. Yeah, we talked about that in your last...
Yep. And I lived down there, and I remember when I first came here, maybe it was a naive...
I had this on my camera the whole time. My bad, guys.
Oh, it's all good. Maybe it was naive... the naive aspect of a little 19-year-old Zach coming into Minneapolis. But, I remember walking in and everybody in my house was on the floor. They're like, "What the fuck are you doing? Get down, get on the floor." And I'm like, "What are you guys doing?" And they're like, there was just a shooting out in the street. Get on the floor. And I was like, "There's nobody out there. I just parked my car. Everything's fine." They're like, "Oh my, get down." And I was like, whatever, I'm going to grab a beer. And I went to the fridge. But it was like they stayed on the floor for a good 20 minutes.
That's insane.
30 minutes. Even after all this shit happened. Well, but that is the way that people are reacting to the current climate of what's going on. Like, calm the fuck down and just have a conversation with your neighbor. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's totally real.
I don't give a fuck about your skin color. Just have a goddamn conversation, you know? And it's so difficult for me when we could go on Facebook right now. Neither one of us could go through our daily feed right now And there's somebody bitching about something.
Yep.
And everybody is so fucking angry right now that if you don't believe the way that I believe in, or if you don't agree with what I believe in, then just fucking unfriend me right now.
Dude, that shit's insane. I did unfriend a couple people during when all the shit hit down, but it wasn't because they didn't think like me. It was because they were preaching some incredibly unethical shit.
And I agree. I've got
and I was like, all right, block, delete, block, snooze, block, delete, unfollow. Yeah, like there were certain people I took different degrees of measure with because it was like, dude, you're on one right now.
Yeah. Well, and there's never been a point. When was the last time that you got on social media and somebody tried to argue with you and you went, okay, you've changed my mind? Or somebody...
I'm not the best example because people do... I'm willing to let my mind be changed.
You're willing to listen,
online.
but how? But when somebody's screaming at you online...
Others never. It never happened.
But if we can sit down and have a conversation... Actually, the keyboardist at Johnnyrook, him and I sat down over a beer, and he's like, I'll admit it to you, man, I'm really hard left. I'm hard left. And I said, that's cool. I'm not. But I'm not hard right. But I can be right down the middle of the road, and we can have a conversation. Sure. And if you give me a valid point, I'll say, I get it, and I like it. Like, okay, you've just changed my mind. Let's talk and tell me why you feel this way.
Hold on, my buddy Carl's calling. Carl.
Hey, long time no talk or see. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. Listen, I'm doing a podcast right now. I answered the phone, and you're on it.
Hi, Carl.
Well, interesting. Well, hello.
I've been trying to get in contact with you because I want you to come on the podcast. Can I call you later and get you scheduled up? I want some of your Dakota stories.
Ooh, Dakota boy.
Yeah, why not? I'm trying to make some Dakota stories known.
Yeah,
so
dude.
That would be kind of cool.
So Carl, I got my buddy Zach on right now, so I'm talking to both of you at the same time. So Carl is a long-time bartender down at the Dakota.
Okay. So not like actual like South Dakota, North Dakota.
He's got the literal like if these walls could talk stories, the fly on the wall stories. So yeah, Carl, let me give you a shout back. Plus, I need some of those painted drum heads because I'm going to start having my guests sign them. And
yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, and then I'm thinking especially if I get like some of the more famous people I know to actually come on, I'm thinking we'll have them sign them and maybe we'll auction them off and give them to like. Maybe some of the entertainment and industry people that didn't get on unemployment or didn't get their stimulus check. Like a lot of the people like you and I and Zach in the service or music or entertainment industry that kind of got fucked and left out of the water.
Oh yeah, we got fucked a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I'm certainly not making more money now on unemployment. I would be making way more money if I was working.
Right, and I don't think a lot of people understand that at all. And some of you guys like just got fucked completely, like 100%. So yeah, but let me give you a shout back, dude.
Sounds good.
All right, brother.
Singer, Extravaganza.
All right, but I love you, brother. I'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Yep.
All right, thanks,
Bye-bye.
Carl. Normally, I never would answer. I would never answer a phone call.
That actually pulled in really good to where we were at in our conversation, though. I mean, it really did. You know, so it's a tough thing, man. And I think, like, you know, if we were gonna get on that topic of conversation, I think you and I are both level-headed enough that whether or not we agreed or disagreed, we'd be willing to at least hear each other's stories out. But it's so tough for me right now because, like, with trying to promote the music that I do, and then at the same time trying to promote this cool story creative stuff that I'm doing. Unfortunately, in the atmosphere that we're in right now, I have to fucking be on Facebook. It sucks, man, and I hate to say it. Like, we talked about it. I need to build a website, absolutely, but right now, where we're at with shit, people want to see your Facebook shit, and they want to be able to go, oh, I like it, and I'll fucking click that button. If I want to ignore it, I can just fucking ignore it. No, I've got so much stuff going on. I'm so busy. Like, that's just where we're at. Yep. But I need to promote my band, or I want to promote my band. Oh no, you're good. I'm good. So I want to promote my band. I want to promote Cool Story Creative, right? But at the same time, what's taking over Craigslist? Facebook Marketplace. I fucking do all of my shopping on Facebook Marketplace, and I bought so much shit for the Cool Story Creative and for.
So explain to people who
house
don't
stuff.
know what Cool Story Creative is.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't sure how far you got into that. Basically, so I got furloughed, like many people that we know.
So even
March.
though Zach's a musician, even though I'm a musician, we're still at the level where we have to hold down at least
a full-time job
or part-time. Some of us part-time, some of us full-time. Like I'm one of the lucky ones where I've been able to like stay financially viable in the music industry, even being blackballed locally.
Yep.
I've only needed to work part-time for like the last 6, 7, 8 years.
And in my case, I'm married. I have 4 kids.
Yeah, that's the difference. I'm married and I have a house, but I don't have any fucking kids, so I'm able to get away with that luxury.
So I've got a mortgage. I had car payments. I had a lot of shit that was going on. And don't get me wrong, I still was a touring musician when all of that was going on,
which is harder because we call that being a weekend warrior, or you're called a vacation warrior, which means like you take. Fucking what is it? You get 2 weeks of vacation a year.
Well, that's just
and that's your tour.
And I went out for.
Or you're a weekend warrior, so you go out Thursday, Friday, Saturday night, and you're back to work on Monday.
And even that, I went out for a month and a half. Shinedown took Cold Kingdom on tour, and I was out for a month and a half with those guys. And I was making. I came back with $1,200 in my pocket from that whole fucking tour.
In that, did you have to leave your job, or did they give you temporary?
I was done.
Yep. So that's the dilemma we face is like chasing our dream. Every time we want to try to do this, make a run, take a leap, do any of this, we don't just get to do that. We have to let go of all security that is literally. Keeping us afloat.
There's no safety net at that point.
It's so scary.
But you do it because you fucking love it.
You have to.
And and I'm married to a woman who she pushes me to take those leaps. And this was the best.
The wives that actually support us, dude.
I'll cheers to that, bud.
For real, dude. Thank you, Kate. I love you, babe.
So the thing about it was that I quit Cold Kingdom because I was swimming in debt. I came back from this tour, and that was part of the underbelly aspect of the music scene or the music industry that I was talking about, that I saw a lot of shit. We were turned down for a lot of stupid fucking reasons. And
so how did you let's try to let's try to bring all these conversations back together. So we kind of skipped through Johnnyrook. We really just talked about like the passion and the intensity you guys put into your show and why I think it worked.
Yep.
And we kind of skipped through that, and then we're talking about Cold Kingdom. So how did you? Let's not worry about how Johnnyrook ended, because it all ended and came back together multiple times. How did Cold Kingdom get started? Like, what's the point of that band? And let's talk about how you got on tour.
Yeah,
with Shinedown.
So Cold Kingdom we quit Johnnyrook because we were at a point that we didn't feel like anything was moving forward. We just felt stagnant, and it wasn't one of those things where it was like, well, we hate each other. We just were like, let's just be done. And we were done. And so Dan, the bassist, who is also my wife's cousin, that's how I met my wife. Dan and I started a band with Mitch Madison from -3. Who was Dalton's
singer?
Yep,
the singer, rhythm guitar player.
Yep, and so we started a band called Pathos Ethos.
He's actually like Mitch.
Legit,
Mitch is actually kind of badass.
He's a good dude. I love that dude.
He's kind of badass.
Absolutely. So we started a band with him.
They were also -3 was also one of those bands
that
was labeled emo.
Yeah, weirdly enough, right?
And like I always felt like this isn't an emo band.
They were
Mitch's
rock.
voice is way too low to be emo.
And they were rock.
But remember what I said, how I defined emo.
Yep.
High pitched voice, high register, whiny, singing about love and heartbreak. I didn't hear any of that when I seen -3.
Right.
So my history with -3, we lost a battle of the bands to them. We came out of nowhere. 7 months of nothing came out of nowhere.
Yep.
We got
Was this at the Rock?
Star Central.
Okay.
We got added onto Joe Spanbauer's Battle of the Bands last minute because somebody else, their drummer's back got injured and they couldn't play the show. So we got thrown in as a reserve band. We got turned down for the Battle of the Bands. We got thrown in as a reserve band. I don't remember who we beat in the first round, but it was an insane upset. Like, who are these guys and how did they beat these two local bands? We're talking like good local.
Okay.
Like real bands.
Yeah.
Not just like they're really good and they're cool. Like,
okay.
And then we won the second round. And I remember who we beat in the second round. We beat a band called Coon and Noon.
No shit. They're still around, too.
And Epicurean.
No shit.
And we made it to the finals against Banehinge, the reigning champs.
Oh, yeah.
-3.
Especially Spanbauer.
Fucking -3 brought people in on party buses, dude.
Oh, yeah.
And -3 crushed. They beat everyone by like, I swear to God, it was 10-1.
Right.
It wasn't even close.
I was at that show, actually.
Yeah. That like literally. And that's where I became me.
Yeah.
And people knew who I was and why I was anything.
Okay.
It was that was my start. And that was all because of Joe. Now, where I'm going with this is what you said. You're talking about -3 and Mitch.
Yeah.
And bringing it Tarantino style. Let's wrap it back in. They were an emo band that didn't make sense to me because Mitch didn't sing high enough and he wasn't whiny.
To be classified as emo.
Right.
And
I'm like, this isn't an emo band. These guys kick fucking ass. Dalton was up there doing guitar spins and shit.
And
throwing it one way and catching it the other while he was still playing a riff.
And then doing a roundhouse jump kick at the same time. Yeah,
dude, and he was skinny as I was.
Well, and that's how I got to know Dalton.
Fat fuck.
Well, that's how I got to know Dalton. I watched this band and I was like, Jesus, you got some fucking stage show, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we started this band, Mitch, Dan, and I, and then we're always
Keep in mind, listeners, I also told Zach I wanted to audition for his band and he forgot who I was.
I drank a lot.
Dude, here's the thing. You didn't know who I was, dude. I was a nobody. I was some random asshole who came out of the crowd.
Wow.
I was like, I'm in a band.
Well, and it happens. And now we're friends, and it doesn't matter
just,
either which way, right? So we started this band, and we went through an onslaught of drummers. For some
we're talking about Cold Kingdom.
No, Pathos Ethos with Mitch and Dan.
Oh, so this is in between Johnnyrook
and Cold Kingdom. And we went through a myriad of drummers. For some reason, drummers just did not want to stick with us with this band, and I didn't get it. Well, the final straw for me was that my brother lived in town, and my brother's a drummer, and he was playing with the band.
Josh,
yeah.
I worked for Josh at Guitar
No
Center.
shit.
Dude, Josh and I do not have a good history with each other.
Well, yeah, I can understand that Josh is a hard manager to work for.
Actually, no, he was awesome.
Oh,
it was another Guitar Center employee named Jared Sellis, and yes, I will fucking call you out on the internet, you piece of fucking shit. If I ever see you want to pretend you're a 12-2 cage fighter again, I'll fuck you up because now we're not employed by the same fucking company, and I can't lose my job, you little bitch.
Invite me to that podcast.
This motherfucker pretended his mom died.
I've heard that story.
And then he pretended his older brother committed suicide over that.
I've heard that story too.
And then everyone in the store felt so bad for him.
They
organized
money.
A house party.
Yeah.
Charged $20 a head.
And donated the money.
And gave him all the money.
I heard this story.
I decided not to go to this party because as a new employee, I didn't feel it was smart as his manager because I was the manager. Josh was my manager, but I managed the guitar department.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was smart for me to fraternize with my brand new employee. We're not equals, dude.
Yeah.
We're
absolutely.
not equals.
Yeah.
You're my employee.
Yeah.
Me showing up at your party is not a good way for us to start a relationship. So I didn't go. That's it.
Yep.
Everyone in Guitar Center thought I was a selfish asshole. Then within a couple weeks, I started seeing some huge red flags with Jared Sellis.
Yeah.
While $2,000 guitars started disappearing.
Heard that too.
So I go into Josh's office, your brother, and I go, dude, man. And I go, Josh, I think Jared is the one stealing the guitars. And he goes, why do you think that? And I go, well, he's better at noticing things in our store than we are. Like holes, like gaps, like things that are wrong.
Yeah.
His attention to detail is obscure. Like, not obscure, that's the wrong word. Obscene. It's insane. His attention to detail is over the fucking top. And a lot of his actions on the floor aren't adding up with his abilities.
Okay.
Now, he's like, well, dude, he's going through a lot. You need to just give him a pass. I'm like, okay. Another 2 weeks goes by. And I come up to him and I go, here's the deal, man. He's starting to cause problems on the floor. Josh asked me why. And I say, well, I don't actually see any of these problems, but all of my team in the guitar department is complaining about him, that he comes and goes as he pleases, blah, 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 and we can't depend on him when we need him. So, Josh, I'm going to ask you one thing and one thing only. Tell this dude he's got two options. He either needs to be here when we need him, or tell him take as much time as you need and don't show up until you're ready. And Josh goes, that sounds unreasonable. I'm not willing to tell him that. Then more shit and more shit and more shit goes down. So I start telling all the other assistant managers so Guitar Center was set up. You had like Josh, and then you had what's called a sales manager or STM, and then you had assistant managers, and then you had
Chappie at that time.
Definitely.
Okay.
Maybe not literally, but yes.
Okay.
Because Chappie was never a store manager.
Okay.
He was always the one step below.
Okay.
That's the highest he ever got. Chappie, I love you. We're not talking shit about you.
I love Chappie. He practices in the same joint.
Dude, I've known Chappie since he was a drum tech for Epicurean.
Yeah, and he knows he's cool.
He probably doesn't like me very much because I worked for him. He was my boss for a short period of time, which is hilarious.
Good shit. I love Chappie.
But long story short, I was way down here, and Josh wasn't hearing me.
Mm-hmm.
So I started talking to the assistant managers one step above me and the STMs one step above him. And I'm like, you need to start watching this guy because something's off. Something ain't right. And I'm not feeling this guy. I'm not even sure I want him on my team. Like, I'm thinking it's getting to the point where we need to transfer him to another store because something isn't right.
Yeah.
My very good friend Jake Muley, who's the assistant manager, still to this day I talk to him. Him and I are still working on a couple different music projects together.
Okay.
Looks me dead in my eyes. At the time we were friends. Still to this day we're friends. And he goes, Jared, you were the only person in the store who has a problem with the other Jared. Maybe it's you and it's not him.
Oh no.
Dude, this is super...
How long did this go on? How long did this
3 months?
Jared Sellison go on?
3 months.
Because my brother was living with me at that time.
Yeah, I know because he had to move here from South Dakota.
And he would come. He would come to my house and he would tell me these stories.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, and the funny thing is that as it was all going on, he's like, I mean, does this sound fucking weird? And I was like, yeah, it sounds a little sketchy, bud.
Dude, it gets worse. So it gets so fucking bad that I lose control of the guitar department because your brother won't have my back on this.
Yeah.
So we had a culture at Guitar Center that was one thing.
Yeah.
And then Josh came in and had his own version of Guitar Center culture. So the culture I came from is your manager has your back because you're a manager.
Sure.
And even if you're wrong, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Because we have to have like unity in the chain of command.
Yep.
Your brother came in and was like, because he didn't like me. I loved your brother. I thought he was a great manager.
Yeah.
I really liked him. He didn't like me. Because of my personality, there's a lot of people that don't like me based on my personality. I talk too much. I think I know too much. I think I'm smarter than everybody.
Well,
I'm too specific. I over-explain things.
And also, let me clarify something with him too, for the listeners that don't know. He comes from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, managing a small store where everybody is like this, right? Yep. And so there's no conflict. There's zero conflict, man, because when it comes to South Dakota, what the fuck do you have to conflict about?
Well, and there was also
absolutely nothing.
And there was also this weird like hiring structure change. So when I got hired at Guitar Center, I had to interview with my department manager.
Yeah.
And Jeff had to approve me before Carson would hire me.
Carson hated me.
So Josh hired Jared without ever telling me.
Okay.
And then Jared shows up in my department one day. I think he's a customer. And he's like fucking with people.
What?
And I'm like, what's up, dude? What's your name? And he's like, oh, because I walked in for my shift.
Yeah.
Right. And he's over there just like bullshitting with people. And I'm like, oh, hey, what's up, dude? What's your name? And he's like, oh, I'm Jared. And I'm like, oh, I'm Jared too. And he's like, oh, you're the other Jared.
Oh, no.
And, dude, my stomach sank.
Oh, no.
And I went, what does that mean? And he goes, yeah, everybody told me I'd be working with the other Jared.
And that's how you found out that you were working with this dude?
That's how I found out he was my employee.
So here's the question. Aren't you glad to be done with that company?
Dude, no. No, it was the worst thing that ever happened to me because basically shit got so bad, that Josh... And your brother, the way he managed, as much as I loved him and respected him when he was doing it, in retrospect, he pissed me off because he would give me a scenario and then I'd be like, oh yeah, that's my fault. And he'd go, well, I don't appreciate your management style because you're not holding your guys accountable. And I'd be like, okay, learning moment. Got it. Next time something would happen, I'd go, well, it's this guy's fault and this guy's fault because I gave them those duties and then I left and they didn't get them done. And then he'd go, you're not taking responsibility.
All right.
And I'm like, Josh, I can't.
I'll talk to him.
I'm like, Josh, I can't follow your logic down this fucking rabbit hole, dude. It doesn't make any sense.
Right.
Long story short, the shit with Jared Sellis got so bad that he held me accountable and told me, he goes, I'm demoting you from department manager. And I was like, yeah, I'm not cool with that. And he goes, you don't have a choice. And I literally looked him in the eyes and I said, fuck you. I have all the choices.
Yeah.
And he goes, what are you going to do about it? And I go, I'm going to fucking quit. And he goes, well, I guess you're right. That's a choice. And then I go, I'm going to need 2 days to think about this. And he goes, what? And I go, I'm going home. You want to fire me outright, fire me.
Yeah.
But I got to go home and I got to think if I still want to work for Guitar Center and no longer be a manager. And dude, I didn't come back. I emailed him and I was like, dude, because I called your brother. I called him once over the phone. And this was before Jared Sellis got figured out. This is the point. Like,
oh, no shit. This was before anybody knew that he was fucking
dude, this
lying.
is while it was all going down, right? And I called him and I said...
Which, to clarify, so everybody knows, we've been talking about this for a minute.
Yeah.
But the story about his sister dying, suicides, all this shit, was a farce. This was all a lie.
And we didn't know any of this yet. So Josh is holding me accountable for all this. I call him up and I go, can I earn my way back to manager? And he goes, well, I don't see why not. And I was like, I wanted you to say yes, and I wanted you to say yes with authority, and the doubt in your voice is why I'm not coming back to the company.
Sure.
And he's like, okay. And I was like, here's my 2 weeks. I'll train in the new guy per GC policy.
Yep.
I'm gone.
Yeah.
They canned me the next day. And it wasn't Josh that canned me. It was Carson. Because Carson, as tight as I am, Carson's one of my good friends to this day. I love him and respect him. One of the best managers I've ever worked for. But Carson made that call because GC changed their policy on how they handled people's 2-week notices.
Sure.
Long story short, about a month or two later, somebody calls me and they were like, you were right about everything. And I'm like, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about right now? I was angry about it because I was still pissed off. And somebody from GC called me. I'm like, what's up? And they were like, dude, you were right about everything. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, I'm like mad. Like how dare you fucking call me and tell me I'm right?
Yeah,
like,
I fucking quit. Fuck you.
Who reacts like that when they're like, you were right, and they're like, fuck you? I did. That's who. Me in that moment.
Sure.
And they were like, dude, Jared Sellis, you were right about everything.
Just a piece of shit.
We're pretty sure he stole all those guitars that suddenly went missing.
And they were high-end guitars.
And so I asked him to tell me the story. And so for the listeners, I'll recap the story. Basically, whether it was Josh or one of the other assistant managers or sales managers, somebody called a Verizon store. And that's where Jared used to manage. And all of a sudden, somebody with Jared's name or Jared's brother's name answered the phone. And somebody had the wherewithal, or not wherewithal, the forward thinkingness to go, I don't know what his name was, Josh, John, Jacob, whatever, so-and-so. Is this Jared's brother? And he goes, yeah. And he's like Jared Sellis? And he goes, yeah. And then I don't know how it all came down, but basically they put it all together. His mom never died.
Mm-hmm.
His brother never died.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing was a lie and a scam. He used us for fucking 3 to 4 months, stole thousands of dollars worth of equipment from us. I was the only one that's seen it, and I'm the only one that lost my job over it. So still to this day, I'm jaded. And the reason I bring this up is because
because I brought my brother up. See, that's the funny thing. I had no idea that you fucking worked for my brother. God damn it.
No, because here's all this went down over the winter.
Yeah.
And then like 6 months later, I was so bitter about it.
Yeah.
I drunk texted your brother in the middle of the night. He was still managing, and I drunk texted him in the middle of the night, and I was like, "You fucking piece of shit! I fucking told you he was a goddamn, and you made me fucking lose my dream job."
Jesus, we should call him,
dude. Like, we'll save it for the next one, because here's the thing: I'm over it now. I'm over it now. But dude, like, again, I have a problem with your brother on how he handled me in the Jared Sellis situation. I actually liked him as a person and respected him as a manager. I think he made one major mistake. He got guilt tripped in believing Jared Sellis, and then for some reason let his fucking gut and his heart, because he's a good person. He let that get the better of him and didn't trust a manager that he wasn't vibing with. And the whole thing, and dude, and here's the thing is he didn't stay at Guitar Center much longer either. Well, and like, like that whole culture changed, and it's just wild because again, I actually remember after I seen you play 2 or 3 times, I walked up to you on stage and I said, dude, my best friend is one of the managers at Guitar Center. If you need any gear, hit up my buddy Kevin at Roseville. And you said, my brother is no, Sullivan.
Okay.
You actually might.
Oh yeah. I worked with him,
dude. That's the best.
I worked at Roseville Guitar Center.
He was the best man in my wedding.
Oh no shit.
That's my best fucking
Kevin's
friend.
A shit, man.
Kevin Sullivan. Yeah, dude. He's in nursing school now.
That's fucking hilarious,
dude. He's one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life.
Yeah,
him and I regularly argue about who's smarter. He's probably smarter.
Well, don't let him.
He's probably
don't send this to him.
But he'll see it eventually. So fuck him. Fuck you, Kevin.
Fuck you,
Kevin.
Yeah, you remember me, Kevin? I was the worst employee at Guitar Center, so fuck you.
No, but it's just a wild, small circle here.
It absolutely is.
Like, if you're talented, we know you. We'll know you.
Or if you're good at networking. That's the biggest part about it. Like, you know, I could be the biggest fucking hack or talentless piece of shit, but if I'm fucking good at networking, which is a big part of the music industry,
it's really
you
the whole
fucking
thing.
know people.
I mean, how many times, dude, when we grew up, and it's funny because you talked about earlier, you said how much the music industry has changed.
Yeah,
I don't think it's changed at all.
I think it depends on what you're talking about.
I think it's like almost like a Venn diagram where the ratios have been changed. I think the only thing that's different between now and the 70s is the fact that the internet exists. But if you look back at the 60s and 70s, the way musicians made money wasn't on album sales, live shows. Okay.
Yes.
Then through
the
90s and 2000s, things changed.
Yeah.
And you started making more money off your record sales than you did off your album or your live shows. And then
yes and no. I can agree to a point.
And then all of a sudden, now we're in this era where basically you need to give your music away for basically free through streaming. And then hope enough people show up.
Social media numbers have to be outrageous for them to even fucking give a shit.
And you need to sell enough concert tickets and merchandise.
You know what's sad about that, though?
Actually stay profitable.
You know what's sad about that? Remember when I told you that I had a run-in with an Interscope record executive?
Well, dude, you're so connected. You've had so many run-ins with so many people. Dude, you got a fucking sponsorship with EV. We can talk about that.
Yeah, still do. And actually, oddly enough, I'm still fucking sponsored by ESP Guitars. But that's a whole different.
Dude, get me a guitar.
Yeah, well,
I need one with a floating trem. Desperately.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I need one.
You need one with an Evertune.
No, I need one floating trem guitar.
All right,
I need one.
So
just one, because I have one riff where I go.
You need a dive bomb. Yeah, just get the fucking Digitech pedal. You'll be all right.
Fuck a pedal.
But I was sitting in a bar in Kansas City, and at that time I think it was still called the Hurricane. I think it's called the Riot Room now. But I was sitting in a bar with an Interscope record executive, and we were talking because he liked the band and one of our friends from Kansas City, because Jay is actually from the Kansas City area. And so we went and we played at this bar, and Jay's friend got this he was connected to this guy, got this guy to come out to the bar because he was in town for some whatever reason at that point. And he came out and we talked, and I'm a business guy. I want to talk business with you, and I want to see exactly what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong, and I want to apply that, right? And this guy said, well, you need to have a song that is going to sell 1 million ringtones.
Fuck that guy.
Well, you remember at the
out of the gate, fuck this guy.
Absolutely, but you remember at the point.
I'm just saying, this is my mindset if I'm in your band.
Well, yeah, that was what was running through my mind.
I'm not saying anything in this meeting, but I'm immediately going, fuck this guy.
You remember exactly when those times were like a big thing. Like you were buying ringtones for your fucking phone.
I remember when a fan of Solace and Ashes fucking put one of our songs as his ringtone.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow.
I fucking made it.
That was the biggest accomplishment you could have for about 2 years.
Right. Well, because you had to fucking purchase them. There wasn't any applications. You couldn't hack your phone at that time.
Right.
But so at that
this
point,
kid did. His name's Travis Doherty, by the way. Travis, I still remember that Solace and Ashes.
There you go.
Put that fucking I don't remember what the name of the song was, but Travis, I remember that. Dude, he's a baller ass tattoo artist now.
Oh, nice.
Travis Doherty. I don't know how you pronounce your name, dude, but
I've got some blank canvas. You're welcome to.
Yeah, it doesn't look very blank.
Well, I got so, but it was weird
unless you're
because
talking about your nipples.
Well, we could be. That's a whole other podcast, though. But you think about it. Think about that in the music industry, right? As a musician, what do you? And at the time, the longest ringtone that you could have was like 30 fucking seconds.
Yeah, or a minute or something.
Oh, yeah, but people were only record labels
and
were
they were
only
99 cents a pop.
Yeah, and record labels were only signing bands or artists that could fucking sell over 1 million ringtones.
That's insane. That's such a bizarre metric.
And what a fucking kick in the dick.
To decide whether you're worthy of being a musician, like really a fucking ringtone?
What a kick in the dick.
That's like saying I can't be in Metallica because I didn't write the theme song for Sanford and Sons.
You didn't write something that somebody only had an attention span of 1 minute to give a shit about.
Oh, you didn't write that? You can't write that? Oh, well, you're not worth signing.
See ya, nerd.
Even though you write the most prolific music, like what if Adele or Amy Winehouse got held to that standard?
But that's just it. So, that's the age that we were living in.
What if
currently
Billie
living
Eilish was held to that standard
shut up.
now?
Let's not talk about Billie Eilish.
You're not a fan of Billie Eilish?
I'm not a fan of Billie Eilish.
I think she's pretty good.
But I can appreciate it. But so anyway, to get back to what we were talking about, because we're really good at tangents here, but I went from playing in Johnnyrook to Pathos Ethos. Josh was the drummer, and the end all be all for me was when my brother quit my band. And
dude, his band Roman Ships though, it's pretty legit.
It's fucking great. It is great.
And that's a fucking badass name.
But
we were talking about names earlier.
I agree. But I never really I always had. I took it personal. This is my older brother that I look up to, and we grew up playing music. He and I only learned instruments because my old man forced us to learn instruments to play
in a band together.
Well, in a church band. My dad's a pastor.
See, because I'm a huge advocate. Like, I desperately want twin sons, so they can either play football together or start a band together. So because brothers in bands succeed.
Bam, Chevelle. I mean, let's talk about it. I mean, it
Van
happens.
Halen.
Yeah, exactly.
We can go down the list.
But it was tough. So, like, my brother and I played in that that rapcore band in South Dakota, and then he went on to do bigger and better things. He was in a band called Sinking Steps Rising.
I think that's why your brother didn't like me, because when I found out he was your brother, I was like, dude, I have so much respect for your brother. It's insane.
That's probably,
and I was talking about
probably
you,
not
and I think he was like, fuck this guy. Fucking, you didn't mention me.
But that's the tough part.
I'm
is
just
that,
fucking around, Josh.
But I moved to Minneapolis, and I worked my ass off to network and to kind of gain a certain respect that I didn't have in South Dakota, right? And so when my brother
earned it, brother.
Well, when my brother comes to town and I invite him to be in the band that I'm starting up and working my ass off, and the last show that he played with us, we played at what was that fucking venue? Club 3 Degrees turned into Mill City Nights.
Ah, yeah, dude, that's actually a pretty dope venue.
It was, yeah. And so we played that,
Pre-COVID.
and it was fucking almost sold out. And it was my brother decided he was just done. And he never really gave me a really clear reason, but I just never felt like he liked the music enough to be in the band, or like he felt like his friends didn't really give a shit. Like, they saw that he was playing in this band and it wasn't the type of music that he was associated with, and so he kind of felt like he was selling out. And that's fine. If you want to tell me that, give me that honest opinion. Tell me that. You know, like it's not. Yeah, my feelings are gonna be slightly hurt, but at least I'll respect you, and I can get over it. You know. So he quit the band, and we went through just a slew of other drummers that we were trying to get out for the band. And at that point, since I was networking so much, Cold Kingdom had seen me play on stage, and they see the bassist.
So they were already a thing.
They were a thing. Yep.
Because they got a chick singer.
Yep. And Ian Combs was their producer, and Ian and I were friends. And I had always told Ian, like, if you ever find a band that you think I would mesh really well with, let me know. Like, I would love to try out. And I heard the first demo of Cold Kingdom. I was like, Jesus Christ, these guys have potential to do something. Like, this is a business. This band could be a business. And I contacted Ian, and I was like, what the fuck? Why didn't you contact me about this? He's like, yeah, I don't think these guys are too green. I don't think they could handle a Zac Boyd in the band because I'm a business guy.
Well, and you're a professional,
and I want
you're not gonna tolerate
I don't take
the
shit.
fuck around.
Yeah, I don't take shit.
I call it the fuck around.
The fuck around, and so, but I became friends with all those guys.
Because it's not about like people being like bratty and immature. It's about like you're fucking around.
Just
you're
be a business.
fucking around doing other shit. Stop. Like we're trying to do this. Focus.
Exactly.
That's what I call the fuck around.
It's a business.
You're not trying to.
You're
deal
here
with
to do a
around.
job and just do your fucking job.
Yeah.
Like,
and if it's not fun, then don't be a musician.
Well,
or at least don't try to pursue it as a job.
Do the fun part, but at the same time, do your fucking job. You know, and so he didn't really connect me. Well, I became friends with all those guys, and I've been friends with some of the other musicians that were in the band. Well, their guitarist and his girlfriend, she got pregnant, and he wanted to take some time off. So the bassist at Cold Kingdom came to me, and he's like, hey, man, do you want to fill in for this guitarist? And I saw an opportunity and said, yeah, absolutely. Learned the songs, and then played Rockfest. I played a Battle of the Bands, which was my first show with them, and then that got us on to Northern Invasion, which is another music festival.
Huge tour.
Yeah, and it's a huge music festival around the Midwest, and so we opened up Northern Invasion, and that was my second show with them. And it was fucking. There's pictures of it that I stood on stage and looked down.
Northern Invasion's crazy because the opening bands,
people care.
For people that don't understand, Northern Invasion is a like a north. Midwestern, we call it the Northern Invasion because we feel like we're from the north, like some Game of Thrones shit,
right?
But it's like a Midwestern thing, and for people that don't know about it, Northern Invasion is this incredible thing because the opening bands play to packed houses, which is untrue.
Thousands and thousands of people,
which is completely 100% antithetical to any other festival or show that's ever performed anywhere and ever. Like the opening band at Northern Invasion plays to the same size of crowd that the headliner plays to.
Yep.
This is literally 100% unique that I know of. And I've been around, man. I've been in this industry for 20 years.
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen this or heard of this. And dude, my buddy Wally's got a band called My Famous Friends.
Yeah, Wally from Skyline.
Yeah. He's Wally's supposed to be producing my record.
Okay,
it's happening a little slow, mostly because of our fault, not Wally's. But that I love that band name because that's all of us.
Yeah,
like My Famous Friends say, yeah,
yep.
Well, I got all these friends who are famous, and that's what I'm trying to explain. Like everyone in Minnesota, if you have any talent in Minnesota, you are connected to people nationally. Like if you know a really, really good musician who's in a local band in Minneapolis, they've been around for a while, they know a lot of national people.
Yep.
So when they say shit, like I'm saying right now, like Northern Invasion is a very unique tour because the opening bands actually play to the same size crowd as the headliner.
Yeah. It's legit. It's true, man. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, too.
Yeah, dude.
And that was the crazy thing. And, so that was my second show.
I'm gonna grab us a couple beers.
Yep. So that was my second show with the band. And we're playing in front of all these people. And I think the weird thing about Cold Kingdom was that when I first started playing with the band, when I first joined the band, I think the common mentality was play your shit perfect. Everything has to be absolutely perfect. Don't fucking do anything that is going to make us look like we're a bunch of amateurs. And here I was joining this crew of kids and fucking throwing down and still hitting my notes and fucking having a good time. And, you know, it was weird because people were coming up after the show and, like, it threw the band for a loop because they were like, oh, my God, hey, they're talking to the guitarist, not just the fucking singer. Like, they're congratulating us on, like, wow, you threw down on stage, you know? And that was what it was. But what was bigger was that we went to the media tent, and everybody in the band was super timid. Didn't want to, like, who do we talk to? I was like, fuck it. We're talking to you. Let's have an interview right now. And we sat down and we had all these interviews, and then we started networking. And I was like, hey, we're a band called Cold Kingdom. And all of a sudden it was just like, we need a guy like this in the band. And so
you were basically like the Jason Newsted.
A little bit, you know, when it came down to it, it was just kind of like
you were the outgoing one that wanted more.
Yeah,
that's the role I usually play.
That pushed for something different.
So when I'm talking about roles in band members, some guys get offended by how I classify them.
Okay.
That's that ego thing, right? Yeah. So what I said earlier, ego simply means sense of self. First time listeners, the first fucking podcast, you're all first time
listeners. Welcome.
You're going to hear this over and over again. I don't want to hear how irritated you are with hearing it, because not everybody has heard this a million times. Sometimes this is the first time someone's ever heard this.
Yeah.
The reason this matters that I'm saying this, ego simply means sense of self. So having a small ego, too small of an ego, is actually more dangerous than having too big of an ego in many ways, because you lack the confidence,
especially in this industry.
Especially in this industry, because if your ego isn't big enough, if you don't have a big enough sense of yourself, when somebody criticizes you, you will crumble.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, the reason this matters, the reason I'm bringing this up, with what you're saying, is because when you're sitting there calling people, hey, come here, I want to talk to you. Come here, bud. Hey, you. That confidence is inspiring. It's the same thing we do when we're on stage, right? So when I'm on stage, whether I'm moving around and running across the stage like David Lee Roth, or I'm standing there in one spot and literally commanding it like Maynard James Keenan from Tool, doesn't matter. There's an aura and a confidence that people see, and they're drawn to it. When you do that shit backstage,
they want to know more.
Or they want to be a part of it.
Yep.
And when you're backstage and you're doing this interview thing,
and
you're doing that's a huge ego.
Yep.
But it's not a bad huge ego. It's
just
the right amount of ego.
Yep.
To where you're saying, I don't give a fuck if I'm the new guy. I belong here.
Right.
This is like what Randy Moss did in the NFL. He was a rookie, and most rookies cower.
Yep.
And guys like Lawrence Taylor and Randy Moss were like, dude, I already belong here, man.
I fucking own this.
I own this shit, bro.
Yeah.
Like y'all are lucky to be on the team with me, not the other way around. Now, the way they said that type of shit, the way I just said it, that would be an unhealthily big ego. Y'all are lucky to be on a team with me.
Right.
You're lucky to be in a band with me.
Right.
That's too big of an ego. But saying, I belong here, and I am of this equal fucking plane.
Right.
Hey, come here. You.
Trust me, you want to talk to this group of people.
People are like, who the fuck's this guy?
Right.
This guy's fucking dope.
Yeah.
Let me go talk to this motherfucker. And then they sit down.
Apparently we have to talk to this guy over
Exactly.
here.
And then they actually sit down and talk with you. You wouldn't be able to do that if you had too small of an ego.
Right.
So you're talking about networking when really your ability to network comes down to the same thing that makes you a good performer. Confidence.
Right.
Confidence. Which comes back down to the same thing we talked about earlier. Making music that you believe in, that you want to listen to, and then hoping you can find other people that also like that. However, understanding how to perform that music. Going back to Tarantinoing it straight up, the passion and the throwdown you had with Johnnyrook, and that animosity and that anger of playing in front of 12 people when you thought you should have been, and I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah,
you didn't say it was anger.
Yeah,
but you don't give a fuck.
Right.
You really don't.
It's just the love of being on stage and playing whatever music I'm playing and putting the passion into.
Healthy amount of confidence and ego translates into your ability to network.
Right.
So basically is what I'm getting at with the listeners here, if people are trying to take any advice out of this, is if you want to be successful, what Zach and I are beating around the bush on here is two things. There's two cliche phrases. If you act big, you are big.
Yeah, which
and
don't
fake
confuse
it till you make it.
Oh God, you just said it. I was gonna say don't confuse it with fake it till you make
They're
it.
They're two different phrases.
They are
but they're
absolutely different
and
phrases.
they're two different executions of the same idea that we're talking about.
And I agree. And to be honest with you, I really do loathe. And let me put it to you this way. There's a very easy comparison
and you just said it.
Well, there's an easy comparison I can make for that for what you just said. People say fake it till you make it, right? Let's put that aside for a second, and then let's move it over into, because I grew up in the church with my dad being a pastor. Okay.
Are you still religious? Can I ask?
No, I'm not.
I'm super religious.
Are you really?
Yeah, hardcore Christian.
Are you really?
Yeah.
See,
I smoke, I drink, I say fuck, I fucking fornicate, all that shit. I get it. I'm a married man now, so it's a lot toned down, but
yeah,
I still believe in all of it. I still live my life by all of that.
And that's good. I live my life by the agnostic front of I want to believe there's something greater, but I can't put a definition on it.
Yeah, and you don't think
I've had too many fucking questions.
Kevin,
you know?
Kevin, the best man in my wedding, who you know, you
Sullivan.
worked for him. He's agnostic.
Yep. Him and I had multiple conversations.
And I consider him to be arguably the best human being I actually know.
Absolutely. And that's what we
doesn't believe in God.
Live by that standard of just be a fucking good person.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And I want to believe there's a God. Don't get me wrong. My wife is very strong Christian.
I'm super jealous of you guys that don't believe in it the same way I do, because I find it to be like a mental prison.
Well,
because I feel like everything I think is being judged.
Yeah, well, yes. So that actually plays into the point that I was going to make, is that I have a problem with God, I need to paraphrase this the best way that I possibly can, because I don't want to come off. Well, I don't want to say like religious fanatics, because I don't mean that. But when somebody says, when you're having a personal problem in your life, right, and instead of finding a way to deal with it,
it's because you lack Jesus.
No. That does happen too. But it's instead of finding a way to deal with it, what do a lot of common core Christians say? I'll just pray about it, or you gotta have faith. You just gotta have faith God will do something. To me, that's bullshit. Because I agree. The reason being is because if you want to believe in God and you want to believe in a faith, God gave you free will to figure out when there's a problem or there's something going on in your life. You don't just go, please make this better.
I agree with that so much,
and
because
it also drives me nuts, dude.
And it also says straight up in the same Bible, like, God feeds or God helps those who help themselves.
Right.
You still have to take personal responsibility, and you still have to take action. Like, you're not going to be able to be a drunkard, and you're not going to be able to be the worthless fucking self-destructive piece of shit on the planet and then win the lottery.
Absolutely.
Like, that's not
because you prayed about it.
And it's regardless of whether you believe in God, because you could translate that to karma. Mm-hmm. You could translate that to a lot of different religious beliefs. But basically, no matter how we look at it, scientifically, physics, right? You can't create energy without exhausting energy.
Yeah.
Okay. Religion, Christianity, God helps them who helps themselves. Karma, you have to put good energy out there before you
receive it back.
It's all the same thing.
Absolutely.
In farming, you reap what you sow. You're a South Dakota boy. These metaphors transcend what we're talking about. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
You have to put in order to get out.
Right.
Period. And it doesn't matter what you're doing.
Right. Which
religiously,
is funny
spiritually,
we
career-wise,
like this is
like farming, like we can get literal and physical, or we could go all the way up the fucking chain and get metaphorical and
Right.
spiritual. And the mantra still remains true. You have to put in order to receive.
So
And
what
that's
so
true
what
with
did we
society, with
put over
everything.
here? What did we put over here when we were talking? I said, let's put this over here and then let's talk.
I don't
in
remember what
relation-
we put over there.
I don't either. Like
don't know.
fucking the beer starts taking
Oh, you
over.
said you said you were talking about you were raised Catholic and you were raised all that other stuff.
I was raised Pentecostal actually.
Okay.
Yeah, the fucking talking in tongues and fucking the healing and all this shit. But I don't remember what we were talking about before then.
We're talking about
beer. I love beer.
Hold on. I'm usually pretty good at this. Let's go in
Okay.
reverse.
Okay.
So
Tarantino.
Yep, we Tarantino'd it. We went back to I brought up the passion and the intensity and the audacity, and then you mentioned something about being raised.
I had a
Super
point. That's the
religious.
shitty part, right?
And I interrupted because I said, "Are you still religious?" That's
Oh.
where we got off track. 'Cause
That's
I just
okay.
simply wanted to know because you were saying, and I just wanted to clarify for listeners, like, okay, you were raised this way, but are you still this way? And then we
Right.
got off.
But when it comes down to it, like maybe the correlation that I'm trying to make between, when you want to put this work into being a musician and you want to be a professional musician and you want to be out there and you want to be working whatever backbeat that you need to be working, you can't just rely on certain pieces of being a good musician. It also takes that confidence. It takes that ego because you can't just
we're coming from ego.
You can't just have that confidence and that ego and be like, well I'm gonna fucking shit, and because it's just like being religious and saying, man, my dad just got cancer, I'll pray about it. And not that you can do anything about that. That's a bad analogy. Let's say, well, I just lost my job. Okay, that's a better analogy. Well, I just lost my job, and if I don't get another job and I can't make my wages, I'm going to foreclose on my house. Well, fuck it. I'll just pray that I find money somewhere.
Right, instead of going and looking for a job. Then praying about it and asking God to help you get a job. Well, that's what I'm talking about.
That's exactly right, because I could go out and I could sit here right now and I could say, I'm just going to pray that I get a job that was paying me the amount of money that I had before this furlough or shit like that. Or I could go, fuck it, I'm going to go get this job that's paying me half of the amount of money that I was making before, and I'm going to bust my fucking ass, and I'm just going to pray that whatever is going on here, that you give me guidance to be strong and to be moving forward and be confident enough that I can go, I deserve this. Or people take the notice, you're a fucking hard worker, and I'm going to move you up, and I'm going to do exactly
100%
in the point that I'm going to do.
100%.
But
100%.
I can't make the fucking prayer that goes, hey, I was making $30 an hour, and I just got laid off. Wow, I'm fucked. God, just find me something that's going to give me $30 an hour.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
No, and it's fucking stupid, and I cannot
And I think a lot
of
of people who are religious actually think that is how it works.
It's a crutch, and I hate it.
And then, more importantly, they actually preach that to other people. And it's like, dude, no. Well, that's not how anything works in this world.
Again, with my dad being a pastor, the big thing with my dad was ask and you shall receive.
Do you have any issues with your dad? Let me ask you this. I'm trying to make sure I phrase this question properly because otherwise it's too ambiguous. Do you have any issues with your dad's religious beliefs and how that affects the advice he gives you?
Yes.
Since you don't believe.
Yes. And that's a longer conversation, but the reason being, up until the point that I was 7 years old, my dad was a drug addict. He was an alcoholic. He was a wife abuser. And the reason that my dad found religion was because one night my dad had a really bad trip on mushroom tea. Or mushrooms and cocaine.
Or a really good trip.
Or, well...
Depending on how you look at it.
Depending. He had a trip that he saw himself being thrown into the lake of fire. He was cast into hell.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Scared the shit out of him.
And he
sounds insane, but I totally understand.
It happens when you're on hallucinogens. This shit will happen, and when you're on hallucinogens mixed with cocaine, that's an accelerant of everything that you're on. And
is it?
From what I hear, I don't know.
So next time I do mushrooms, I need to do a bunch of coke. Is that what you're telling me, Zach? Because I don't do mushrooms, and I would never do mushrooms.
Zach
but
from
next
Johnnyrook
time
does
I
not
don't do them.
Zach from Johnnyrook does not condone mixing drugs all the time. Anyway,
but
so my dad woke up, freaked out of his mind, ran to the nearest church. The nearest church was Catholic. They told him to get the fuck out. So he ran to another church, which was Pentecostal. Saved him, quote unquote, air quotes. And he came home, flushed all of the drugs that he had, poured all the booze down the drain, threw all the cigarettes in the trash, was clean from that point. Well, the thing is that my dad went from being addicted to drugs and alcohol to being addicted to religion.
Yep.
And this was a trade-off.
Dude, I feel you on this. I feel you.
This happens more times than not, right?
It's almost like the way AA is treated.
Absolutely.
Like it becomes infallible.
I do not have a problem with religion. I have a problem with organized religion because I fucking hate it.
I agree with you 100%. That's why I don't go to church regularly.
Absolutely.
And that's why I will never join a specific church, because I believe 100% what we view as church or organized religion is exactly what Jesus rebelled against.
It's just a fucking business.
Well, exactly.
It's the Pharisees, the Sadducees, any
thank you, bro.
fucking thing that's going on.
Thank you. Oh my God, dude. Okay, so you're agnostic.
Yeah.
I'm hardcore Christian.
Yeah.
And what you just said is 100% exactly how I view my own religion. And in fact, this is so fucked up right now. I'm actually experiencing a heavy dose of deja vu. Like literally sitting in this room, having a conversation I didn't recognize at the time with a person I didn't recognize at the time, coming almost like the fucking multiverse, many worlds theories.
Yep.
Like this is me finally having the exact same interaction that I thought I had a year or two ago.
Yeah.
Dude, this is bizarre because that's exactly what I feel. It's the Pharisees. It's the organization. It's more about profit and ditching taxes and buildings and physical infrastructure more than it is about actually finding the truth and the enlightenment.
They don't give a shit about that. This is a business at this point.
It's so bad, Zach, that my personal beliefs of my own religion, Jesus studied Buddhism.
Mm-hmm.
Most people don't know that. In fact, if you go ask 99% of pastors, they'll tell you not only is that not true, that's blasphemy to believe.
Right.
However, if you listen to the studies of Jesus, they directly quote Buddha over and over and over again.
Right.
And then if you go back and you read any fucking interview with anybody who's ever been able to document a conversation with the Dalai Lama or anyone ever even remotely involved in high levels of Buddhism,
right?
When they ask, was Jesus really the son of the God? They go, that's it.
Yeah.
Let me make sure. Hold on. They go like this.
Right.
They don't say he is God. They won't.
Well,
but they do say he's the son of the God.
Right.
But they'll never quote it. They'll never write it down. But if you ever read any interview, whenever anybody brings up Jesus to whoever is the Dalai Lama at the time,
and I want to know,
they always give a simple head nod.
And is it true? Like I've heard so many.
And I'm not saying that means it's real.
Well, no. And
I'm saying there's correlation between the two.
Well, there's perfect. I've heard so many accusations that there's another 15 to 19 books of the Bible.
Yep, absolutely, 100%.
And they're hidden in the Vatican. You know why?
100% true. So
why?
Basically, there was a council called the Church of Nicaea, or the Council of Nicaea, and basically this is why
I love this shit.
This is why I left the church.
Okay.
I left the church because I found, and every time I look to the side, viewers and you, I'm checking to make sure that my doc is on the right camera. You guys, I'm not disinterested. I'm not distracted. I'm just making sure that you can see either him or me.
Yeah, I see
or
both of us.
So I can't remember when it was. I'm going to fuck this up, but it was something, I think it was 1394.
Okay. I'm not going to quote you.
It could be 1493. It could be 200 years before that, 200 years after that. But definitely before America was founded.
Okay.
Way before America was founded. Even I actually think it was before America was even discovered, which was 1492.
According to Columbus, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I think so. Like, that's as far back as we can go. About 1492, as far as we know.
Documented history.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. Documented.
Yep.
Okay, anyways. So I believe it's before that. There was something called the Council or Church of Nicaea. And here's how they decided the modern day Bible. This is a straight up fucking conspiracy at the levels of like 9/11 or the JFK assassination. For real, dude.
Okay,
you're
getting deep into the conspiracy theory.
But but this one's provable now,
okay.
Obviously, because it's so long ago. And there's documents to back this up. This is why I left the church. Because they say how we got in the modern day Bible was because this is what was verified amongst every other religion. That's not fucking true. Not even in the goddamn slightest.
What?
Not even in the motherfucking slightest.
Yeah.
How the Church of Nicaea came to acquire the current modern day Old and New Testament in our version of the Bible is there was 13, which I find a very peculiar number. There's 13 churches, official Christian churches that were invited around the world. From Russia to England to Rome, everywhere.
Okay.
The farthest reaches of Christianity. To hold a meeting on the official Bible. How a book got left out? Simple veto. You're one of 13 people.
Yeah.
All you had to say is we don't agree with that version.
See ya.
That's it. That's all it took.
Yeah.
One guy. 1 out of 13. So every book in the Bible that isn't currently there, it's because minimum one out of
guy
13 guys. It's
raised
like,
the
nah.
veto. So that brings
So
up
you're
an
correct. And what did you say? 13
I thought
books
I
are
said
missing?
13 to 19, something like that.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's 13 is the exact number. I might be wrong. I might be making that up.
So here's the funny thing is that this is what I've always this is how I refer to organized religion is just a fucking huge game of telephone.
Yeah, I look at it as like the mob.
Well, you remember when we were kids, right? Yeah. And you would get in a circle.
Oh, I see what you're saying by the game of telephone. Yep.
Yeah, you would get in a circle and you'd whisper into somebody's ear,
"Yep,
pickles are for dickheads."
Yep.
And by the time it got back around, it was Taylor Swift sucked off
14
Niles
cocks.
or something. You know, like I don't fucking know. You know, like,
no, I know what you're saying.
That's just what happened.
And I've
that's
used that specific analogy.
What, Taylor Swift sucking off Niles from One Direction?
The telephone game. The telephone game. Like you say at the beginning, this guy is the son of God, and you need to listen to everything he says. And 2,000 years later, people are going, "That's not even a real human. He's a made-up person."
2,000 years later, somebody goes, "Well, no, trust me, this is what it said. I heard it from somebody else."
And where we started from was like science and everything else becoming a religion.
Well, yeah.
Like or an addiction.
Yeah.
Right? Like whether it's science, like, dude, let's parlay this into, okay, so we just took the religious fervor and how it's crazy and like we clearly both of us have issues how that logic works.
Yeah.
I have the same fucking problem with how current modern day people believe in science.
Yeah.
Like, dude,
I can agree with that.
1 month, 30 days, and people will fucking tell you that you're a danger to society because you might be asymptomatic. And
Right.
then within 30 days, the CDC and the WHO release a statement that says asymptomatic spread is extremely rare.
And then the next day they come out with another statement that says, maybe we were wrong.
No. The statement says is yes, asymptomatic spread is extremely rare. However, pre-symptomatic spread is still in extreme danger.
Okay.
So now if you look that up online right now, it will say CDC walks back asymptomatic spread statement. Read the article, and they don't walk it back at all.
Okay.
Is what they say is you may be asymptomatic and have a very low risk of spread, but don't confuse that with you being actually sick and simply not showing symptoms yet.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But people will read that headline like one
Game of
verse out of the
telephone.
Bible.
Yeah.
Right?
Game
Like,
of telephone.
So people in the Bible do this shit. This is my biggest problem with my own religion and my own people in my own religion, is they quote one part of the Bible and then ignore the rest. So the Bible's broken down into what we call chapters or books. Sorry, they're just like a regular
Books,
thing.
chapters,
it's a
and
book,
verses.
chapter, verse.
Yep.
And they'll quote one verse and not quote any of the verses that come before and after that actually paint the picture of what they're talking about.
I could
so
give
for
you
example,
I could give you an easy example
it's a
of that.
sin.
To have tattoos.
Or let me give you a very specific one. It's a sin to lay with another man
Yeah.
the way it is to lay with a woman.
Yeah.
This is God's law in Leviticus. However,
It's funny that you mentioned
don't chop me up, internet. Let me finish my quote. In that same book of laws, you know what it also says? If a woman divorces her husband, she should be stoned to death.
Right.
But modern day society will go, yeah, but, and we'll skirt that aside.
But hang on
we
a second.
still
Hang on
want
a
to
second.
hang the gay dude.
But hang on a second. Over here, when they say, yeah, but when they talk about the Quran and they say, well, they say that if you're a Christian, that you should be killed.
Right.
Oh, hang on a second. But when you talk about all this Old Testament bullshit, and then you go, well, the New Testament says we're not bound by the laws of the Old.
That's the difference. That really is the difference, though, because people don't
They've
understand.
got something to justify everything.
Well,
right?
not justify, but it is. You're right, though. You're right.
It's
though.
translation.
It's definitely what we call the second coming. Okay. Well, the first coming, whatever.
Got to be careful when it comes to Christianity when you're talking about second coming.
Actually, I picked the wrong word. And I'm actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm really struggling to make the right word. But basically, yes. So most people don't understand that the Torah, which is the basis for Judaism, the Old Testament, which is the foundation for Christianity, and the Quran are almost word for word the exact same book. All three religions are based on the Old Testament. Now, the Church of Nicaea that we mentioned earlier took a diversion and brought Christianity way over here and tried to make it its own thing. That's a lie. They all founded from this. Christians, Jews, and Muslims all worship the same God. We disagree with who the prophet is or if there is a prophet.
Fair enough.
So Jews don't believe that Jesus is the Son of God, but they do believe he's a prophet. Muslims don't believe that Jesus is the Messiah or the Son of God, but they do believe he's a prophet. So all of these religions actually share the same foundation.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reason logistically and ethically they're separate is because of the New Testament and Jesus Christ specifically. Mm-hmm. Whether you agree or not is not what I'm actually getting at.
Sure.
But there was an actual renaissance or a new ethics commission. If we're speaking modern day politics, right?
Sure.
A new ethics commission that became Jesus. And I'm glad you brought that up because Jesus specific. This is what I said. People will quote a verse and not finish it.
Yep.
This is my problem. Jesus said, I'm here to enforce the law, not change a single letter of it.
Right.
Finish that quote. Until all has been fulfilled. Which my version is once he completed his crucifixion and his sacrifice, that's when the law changed.
Sure.
So that's why we as Christians can abandon the old laws of, no, I got to stone him. I got to beat my slaves. I'm allowed to have all of those. As Christians, this is how we think.
Sure.
We abandon that old, archaic, barbaric shit because Jesus fulfilled the prophecy and did all this blah, 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 blah. The other two religions don't believe he was legit, and they've also never had that second version.
You just made a really good point, though. Okay.
And I'm not making
No.
real point. I'm just actually clarifying a distinction.
What I'm saying is that the point that you made without even really knowing that you made the point is when you quoted that verse and then you said, and now finish that verse.
Right.
And then you said...
That's actually where we started. Yeah.
What you said is that, to my translation, or the way that I take that, is that this means to the crucifixion. So the thing is that it's open to translation. Okay? And so what I look at...
That is the key. That is
exactly
the only point that really matters.
That is the point, is that when you look at a point of religious dialect or, any kind of publication or whatever the fuck you want to call it, it's open to translation, and
sure.
It's just these are stories and guidelines of how to live your life.
Right.
These are not end all be all, right? Except for you can look at murder and all of that shit. Like, yeah, fucking use your common sense. Like this just makes sense. Do not, thou shalt not murder. Like it just makes sense. But like with my folks grew up. The only people that they had to guide them through everything were really, really old Christian elderly people, right? The woman, you cannot wear a dress, anything but a dress, to church, and it had to be at ankle length and all of this shit. Like, this is the way that my parents grew up for Christianity, and that's the way that we had to grow up.
Pause. I'm not changing the subject. What you just pointed out, you said earlier, this is exactly what the Pharisees did.
Right.
Continue.
Right. So
the Pharisees are old Jewish dudes who controlled everything and basically made everyone sinners by writing a bunch of crazy rules. Like, for example,
the dress.
Nothing other than a dress
at
the ankles. That's a human-made rule. That's not God's law.
Right. So, but with my parents, when I was 18, my brother took me to get my first tattoo, and I hid it from my folks for the longest of time. But then I moved out of the house, continued to get tattoos, and tried to find a way to hide them from my parents because I knew that they.
That's why you brought up tattoos. Yeah, because it does say you shouldn't mark your skin.
Do not put any markings on your body.
I went to a Christian boarding school.
But hang on. Do you know what the next verse is?
Yeah, and I'm going to interject here so you can finish it. I'm going to set you up for the finish. So I called my Christian boarding school. I got sent off to boarding school. I was a troubled teen. My mom shipped me off.
Okay.
And I spent a year at a Christian boarding school.
Okay.
Years later, I called her up because I had actually hated religion, hated Christianity, hated all of it until I left. And I entered the real world as an adult. And then I started seeing all the lessons play out in front of me. And I was like, okay, I'm really into this.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't think I was, but I am.
Yep.
And I called her up and I said, I want to get a bunch of tattoos that justify and praise Jesus.
Sure.
And somebody in my family told me it's a sin. Mm-hmm. Can you find me the verse?
Mm-hmm.
She called me up and she read me the verse. And I said, okay, what if those markings are a glorification to God? Because it's the quote says something about like, your body is a manifestation and a glorification of God in physical form, and you shouldn't intentionally deform it, and you should take care of it. It's a temple. That's where that feminism thing comes from.
They talk about it. It's a temple. Yeah.
Right? Yep. So I asked her, I said, okay, all of that's good, and I understand that, but what if the tattoos are praising Jesus and praising God? And she goes, now you're getting into politics, liberal or conservative. Conservatives will literally interpret the text as is and play it conservative. Liberals will read the text as is and add something to it and say, but this other verse says we're okay to do it because of. And so she, honestly, I hate this woman. I'm not going to say her name. I'm not even going to name the boarding school. However, as much as I despise this woman, as much as I believe she might even be a demon, I believe truly 100% God spoke through her, like truly used her as a vessel and communicated directly to me and said, motherfucker, that ain't the point.
Yeah.
All of that doubt is in you.
Yeah.
That ain't my battle. I told you to take care of your body.
Right.
I told you to treat your body like a temple. I told you that your body is a manifestation in me, and you taking care of that body is you honoring me.
Well, see, when people tell me your body is a temple,
I prayed about that. I prayed about this, right? So I took her advice. I'm bringing it Tarantino style back to what you said. Pray about it, right? So I listened to what she said. I read the verse. I looked it up. And not only did I read the verse, but I went at least 2 or 3 above it and 2 or 3 below it and read the whole thing in full context. And I prayed about it.
Yep.
And is what I got out of it through praying and listening was like, dude, you're not getting it. These are man's rules.
Right.
These are man's problems.
Well, because do you remember...
Men created these rules to control other men.
Well, do you remember the
love
verse...
me or don't love me?
Yeah,
Pick
absolutely.
one.
Do you remember the verse right after the fact that it says, do not put any markings on your body? Do you remember the verse that comes after that?
You quote it.
It talks about do not shave your beard. A man is not supposed to shave his beard.
Yep.
Okay, so...
Yeah, and then it leads on again. So it starts from that whole thing, if I remember right, starts head down. So it talks about not marking your body, not trimming the edges of your beard, not wearing 2 blends of cloth, so you can't have cotton and wool,
right?
Like a cotton shirt.
So why is
pants.
it that modern day Christians only focus on do not put any markings on your body? What? Because they're
naive.
Well, they're naive, and right now it's a cultural thing. Tattoos are more widely accepted now than they were when we were kids. You were always told,
at least
when
in
you were
America,
a kid,
for sure.
Yeah, when you were a kid, you were always told, God, if you get a tattoo, you're never going to get a job. You're never going to get a job.
Which is still technically true in certain industries.
Yes and no. The thing about it
or they say, you can work here, but you got to always cover up your tattoos.
When I go into a job interview, I wear a long sleeve shirt and I wear a tie. And I'm very articulate. And I'm very confident, and I know exactly what I want. And by the end of the interview, they say, do you have any questions for us, any comments that you want to make? And I'll always say, there's one thing I want to talk to you about. And I'll say, I do have visible tattoos. Is that going to be an issue in your job setting? And they say, well, what kind of visible tattoos? And I'll always unbutton my sleeve and roll them up. They have no idea. Why? Because I'm articulate. Because I'm educated, because I poise myself as a confident person, that the tattoos are not a stigma at this point, right? I can walk into a situation and you would have no fucking idea. You have no idea I have a chest piece tattoo, I have a side piece tattoo, I have full sleeve tattoos, but if I walk into a situation and I'm confident and I'm articulate and I present myself in today's job industry, if you can present yourself that way and they have no idea in the first place, you've already changed their mindset that they don't give a shit what you look like because you walked in and you killed this interview. I can walk into that interview, the job that I have right now, they had no fucking idea. Or I worked for a company called Starkey Hearing Technologies. And I only told my hiring manager when I was in the interview that I had tattoos. And he said, I don't think it should be a problem. For the first 2 weeks of working there, it was in March, so it's in Minnesota. It's still a little bit chilly. Wore long sleeve shirts. And I remember the first fucking job setting that we had when we were around a table and we're going over documentation, and I reached across the table. My fucking long sleeve pulled up past my long sleeve, or my tattoos. And I remember the chick that was sitting across the table, I saw her eyes, they widened, and then she was like, she gave me this look like, oh my God.
She wanted to fuck you.
But it was funny, man, because I guess that's an older demographic that they, right. That stigma is still in their mentality. But it's still the same way with modern day Christians. Like, my mom and dad, to this day, 100% believe that I'm going to hell because I have tattoos.
I mean, dude, here's the thing is, like,
there's no saving me.
I'm pretty sure 99% of us are going to hell regardless of anything we say or do.
It's going to be a party.
Like, it's almost like that show, The Good Place.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, my wife watches it, I know.
It's almost like there's a mathematical equation.
Yeah.
And based on the world we live in today, it's impossible to be an actual good person. We're seeing this through cancel culture. Like, dude, the greatest human beings that we've ever known of are now being looked at as horrible,
just being
racist
terrible individuals.
We're literally creating an Orwellian future where only perfect people survive, and there are no perfect people.
Just brought up 1948 this week.
84.
No, 1984.
Yeah,
it was written in 48. Excuse me.
I know it's 1984 because
It is 1984. Well, but I just brought up 1984.
No,
I
for real,
just did. You're absolutely right. This is an Orwellian society.
And it's, dude, face crimes. The fucking
Big Brother?
Yeah, dude, Big Brother, the face crimes with the kid, the fucking Covington kid, who fucking, like, we thought he was an asshole, racist little shit who wasn't respecting Native American veterans.
Oh, yeah.
And we found out, like, he was just standing there and a bunch of people swarmed him.
Yeah.
And and I looked at that kid in retrospect, in context, and I was like...
But what was the first thing you thought when you saw that fucking video?
I was like, he seems like a disrespectful little shit.
I'm going to kill that motherfucker.
No. A lot of my friends said that. A lot of my friends are quoted as saying he has a punchable face.
Yeah, absolutely. You felt angry though because you're like,
I just
what
said,
are you
like,
doing, dipshit?
I literally said, and you can look this up on Facebook. I said, he definitely seems like a disrespectful little shit. Like, that's what I said. However,
what a smug little fuck.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Once I seen the full scope of things, I went, oh, that's an awkward little kid who has no fucking idea how he's supposed to look or stand. He has no practice.
He just has an asshole face.
If I was his age, I would probably have not handled that situation better. I would have probably handled that situation worse.
Probably.
Like, if I would have tried to, like, get into it, people would have been like, oh, he's mocking him because he's trying to dance to the music.
Right.
Like, there's nothing you can do in that situation where the media is not going to vilify you.
Absolutely.
So I've been a victim to that, dude.
Bitch.
I've done it. I've prejudged. I've overjudged. I've gone too far and looked at people and said, hey, man, you know, you're doing this, that, and the other thing. And now, like, 6 months, 2 years later, as we've seen all these things unfold in context, I'm quickly realizing, like, we're being programmed to make snap judgment decisions.
God, that is a brilliant way of putting it.
And, like, put people in boxes.
Yeah.
Like, what we're being... And again, I keep talking about we, they...
And programmed to fear each other.
So, like, yes, I'm going to flat out admit I believe in a lot of conspiracy theories.
I love conspiracy theories.
I believe in a lot of them.
I don't give a shit.
I believe in a lot of them.
Yeah.
But I also know most of them are bullshit.
Yeah.
But most of them are bullshit.
Yeah.
The world isn't fucking flat. I'm sorry, you guys. Go fuck yourself. You don't understand physics or science. Literally, they taught us how to do this shit. Me and Zach in our generation, they brought us to soccer fields and had us do angle experiments with shadows so we could do calculations. So they didn't tell us the world was round. They showed us how to figure it out because they showed us how to cross-check the science. That happened in 4th fucking grade. Because y'all aren't being taught that in 4th grade doesn't mean we're fucking wrong. Doesn't mean we're deceived. It means that y'all haven't been taught shit.
Fuck itself.
Yeah,
Common
for real,
Core math
man.
is a fucking joke.
For real, man. Like, I'm tired of people younger than me or even my age trying to tell me that math and science aren't fucking real. Like, dude, get over yourself. Like it's provable. That's why it's math and science. It's because if you know how to do the algorithm, you can cross-check me and tell me I'm wrong. And if you come to the same answer, and then another guy, and another guy, and another guy, for thousands and thousands and thousands of years come to the same mathematical equation that the world is approximately 250,000 miles in circumference, dude, eat your own ass if you don't want to believe that shit. I'm tired of it, dude.
I'm pretty sure my ass tastes like shit.
Dude, I don't know what my ass tastes like, but I heard my cum tastes pretty good.
You've been eating a lot of pineapple, and I like it.
It's mostly Mountain Dew and beer. But I'm just saying, I don't know my own asshole. I've only had my asshole eaten once. Once.
What was his name?
Her name is going to remain confidential. But
it's all right if it was a he. It's all right.
It wasn't a
okay.
It wasn't a he.
Okay.
I'll explain this. I'm not that homophobic. Here's the reality.
Off camera.
All right. Hold on. We got to get back to the main because I keep forgetting. I leave it on you because you're my guest.
Hi.
Most of this has been on you, by the way.
Oh, then. Hi.
You've been beautiful, by the way.
Oh, you.
So here's the deal. I don't want to hear any fucking shit. Go fuck yourself. I'll beat anyone's ass. I don't care how fucking big you are. You can be 6'8", 280 pounds. I'm still winning that fight. Go fuck yourself. Here's the deal. Yes. When I was a child, I fooled around with dudes. I explored my sexuality. I'm 100% straight. I know it. We're not questioning it. Get over it. I'm done talking about it. We'll never talk about this again. That's it. That's it. We're done.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
You keep talking about flat earthers and stuff like that.
Oh, it's pissing me off.
Do you know anybody that's a flat earther?
Several.
Would
actually
how would that conversation go if you had them on a podcast? How would that conversation go? Would you be open to have an honest conversation? You don't think you could?
I can't, because here's why.
Okay.
Unlike any other conspiracy,
yeah,
there's verifiable 100% concrete scientific and physics involved.
Sure.
Entire industries.
But aren't you in the least bit interested to know why the fuck they're so deep rooted in this
I went
idea?
down that rabbit hole. So let me.
I'm curious, man.
Wife.
I want to talk to somebody
I
that's
never knew this existed until I met my wife.
Okay.
About 5 years ago.
Okay.
I'm about 31 years old, and she says something about the Flat Earth Society at a bar. Me and a bunch of buddies are hanging out. And we all look at it.
And at this point, you didn't know shit about it.
No one knew shit about it.
Okay.
No one in Minnesota knew anything about, in the music scene and music in our world, we had never heard of the Flat Earth.
Okay.
This is how ahead of the curve my wife was. And she goes, dude, you don't know this? And we all look at her and they're like, what the fuck are you talking? And she goes, dude, there's something called the Flat Earth Society. There's an entire group of people that truly believe the world is flat. And I'm like, no. You got to be fucking with me. This has got to be a joke.
Yeah, what
is
like,
this? No, dude.
1493?
She goes, no, dude. No, dude. Like, still to this day, my wife has never made a more serious face than when she was telling me there's people that believe the earth is flat.
My brother-in-law kind of believes it.
Okay, so I YouTube this.
Okay.
And because I'm so conspiracy-oriented, okay,
Yeah.
and we'll tie this to Tarantino this properly.
Yeah.
We're gonna tie this back to the riots for conspiracies. Okay.
Damn, you're going deep. Okay.
Well, we're gonna bring it back to what we talked about a while ago.
Well, now we have a starting point and an end point.
So,
and I like this.
So, first of all, I'm so deep on conspiracies. Conspiracies have to fit a profile, like a police detective investigating a serial killer.
Okay.
We need to have motive. Yep. Opportunity, and there's another one that I can't remember.
Motive, opportunity, and cause. Cause and effect.
Something like that.
Whatever.
Right?
Maybe that's motive.
So with conspiracies, the actual formula is simply money.
Okay.
And then ability.
Usually.
Right?
Yeah.
So with Flat Earth Society, it didn't make any fucking sense from the beginning. So I went, okay, I got to figure out how this conspiracy started and where it's coming from.
Okay.
So I spent, and this is actually how I discovered the Joe Rogan podcast.
No shit. This is a fucking deep rabbit hole.
Swear to God.
Went into.
So I typed into YouTube Flat Earth Theory.
All right.
And immediately I got a snippet of Joe Rogan and Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about Flat Earth. And I found it so fascinating. I was like, I need to hear all of this. Like, it shouldn't have ended right there. It was like a 20-minute clip. So I found the Joe Rogan podcast. I listened to that whole podcast and was so entranced by that podcast, I went and searched his entire library for any celebrity I found interesting.
Is Neil a flat earther?
No.
Or was he just explaining what people's...
No, he was explaining why flat earthers are idiots.
Okay. All right.
Right?
Fair enough.
So I looked that one up. I watched that one. Then I went back and watched a bunch of random Joe Rogan podcasts because I was like, this is fucking cool. And I listened to all his shit with like James Hetfield and some other. I think James Hetfield was the second podcast of Joe Rogan's I listened to. I first found the full version of Neil deGrasse Tyson, then listened to James Hetfield, and then reversed myself up and down Joe Rogan's rabbit hole, but kept going down. And basically, when I researched in every ability I had, bro, to figure out this fucking flat earth rabbit hole, I figured it's based, I realized it's based on two things. It's based on two things.
Okay.
Horrible. And I can't emphasize horrible enough. Misrepresentation and misunderstanding of Bible verses combined with
really
a 100% lack of ability to do math or physics.
Well, hang on a second. Back up just a second. What Bible verses are they using to say that the Earth is flat? I don't understand.
The core of flat Earth is based in bad biblical theory.
Really? I didn't realize that this was a religious thing.
100%. And it pisses
what?
And it pisses me off because it makes Christians look like goddamn Neanderthals.
Well,
like,
I mean,
so
Christians kind of have a tendency.
They
to do
quote
that
shit like the Earth is fixed on 2 pillars, and is a disc.
No.
Okay. Well, here's the deal. Think about this. If you're just past Neanderthal, I'm talking brain size.
Yeah.
So you're human.
Yep.
But we don't have established language. You don't understand the difference between a circle or a sphere.
Yeah.
Okay? You've never seen a sphere.
It's just a circle.
You've never seen a sphere.
Yeah. It's just this. I have this.
Right. But and at best you've seen this.
Yep.
You've seen maybe a rock that's been rounded slightly.
Yep.
Dude, spheres are incredibly rare. Like there's no natural spheres. Like we didn't have spheres in this world until we created plastics.
Sure.
Or cannonballs, really.
Sure. Yeah, probably.
Right? Like the ball is a rare thing.
Yeah.
So you don't have the ability as a fucking just past Neanderthal, if you really do, according to biblical, if you really did get pulled up to heaven, shown everything from the top, and you're looking at the globe.
You're just looking at a flat surface.
You're looking at a circle.
That's what they're thinking.
And you're seeing it spin on 2 fucking pillars like this. To me, that looks like a globe. To me, when I read that same fucking book, that looks like they're pointing out the North and South Pole. But these idiots read it like this. 2 pillars with a disc on top.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm glad you're clarifying this because I had no idea that it was that
Dude,
bad.
I'm not exaggerating. I'm not done. Then they claim that if you read the Bible properly, that the earth is hollow. And at the North Pole, there's a hole. And if you go into that hole, you will find the literal Garden of Eden, where there is an entire society of people that are immortal. This is my religion. It sounds like Scientology. It is a fucking joke. It's gotta be fake. It's gotta be people who are trolls who looked at our religion, took a bunch of bullshit, threw it on fucking 4chan, and got a bunch of people to believe.
I'm having a hard time believing what you're saying is true.
Dude,
that people actually believe this is true.
This is the actual heart.
I'm having a tough time believing that.
This is the actual heart of the Flat Earth Society movement. Is that the globe theory is anti-God and anti-Christian because they're trying to get you to abandon God and believe in science, which isn't real. And it's all a deception to bring Satan into the world, which, again, there's actually some validity to that, right? Like, the more you depend on technology and science and the less you depend on self and God and nature, the more disconnected you become from our spiritual connectedness and the more materialized you become. So, again, they've taken true teachings, twisted it,
it's the same.
And spun it into shit like if you believe the world is round, you're a Satanist.
Well, yeah, my parents believe that.
Wait a minute, what?
Any Democratic president
is going to... Your parents don't believe the earth is flat.
Not that I hope not. I haven't talked to them.
But you said your parents believe that. What are you saying?
No, my brother-in-law believes that.
But you're saying your parents believe that. Are you talking about the technology thing I referenced?
No. I'm saying I hope my parents don't believe the flat earth thing.
Misunderstood you.
No. I hope that my parents don't believe that, but I mean, they buy into a lot of stupid fucking shit, man. Don't get me wrong, but wow, I didn't know that it went that deep. Dude, with the really flat Earth shit. It's like really I thought that people just wanted to believe that it was flat Earth, which is odd to me when I lay out in an open field and I look at the sky and I watch the way that it has this fucking curve to it, right? How can I not believe that the fucking planet that I'm living on is spherical? How can you not believe that when you're fucking sitting on the grass and it does?
They don't understand gravity. They think when you're on the bottom of the planet, you should fall into space. They don't understand that space is 3-dimensional. So the Earth is creating a convex.
You said you have friends that believe in this.
Yes, like literally, I would say.
Can you get them on a podcast? And I just want to.
I don't want to.
I want to be a fly on the wall.
I want to have a
conversation.
I'm not trying to, dude. I'm not trying to put these people on blast and humiliate them, man.
No, but like we were talking about before, when it comes to political or religious beliefs and just having a conversation. It's not necessarily that they're here to change your mind. Like, I just want to hear a viewpoint.
They're unreasonable when it comes to facts. So
let me be here for that.
Dude,
please, I'm telling you, please get this.
Like, I've talked to them.
I'll be your co-host, and I will be a huge dickhead.
Maybe we should do it because, like, at the end of the day, like, I'm saying this from a point of sincerity. Like, I've talked to them, and they say things like people who are anti-religion say. So they go, you don't know that. You're trusting other people who said that math works. And then I go, no, and I go, no.
Oh,
No. In 4th grade, they brought us out to the soccer field.
They taught
which was
they
9 soccer fields long.
Yeah.
So we had miles to work with, at least 1 mile.
Yeah.
And they showed us how to do this equation. And they go, you're lying. And I go, okay, that's hard to argue with because, I mean, you just don't. And then I go, I went to space camp twice. I went to space camp and then I went to Space Academy. That's how big of a fucking nerd I was because I wanted to be a goddamn astronaut. So my grandma sent me to space camp and then sent me to Space Academy where we actually hung out and trained with real astronauts.
Right.
Because they're grooming future astronauts.
Right.
I dropped out because I found out if you ever did acid, they do a spinal tap and you're disqualified from NASA. I've done acid. So I realized like I should probably stop wasting my time with that route. So I was like 15.
Of all the things you dropped out for.
Dude, I was like 15. I was like 15 and they said that shit. And I was like, well,
no, I want to do
out.
acid.
I'm like, well, I'm out. I think I was the only 15-year-old in that room who could actually be like, I've done acid. And it was funny because as soon as I said that in my head, I was like, well, I'm out. I also thought, well, that's fucking bullshit. Because I've done acid, I can definitely distinguish between what's real and not real. And y'all motherfuckers who've never done acid have no idea what it's like to trip. You fucking clown.
Dude.
Only put people in NASA who've done acid.
Do me a favor, please. I want you to get somebody in this chair. I will sit right here. I will sign up for that. I will be your co-host because
all right. If I can find a flat earther who has the balls to come on, but dude,
I just want to have a conversation. I don't even want to argue. I just want to hear their perspective because this is all news to me. I've never gone down the rabbit hole. I've never really dug into this conspiracy of what flat Earth means to somebody and why they believe in it so fervently. It really
boils down to them not believing in math and science, which is the core of it. And here's the irony, because where we started off with is like people taking their addiction from drugs, like your dad, and finding a new addiction in religion.
Yeah.
I find people that take that addiction to religion, right? Mm-hmm. And even though they don't believe in God, they take that fervor.
Yeah.
And they apply it to science.
It's a passion. They have to apply that passion to something.
Whether we're talking COVID or we're talking global warming or we're talking the goddamn fucking Flat Earth Society.
Yeah.
The problem is that when people become, you want to be vegan? That's a religion.
Now, yeah.
Being a musician is a religion.
Yeah.
Like everything we do now is being literally like religiousized.
We should be tax exempt then,
right? Like it's so bizarre because people believe in things so crazily that they're willing to ignore science and math.
Yeah.
For example, the world is flat. Number 2, there's no biological difference between a man and a woman. Well, scientifically, that's wrong. Like I respect your ability and your freedom to cut off your dick and call yourself a chick. And I will call you fucking Xena. You don't want to be Zach anymore? You want to be Xena? I'll call you fucking Xena. You want to be referred to as a she? I'll call you a fucking she. Because that's your freedom. I'm down with that.
Yeah, you can call me Xena from
Don't
here
fucking
out.
Tell me that there's no biological difference between Xena and Zach.
Sure.
Like, actually, that's a terrible example because that's literally the same person, and there is no biological difference between Xena and Zach. But to say there's no difference biologically between a man and a woman is horrendously offensive to women and to men. Like it just is.
Yeah. No,
because here's the thing,
I understand.
man. Like everything we know about science and facts say that men and women are 100% different. We think differently. We feel differently. We process our thoughts and emotions differently. We're built differently. Men have more dense muscle mass. Women have an easier ability to store fat for energy consumption. There's so many biological differences between the two genders or race or sexes that it's offensive to everyone to ignore that science.
Right.
That's how I feel about the flat earther.
Right.
Like, dude, this science is so fucking sound and so easily re-applicable. I'm forgetting the term because we've been drinking. But, like, you can replicate this data.
Well, let's look at it like this.
The world is not fucking flat.
It's as easy as this. We have technology in the palm of our hands, which are drones that will go above our fucking stratosphere. Look at DJI Mavic Pro.
Dude, I want one so fucking bad. DJI, if you somehow stumble across this, I swear to God.
Fucking
DJI,
promote.
send me a Mavic Pro. Send me a Mavic Pro.
2.
And I'll figure out, send me 2 of them. Send me 2 of them. And I'll figure out how to somehow incorporate it into my fucking podcast. I'll give you free promos.
Right up in here. But that shit.
We'll fly it right there.
That shit will fucking go miles and miles above where we're. And if you've ever seen when they go that high, everything in your fucking view goes like this. And it rounds off. Because it's going so high that the stratosphere and the skyline and everything starts to round off. It isn't because the fucking camera is warping or anything like that. We're on a fucking sphere.
And all our phones with GPS and the ships and the fucking hundreds of years of hardcore navigation tactics that all depend on the world being round, star patterns, fucking do everything.
You're looking at the wrong history books. Have you haven't seen the history books where all those ships fall off the side of the earth? Dude, you're right. It exists. Right. It's out there.
All right.
Fuck.
All right. Dude, let's wrap this up. But I wanna talk about one thing. So we've been talking about music and the struggle of the industry and like all this shit, and we've been flirting around, we've been drinking, we've been having a lot of fun. But let's focus this up on something super relevant, super current.
Yeah.
I want to talk about what's the name of the company again?
Cool Story Creative.
Okay, so Cool Story Creative. The reason I don't know that fucking name is because he just came up with it.
Yeah,
and when I bought these coasters from him, there was no name yet. I'm gonna have to switch this. Hold on. So, Zach, I want you to talk just real quick about how and why. I mean, we briefly covered this earlier.
Yeah. Yep.
So be as detailed or as vague as you want.
Sure.
Care. But Zach created these and he didn't start with these coasters. He started with these light boxes.
Yep.
Doing woodworking, and he didn't have a CNC. These were made with CNC machines, which, if people don't know, CNC is basically a machine that can take a drawing or a pattern, and it's going to be accurate and consistent to within 1/1000th of 1 inch over and over and over again. So it's not like Zach sat down and personally carved each letter, but he still created the template and the artwork for it. And here's the thing, man, is like the reason I want to support you in this venture is because I saw something that reminded me of me and Eric Keys and other what I'm calling current innovators, which are people, whether they wanted to or not, because of COVID, because our bands failed, whatever the situation is, we didn't just give up and conform. Right. You know, we figured out, hey, man, I got something to offer. I'm going to do this. And then we did it, and not only did we kind of doing it,
Right.
we're going hard in the paint.
Right.
We're buying the equipment.
Yep.
We're getting our shit tight. Why wood? Why did you start with woodworking?
Well, okay, so it starts off when I was when I got back from tour with Cold Kingdom and Shinedown. I was fucking broke, but I still had a family to support. I had a mortgage to make. I had car payments to make, and I started as an electrician apprentice, right, making fucking dirt wages. And I was at a job site one day, and I saw this huge fucking piece of glass in the dumpster. Holy shit, why would you throw that away? And so I went into the dumpster and I started pulling this fucking thing out. Because in my mind, I was like, I could do something with this. I don't know what it is that I don't know what I have in my mind.
So
but
you didn't have a previous history with woodworking?
Nope, not at all.
Oh, shit.
Nope.
Jesus Christ.
Not at all.
Oh, my God, dude. It's like you'd be like, I'm going to start a band. No, I don't know how to play guitar.
No, I had no idea. But when I was working as an electrician, I was given all of these pieces of tempered glass that they were throwing away because they were miscut for the job. And if you know anything about tempered glass, you can't recut tempered glass. So they were going to throw it all away. So I had these large pieces of glass. I was like, well, fuck. I had this idea.
So,
I was like,
so you can't recut tempered glass like so if you got a
just
sheet
shatters.
that's like 6 by 6.
you can't cut it down to 3 by 2.
No shit.
It just
Okay.
shatters. It's like think about it like a windshield. If you fucking smash a windshield, it just goes
Sure.
into a million different pieces.
Okay.
Tempered glass is designed for safety reasons. For
Gotcha.
that. So I had so they were just throwing all this shit away, and in my head I was like, God, those would make really cool shadow boxes. You know, because I've seen shadow boxes, and I was like, well, I have a cool idea, but I don't know how to implement it. Well, I sat on all these different pieces of glass forever, and they were in my garage. Didn't do a goddamn thing with them, but I had this idea of what I wanted to do. Then I got furloughed in March, and I was like, well, I'm fucking bored. I got nothing better to do.
What were you doing for work?
I work as for an electrical company where I do what's called arc flash study. And I go and I do data collect on different pieces of electrical equipment in like Amazon or Target distribution centers.
Oh, wow.
That if an electrician were to open up this panel and for some reason or another it had an arc flash where it's an electrical explosion, I do a study that tells you what kind of danger you're in at this panel that this does this.
That's some pretty fucking...
It sucks.
But it's some pretty high level intellectual shit.
It is.
That ain't no blue collar job.
No, it's
that's a thinking man's gig.
It is, and it's and it's a good company, and they pay me well, and I can't argue. But in March they furloughed me, and I took it personal, man. I've never been fucking laid off. I've never been fired from a job, and it had absolutely nothing to do with my merit of work. It just had to do with the current climate,
Right?
You know,
like so many of us, we
Yeah.
lost our job because someone else
said that we
decided we're gonna fucking serve
Right.
bat soup.
right. So I didn't know what else to do. What do? I'm the type of person where I cannot fucking sit still.
Right.
And I didn't want to just sit in my recording studio all day because I didn't feel productive. I love music, but it has to like come to me. I have to do it when I'm feeling inspired.
Well, and there's also that monetary pressure.
Well, and there's that too. But when it came down to this cool story creative, I wasn't thinking monetary.
Oh, I suppose because you're like me, you got a little bit of unemployment with it too.
Yep. And so I started with
you're
unemployment, and that was cool. You know, that was a good cushion. But for me, I have to do something that inspires me creatively. And if I don't feel inspired, then it's not going to come out with me feeling proud of it, right? So I was like, well, fuck. Got all this glass in the garage. I have a vinyl cutter in my basement that I've been tinkering around with. Fucking, I'm gonna start doing some weird ideas. And I started just building these different light boxes. A couple of them, I started cutting vinyl out of like patents for headphones and shit.
I wanted one of those light boxes so bad.
Well, and some of them were what actually,
and they're worth the money.
Well,
like I just couldn't.
They're fun and they're cool. You know,
it was just the money I was spending on all of this.
You
The
let me know.
timing, I was like, dude, I desperately need one because I'm
you
imagining
get me this. You get me this, and I'll fucking make you
dude.
something.
I'm
dope.
imagining that original light box you made though. I'm
Yeah.
imagining it right up there.
Well, you
like,
get
in
me
the
this
frame,
kind
like-
of design, and I will make you something pretty fucking
Dude,
dope.
look at this though. Look at this though. Hold on. Let me. Okay, So here,
Yep.
you see this.
Right by where your guitar is back here.
I'm imagining one right there.
Yeah,
that's where I imagine, and it was just like, dude, I can't afford it. And then all of a sudden, you fucking were like, dude, I'm gonna do coasters.
Yeah,
and I was like, sold.
Well, so the funny thing is that, so I started with the light boxes.
These are so great, by the way. I can't get over these. These are so fucking sexy,
and they're fun.
And dude, it's exactly my vibe. You didn't polish these.
No,
you didn't make them pretty.
They gotta be.
I don't want them
raw.
to be pretty.
It's gotta be raw, dude.
These are so fucking. Dude, I'm gonna give a couple of these to my neighbors.
Do it up. I've got more at my house if you want more.
Did you make more of each of these
yes.
patterns?
Yep, I've got all of them.
These know me ones.
Well, I don't have any more know me. Those were specific to you.
Thank you.
Yep,
Thank
and
you.
nobody else is getting those unless they see them and specifically ask for them.
And,
but
oh shit! Oh shit! I didn't even see this one until now. Hold on.
You got the state of Minnesota,
dude. This is my favorite one. Oh my god.
See, this is what you were saying, that we got to brag about being from Minnesota, right? So,
no one cares about this. No one thinks this is cool unless you're from Minnesota and you're like, yeah, dude, that shit's fucking sick.
Right.
So Cool Story Creative.
Yep. So
if you guys do want these, that's where you're gonna find them. And right now, he's only on Facebook. Correct.
That is it.
Okay.
Keep going.
Now,
I'm trying to do it.
Oh, dude, these are so great. I love them.
You know, it was crazy because I started with those light boxes and they took off. Like this MPLSTP one. If you guys saw that MPLSTP one, if you know who Brad Gunnarsson is and Stratosphere Media, he is the guy that designed all of the MPLSTP stuff and was gracious enough to let me kind of use that design and fuck around with it, right? And that's what garnished people's attention, was that they saw that MPLSTP, which stands for Minneapolis St. Paul, all in one fell swoop. But I started doing those light boxes and people were like, can you do this? Can you do this? And all of a sudden I just had custom orders out of nowhere. And I'm building all these light boxes, and I'm backed up. But all I had,
and that's why you had to grab that CNC machine.
All I had was a scroll saw, and so I was cutting everything out of the scroll saw, just like, and it was taking me.
You're following
forever.
Your lines.
Yep, and I'm drawing it. I drew it out on this wood.
So you must be pretty good at drawing then, too. Then
I'm not. I'm not, but I'm good with computers.
Okay.
So I would find a way to do all of the computer aspect, and like Brad has been a huge help with me when it comes to the design stuff.
I know that name, Brad Gunnarsson.
Yep.
I don't know how I know him.
He actually lives with Daniel Copy now.
That might be. Is he a
Midwest
Is he a photographer?
Yeah, kind of. You remember Midwest Movement?
Yeah. Okay.
He ran Midwest
the CDs,
Movement. Yep.
The comp CDs. Yep. Does he have is he dark haired?
Yep.
Have a like something called a beard?
He
doesn't have a beard.
Yep.
But he's got
the
lower facial hair.
You would know him. Trust me.
I think I know exactly what you were talking about. Brad,
he's
thank you for
man.
helping. Thank you for helping Zach, because dude, these are huge. I know these won't matter to the viewers, but these are a huge addition to my podcast, man.
But it's crazy, dude, because like those light boxes took off, and I was doing enough of them that it afforded me to buy the CNC machine. And you know, obviously my
and that's when I hit you up, is when you bought that CNC machine.
Yep,
when I saw you buy that
CNC
machine, I hit you up and I was like, dude, your shit's dope. I can't afford a light box, but dude, I want to support this.
Well,
like, let's figure it out. Let's get you on the podcast.
Yep.
Like, and I've been pressuring Zach. Zach mentioned this earlier. He doesn't have a website yet. The reason he mentioned that is because
we bitched about
gave
it together.
him shit about it.
Yeah, you
and
did.
I said, dude, get your shit together. Get a fucking website, because even though you'll be the first podcast guest, because you're bringing me these coasters, like, you may not be the last podcast guest, and we're gonna bring you on multiple times.
Yeah,
we're gonna. You're coming on. You're coming on over and over again, because I want to see this build. Because there's something special about anything being carved into wood.
I agree. And not knowing a fucking thing about woodworking, dude. It was funny. We were laying in bed one night. My wife said to me,
over these, dude.
My wife was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm looking at tools on Facebook Marketplace." And she goes, "What happened to you?" I said, "What?" She goes, "You used to sit in bed and look at musical instruments and shit like that, and any kind of different instrument that you could buy." It absolutely is. And then all of a sudden, I got into this weird world of like, what new tool can I get? Oh, what is that going to do for me? And now I've got this.
And the businessman is kicking in your head and going, what's going to increase my profitability?
Yeah.
How can I turn these out fast? And this is what really we're boiling
It's
down
about
to with
turning
this
it out
podcast.
faster, yeah.
Is what we're really boiling down in this specific podcast is two men who are musicians
Yeah.
figuring out ways to survive without having to have a full-time job. And we're both doing it. And that's why when I was talking to Keys, to Eric,
Yep.
when I was talking to Eric, there's this like weird thing I feel as a bond between the three of us.
Yeah.
None of us are actually friends. We know each other.
Yeah.
We've known of each other.
I'd say I'm probably better friends with Eric than you and I have had more
Obviously.
interactions. Like I've played in bands that we've
this
spent
is the
some time
first
together.
extended conversation we've ever had.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's obvious. You and Eric are obviously closer, but there's a personality and a mindset that transcends all of this.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm drawn to you, because I'm just, as we wrap this up, I want to recap in Tarantino style back to where we started with, dude. Johnnyrook, as soon as we hit done, I'm going to play you one of my songs that I wrote and recorded.
Okay.
3/4 of the way through that song, the interlude kicks in, and I stole your style.
All right. I can dig it.
Now, I'm saying this because it's literal.
Okay.
And you know Jacob Nelson.
Yeah.
I played this riff for Jacob Nelson back then, and I was like, dude, check out this song I'm working on. But specifically this riff, it's a Johnnyrook riff. I've told this story to Dalton, by the way, who's, by the way, the fattest, most racist piece of shit I've ever met in my life.
There's that making up stuff that we're talking about with Dalton, right?
No, we're not making it.
Yeah,
Super serious. He's the worst human being
fat.
on the planet. He's so fat. And he smells like shit.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
And he fucks dogs. Basically, we're stealing a bunch of Bert Kreischer jokes here.
You saw him do that. I saw him do it.
But no, so here's the deal. I play this riff for Jacob, and he goes, oh yeah, it's totally a Dalton riff. And I looked at him, and I told this to Jacob. So I'm not talking shit. If you don't remember this, go fuck yourself. I go, dude, you're an idiot. And he looked at me, and he went, what? And I go, that's not a Dalton riff. I stole that from Zac Boyd. And he goes, really? Because that sounds like a total Dalton riff. And I go, yeah, because you don't understand. Dalton stole half his style from Zac Boyd. That's not a joke. That's real. Dalton and I have had that conversation.
I like it.
That's in the project I'm working on now.
Okay.
Dalton has worked on that riff over the top. According to my understanding, it's also Dalton's favorite riff of every single song of everything we've ever done.
See,
it's this one riff. And dude, I'm telling you, when you hear it, you're going to go, oh, dude, you did rip me off. But then you're going to give me some credit because you're going to go, you did something at the end of that riff that I never would have done.
All right. I'm excited to hear it now.
That's where, like, us as musicians... So let's wrap this up back where we started.
Yeah.
As musicians, a lot of us start off trying to create music like we want to listen to.
Mm-hmm.
And then we get bored of music.
Yeah.
That we're listening to. And then we start trying to find new music.
Mm-hmm.
And it won't satiate our appetite.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in between these two stages, you're the kid right now who found, I don't know, let's pick a band. All That Remains.
Mm-hmm.
You found them because somehow their song popped up on your Spotify or your iTunes. And you're going, I love this. I love this sound. I can't get enough of this. Let me search more. What is this band called? Metalcore? Let me find more metalcore bands to satiate the appetite for this sound.
Yep.
And then at some point in time in your musical evolution, you're going to get sick of that sound. And you're either going to start being attracted to a sound that also exists, like hip hop or random pop music or blues
different.
Or jazz. Or you're going to start searching for music that you've never heard before that's 100% unique. As a listener, if you start trying to find bands that don't sound like anyone, you are at an intellectual, creative level as a listener just like every musician out there.
Yep.
Because eventually we get sick of making bands. Like when I started off, I created a band called 7 Months of Nothing, and I wanted to be nu metal. I wanted to be Slipknot. I wanted to be Korn. I wanted to be Limp Bizkit. I rapped a lot while screaming at the top of my lungs.
Yep.
And I immediately got burnt out. And so I joined a band called something else. I don't remember what the fuck it was. And then when I joined the band, we renamed the band. We decided the name was going to be Solace and Ashes.
Yep.
Which is like finding something beautiful within the destruction of everything, or finding comfort while everything's burning around you. There was 2 different definitions that the band sells.
Depending on who you talk to.
Yeah, but we like everyone in the band we all picked that name. But there
because
was
of
2
the
parties.
connotation between
them. But they're like 5 dudes separated into 2 groups. We like that name because of this is how we feel it means.
Yep.
One said finding solace within the ashes of your current situation, and other ones found, like me,
the beauty and
like,
destruction.
Finding the beauty within the destruction and using that to build off of.
Yep.
Didn't matter. We all picked the same name. It was a great name. Solace and Ashes, solid name. And then I joined Dying Euphoria, which was a straight up metalcore band. Like Solace and Ashes was more straight, pure metal.
Yep.
And then we started to flirt with that hardcore.
Yep.
Because the Midwest hardcore after the Burial started to blow up.
Yeah.
And the guys asked me as the singer and the de facto leader. I didn't want to be the leader, but I was driven. I was like you. I was business oriented. I came to rehearsal with a task list.
You just lead.
Yeah, like dude, we need to do all of this. Like, who's going to do this? And then I'd assign things and be like, who wants to do this? Okay, you want to, okay, you're cool with updating the MySpace page? Cool. Okay, you're on top of Facebook? Okay, I'll continue to book shows. Okay, you're going to do this? Who's going to do flyers? Who's going to...
Yep.
That's why.
They look to you. You're
but that's literally also why I got kicked out of that band.
Oh, well, I've been there too.
Quote, I got kicked out of the band for, quote, you come to rehearsal with a list of things that need to get done every day, and you won't leave until all of those things are assigned to someone. Oh, no. And then I was like, well, that's what we got to do to succeed. And the guys were like, well, we think we might be cool with being a local band and not succeeding. And I was like, okay, cool. There's no hard feelings then. Like, I'm not in this band anymore.
Right, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do.
Because they wanted to kick me out anyways. And then when they put it that way, I was like, okay, I'll just leave. You don't even have to kick me out. I'll just quit. Like, for real. Like, if that's what the deal is, like, I'm not even fighting for this anymore. I'll just leave. Like, I don't want to be in this band if this is the way the band is going. Cool.
Right.
So I always said I quit Solace and Ashes. And they say they kicked me out. And it's only been in the last 5 years that I've just been like, yeah, they kicked me out.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they kicked me out or tried to kick me out. I resisted until they explained their motives. And then I was like voluntarily willing to leave.
Okay, I'm cool.
And there was no animosity.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, cool. We're not on the same page anymore. Thank you for... It's like being a bad girlfriend, right?
Right.
Or dating a bad girlfriend. Like, I'm glad I figured this out now before we got married.
Look, I just want to cheat on you.
Yeah. Like, oh, thank God I figured this out now.
Yeah, right.
So we all go through this fucking thing where we're trying to do something. We're trying to like force a square peg into a round hole, so to speak.
I love that. That's the way that Dillinger Escape Plan talks about their music.
Yeah, and as musicians, we slowly and this is kind of where I'm ending this whole thing is like, you didn't do it deliberately. And you've inspired me specifically, dude. I started playing guitar at 12 years old. You got to understand, I've been doing this for well over 20 years.
Yeah.
I've only been playing drums since I've been like 23.
Okay.
Most people tell me I'm a vastly better drummer than a guitar player.
Okay.
Like, it's kind of insulting. Like, I'm going to be honest. Like, I take a lot of compliments in the fact that, like, yes, I'm a pretty fucking baller-ass drummer.
Yeah.
However... Come on. I've got 10 years into guitar.
Right.
Above and beyond everything I've done on drums.
It's
borderline insulting.
Right.
But I had to like come through this like, Zach, dude, it was like a 20-year curve of coming out of a new metal band.
Yeah.
Then like a wannabe hardcore band that wasn't hardcore. Trying to fit in with the After the Burial movement, which we never did. We never, ever did anything. Great band, but And all of a sudden I joined Dying Euphoria. Metalcore to its epitome.
Yep.
Kill Switch Engage ripoff. Lamb of God, fucking Shadows Fall, the whole Boston.
Yep.
Then all of a sudden I got so, and I was actually on a small weekend warrior tour with Dying Euphoria. And I woke up in the van. They must have been playing like a rock station in the background because Jet was in my head. Or AC/DC. I can't even tell you which band. But it was Jet or AC/DC. It was one of those like straight up original rock bands.
Yeah.
With the most boring drums you've ever heard.
Yep.
And I literally...
Bass, snare, bass, snare.
I woke up out of a sleep and said, dude, I want to start a rock band and play drums. And Jeremy was in the front seat and he turned around and he looked at me and he said, how fucking arrogant are you? And I went, what? Because I had just woken up.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize I said this out loud. And he goes, you're going to be fucking 24 years old and start a rock band? You don't even know how to play drums.
Who gives a shit?
And I was still like half awake. And I'm like,
and
I don't think any of this matters. Like, this is what I want to do now. Like, I'm done. And I didn't say this out loud, but in my head, I was like, I'm done with this band.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in this metal band anymore. I want to be in a rock band. And then all of a sudden I started thinking about it. And I was like, I don't even want to sing anymore. I was going through this horrible breakup. And I told her, I said, this is so cliche, but it was actually super true. Like, if anybody ever writes a movie about me, this is one of the most important parts of the movie. I got my heart broken so bad. I literally told this girl, like, I'll never sing again.
Okay.
And I never did.
Oh, really?
Dude,
wow.
I'm not even exaggerating, dude. It's been like 12 years. The last time I went on stage with a microphone in my hand was to fill in for Dying Euphoria.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they were in a bad spot and they needed a last-minute vocalist. So Eric's now the singer of Dying Euphoria.
Yep.
But before they settled on Eric, they hit me up. I filled in. We did one show up fucking somewhere in the suburbs. I can't even remember anymore.
St. Cloud.
No,
I'm kidding.
like suburbs. Like, I think it was Fridley.
Okay.
I think it was that old, what's that club in Fridley on University?
What is now Pickle Park? Or
it was
Route
Pickle
47?
Park. Yeah. I think that's
what's GB Layton?
I think that's literally the spot.
Okay.
And yeah, it was just wild because I remember sitting in that van, like driving to a show, I think in South Dakota.
Okay.
And I remember going, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done with this.
It's a weird
I'm
feeling.
not into this anymore.
It's a weird feeling when that turns.
And it was one of those things where it was like, it's not necessarily the people in the band, but I'm definitely over these people.
Yeah.
Like in whatever's like I don't have any problems with Jeremy Blake as a human being, as a person.
Sure.
But I had at the time major issues with being in a band with him because of how we looked at things.
Yeah.
And how we looked at scenarios and what was important and what wasn't important. And I'm not going to say he was wrong. I'm going to say we had different value systems.
Sure.
And so I remember sitting there thinking, I don't want to be in a fucking metalcore band. This music is dead. This genre is dead. Like, we are dead. This is over. And I literally sat there and closed my eyes and continued to listen to this shitty rock station. And I said, I'm going to create a rock band, but I want metal drums. Because listen to AC/DC, listen to Jet. What's the problem? The drums are boring.
Yeah,
and I said, I'm going to. And then I created this literally out of nowhere. I'm like, I'm going to create a fucking rock band. So I went and jammed with a coworker at a bill collection agency. Right?
Nice.
And I had already been kicked out of Dying Euphoria by this point. And I sat down and I leaned back with John and I was like, John, I've heard your demos. You're pretty good. You want to start a fucking real band? And he was like, yeah, I'm down. And we're like leaning back in our cubicles, communicating down the line. I'm down. Like, all right, I got an idea. I want to sound like this. But what I described didn't exist. We were talking about this earlier. Again, we're bringing this full circle. I described a sound to him that didn't exist. Here's the thing. John took an old song he wrote on acoustic guitar.
Yep.
And understood what I said We triple timed it. Fuck double timing it. We triple timed that motherfucker. The beat was this. Doing it. Doing it. Doing it. That simple.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's what I have in my head. Just upbeat, in your ass. Fuck you.
Yep.
And he goes, I have that riff. Dude, in literally 20 minutes, we wrote our first. Sounded like shit. I had no idea how to play drums. I had no idea how to fucking play drums. It was the worst fucking recording on the planet.
Sure.
My buddy comes back in from out of town. We go to watch Batman Begins in the middle of the fucking day because I happen to have a baller ass job where I could be like, fuck you guys, I'm leaving for 3 hours to watch a movie. I play him the demo and I'm like, and he's like, I'm super into this.
Dope.
It's the worst sounding demo on the planet.
Yeah.
And he's like, dude, I'm into this. Cool, you're gonna manage it. Yeah. Can't find a bass player. Every bass player sucks. So I call him up. This is Kevin Sullivan, by the way.
Yeah.
And I call Kevin and I'm like, dude, why don't you come play bass for the Tyrants? Oh, by the way, that's the other thing is once we had that one song written, I'm standing in the shower, not showering, and listening to Tenacious D. Listening to Tenacious D. And as I'm not showering in the shower, I listen to this album and I start thinking of the word tenacious. And I'm thinking about band names.
It's weird that you're
I'm
not
like,
showering and thinking about tenaciously. Yeah, I got you.
and I'm like tenacious. And all of a sudden tyrannical. Tyrant. That's our band name. I hit up Kevin. Kevin's like,
were
dude.
you able to finish right at that point then?
At that exact moment.
Oh, the Tyrants!
Oh, this is the best shower. Oh, my hair's so clean.
Oh, there's no water out of the shower head.
Oh, we ran out of hot water.
I'm just going to waffle stomp this down.
So straight up, no lie, Kevin shows up. And when I call him, I go, I want you to come play bass for my band. He goes, what are you talking about? And I go, listen. Just fill in until we find a real bass player. And he goes, that's cool, but you know I don't know how to play bass, right? And I go, you'll figure it out. And I hung up the phone. I hung up on him. You'll figure it out. Click. He shows up at rehearsal. And he plays bass like a guitar player, not like strumming, not all over the place.
All 4 strings together strumming. Okay.
No, it's he became the melody. John became the rhythm.
Yeah.
So John, our guitar player, started becoming the rhythm section.
Yeah.
And Kevin started becoming the melodies and the harmonies. And it gave our band a color that couldn't be replicated. So remember when we talked about earlier, like, let's be honest.
Yeah.
You and James are Johnnyrook. Everyone else is replaceable. The Tyrants, you get rid of one of us, that band's done.
Well, the funny thing about that is that Dan is actually one of the best metal guitarists I've seen. That's the basis of Johnnyrook.
Probably. That makes sense.
He didn't play bass guitar before Johnnyrook. Johnnyrook was the first band that and that was because the drummer at that time, they were high school friends, and they played in another band together called Muffler Chump. And he called him and was like, hey, I want you to play bass for this project. And Dan came over figuring that he was just going to fill in for a while. To this day, Dan is still the bassist of Johnnyrook.
Dude,
but
and that's
he
wild.
Adds a whole weird element. It's
Dude,
weird.
And it's wild how those things, because where I started with this as we're wrapping this up is that, like, Kevin, the reason I called Kevin is because Kevin already, with me personally, had a reputation as being a bad ass hip hop producer.
Yeah.
Like, Kevin would
I
make
remember
some
that
beats.
actually about Kevin.
Dude, Kevin would make some beats. I don't even fucking like hip hop. And Kevin would make some beats where I'm like, dude, that's fucking dope.
Yeah.
Right? So I'd fucking hit him up under the assumption, like, hey man, just come in and write bass lines. Like, you're a great songwriter and musician. You'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Whether you know how to play this instrument, I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Dude, I don't know how I did it, but I took literally what was in my head and I got 2 other musicians randomly and luckily
To figure it out with you.
to just do it.
Yeah.
Authentically, organically.
Yeah.
And that band was arguably the least successful band I've ever been in. hands down the best band I've ever been in.
Yeah.
It still to this day breaks my actual heart that the Tyrants aren't still a thing. Because, dude, we were basically a higher octane, upbeat version of Royal Blood.
Okay.
5 years before Royal Blood was
What's
Royal
the thing?
Blood.
Yeah.
We were a metal version of Green Day.
Okay.
We were a punk rock version of... Oh, dude, I'll play some shit for you as we wrap this up and we leave here. Dude, I'm telling you, man, like, most of this shit, the reason all of this matters as we wrap this up is because, dude, I want to tell you on camera, on my own podcast, you specifically inspired me to do these things. Like, literally sitting back and reflecting methodically and intentionally. I referenced Johnnyrook, whether it's your physical sound and how I ripped it off as I play guitar in this one song, and I'm going to show you that riff.
Yeah.
Or it was the philosophy and the unique, creative, independent vision that gave me the inspiration to start the Tyrants. It doesn't matter.
Well, that's
like,
cool.
we're peers, bro.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't necessarily look up to you, but I have a hard time as a peer looking at you like, because you've inspired me so much to literally change the way I write music. It's a hard thing to say. And I think it's cool in these podcasts and in these moments where we can have these moments of humility, because me feeling this way as a peer, as somebody who is, I wouldn't say has the same level of success, but like you said, it's debatable. Like, you've done an incredible job of inspiring your peers, not just a bunch of 12-year-olds play guitar. And I think that's really fucking cool, really unique. And I think you need to appreciate it. I think whether you know it or not, you need to understand that there's literally 1,000 for your band, and you've changed.
Well, thanks, man. You know what? I will accept that with as much grace and humility as I can, because, you know, it's a weird thing to hear. You know, I mean, it's one of those things that is tough to hear when you don't necessarily. That's not what I'm striving for, you know. But when you actually hear somebody that goes, dude, like, your guitar playing changed the way that I approach my guitar playing, and I go, I don't know whether to apologize or accept that as a compliment, because
it's a compliment, bro.
You know, but that's really cool, you know, and I appreciate that, man. It's,
absolutely, dude. It's sincere, and I'm telling you, there's a lot of dudes like me who don't have this ability to get you into their studio, and have a fucking 4-hour conversation.
Is that how long it's been?
At least.
God damn.
At least.
All right.
And like, dude, this is just really cool, and I thank you for coming on, being
Absolutely.
my first guest this time. This is the 2.0 version of the podcast. No one ever heard the first version.
Has your anxiety kind of curbed itself a little bit? This
Dude,
was a good time, right?
As soon as we started,
easy peasy.
My
baby.
anxiety kicked in, because it's like we talked about it. The hurry up and wait. Like, it was like, it's noon. It's 6 hours away. Okay, fuck. It's 2. I only have 4 hours.
Yeah.
Okay, it's still only 3. I still have 3. Like, my mindset changed. Like, I only have 4 hours. Oh, I still have 3 hours. I only have 2 hours. I still have 1 hour. That shit is a touring musician's nightmare.
Absolutely.
I've never gotten nervous before going on stage, but the anxiety.
I love the fly by the seat of the pants.
This is so much fun, dude.
And it's been good, man.
I appreciate it.
I've had a lot of
All right.
I've had a good
I'm going to
time.
cue up the outro. Thank you guys for listening. I really appreciate it. This has been an insane amount of fun. Say it again.
Cool.
Where can people find this and order shit from you? Because this is the real point. Like, I love Zac as a musician. He's really inspired me to do a lot of things. But the reason I wanted him to come on right away and be my first guest and bring these coasters is because I wanna really support you and get you out of the grind, man.
Yeah,
I want to get you
absolutely.
away from making someone else rich.
Yep.
And I want to get you into the business of making you rich.
Yeah.
So where can people find these coasters?
So right now it's if you know, obviously,
And it's not just the coasters. I say coasters.
Yeah, I've got capabilities to do fucking stupid, crazy things. But you know, unless you're living under a rock and you are not on Facebook,
Most people are on Facebook, and you can just do a search for Cool Story Creative. Otherwise, it's just facebook.com/Cool Story Creative MN, and you can find everything on there. I'm reachable by email at that point, and I try to stay off of Facebook as much as I possibly can, but
if you mention the Jared Singer Extravaganza, you will get a 0% discount.
Oh, come on now.
0% discount.
Here's what I will say.
Here's what we're doing is we're supporting someone starting a business.
Yep.
And when we're supporting someone starting a business, we don't ask for discounts. We mention that we saw them on this promo, and we pay them full price. We support them as they build their business, and then maybe someday down the road they can afford to start discounting.
And I think a big thing that I treat this business the same way that I treated my music, and I heard,
these are not cheap.
These are
so thick and high quality, and the grain. The cut is deep, so as I put shit on these over the years, these are still gonna
wear down. Yeah,
I mean, we're talking. Fuck, dude, what did you go down, a 1/4 inch?
That's the deepest that they went down in it.
About a 1/4 inch, dude.
Yep. This is an 1/8 inch right here, and then this is a 1/4 inch all the way down. But what I will say is that I approach this the same way that I approach music. The best.
Which means you don't give a shit.
I don't.
I'm just kidding.
But the best thing I ever heard was the lead singer of Thursday said that if you don't have money, you should always have music. And I've always lived by that adage when it comes to my music. That even if we were on stage and somebody said, "Well, I can't afford your CD," you should always have music. And I would always be somebody to find a way to get that music into your hands. And I'm the same way with this shit. Is that if there's some little bit of creativity that you really love off of the things that I do, but for one reason or another, maybe my prices might be out of your range. That's never a point to say, let's talk about creativity. And so when it comes down to that, I guess the biggest thing, if you're going to look at Cool Story Creative and you feel like it's out of your price range, it isn't. Let's just have a conversation about it. And I trust.
So literally message him. Yep. Just tell him.
Absolutely.
Hey, this is what I'm looking for. And I can attest it. I'll back you up real quick. Because I wanted this one, which didn't exist.
Yep. Know Me.
And I asked him to give me a Know Me one, which means North Minneapolis, which is like, dude, I feel as attached to North Minneapolis as I do to this I Heart Northeast, which is where I grew up. And he told me a price, and I decided to pay him extra.
And you did.
Because that's what I wanted to do at the moment. Like, it's a give and take, you guys. Like, there's people like me that'll pay a couple bucks extra, and for whatever reason, whether that's to help him out or maybe that's to give somebody else a $5 discount. It doesn't matter. The point is that we're all about, like, as a fan base, if you're going to hit him up, you're trying to support him to help him get out of his daily grind, because you feel the burden of that same daily grind. And you know what?
And I'm here for you too. And that's the thing, is that, like, the fact of the matter is that the name Cool Story Creative, everybody's got a cool story behind what they want for a design.
That's why I feel so special about this one.
There is always a fucking cool story. And so the fact of the matter is that if it's special to you, I take a lot more pride in doing something like that. So by no means don't feel like, monetary aspect, we can have a conversation, and I trust in people's honesty and forthright. And, I think that a business can only build off of the fact that people take care of one another.
I think that's beautiful, man. Yeah. I think that's a perfect place to wrap it up, dude.
Agreed.
I'm going to cue the outro. Thank you, guys. I love you guys. There we go. All right. Nice. Technically, this ain't done for a second, but, dude, I had so much fucking fun with you, bro. This was a blast.
Absolutely, man.
Holy fuck.
Thanks for letting me be the first.